Oh no. But yeah, could you let me know when it's coming on my page, and I can go and change that thing I need to change to make it go public. But it might actually still be public from yesterday. I don't quite know. Don't know how these things work. Okay, so it's saying play here. Okay, so it's saying play here. Okay, so it's saying play here. Okay, I think I've done it okay. Okay, so Madhanda Pranams, dear devotees, very warm welcome to the second day of our Zoom line program for the Tiruvall Festival of Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. So I'll just offer one or two simple prayers from my heart, and then I'll ask Sudevi and Kishori Mohan Prabhu if they will please lead the kirtan. Vijñāna Tamandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Nitamajana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchaka Pachivas Chakravas and Vijapaditanam Bhagavan Vaishnavevyana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Kripeka Vita Yamarya Darakshaki Vaishnavana Kripavalam Vata Pushtakami Shri Bhaktivam Bharatam Shri Namaram Vishnu Padaya Gora Pushtaya Vijay Shri Masai Bhaktivedanta Bhavanti Vandeham Bhattikora Goranga Nijal Pratitam Shri Masai Bhaktivedanta Swami Shri Radharika and Shitama Sayana Kadamatam Sankirtan Manandam Gosvāmī. So David Didi, you're muted at the moment.
Sorry. Hare Krishna.
Okay, there we are.
Better?
Thank you so much. Very
Can you see Srimati Radhika clearly?
Yes.
Sorry, this is important.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. It's beautiful darshan as always.
Take it.
Okay, so now we begin the bhajans, right?
Yes, please.
Hare Krishna. Okay. Can you see okay? Dandavat pranama Vaishnavas.
Dandavat pranam.
Okay. So we will begin with Mangalacharan, the auspicious invocation, calling on the mercy of our Gurudev, and today especially Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, our Guru Varga. Today also here in Vrindavan is the anniversary of the appearance of Śrīla Bhaktivinoda Thakur and the disappearance of Śrīla Haridas Thakur, and calling on all of our Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Varga, Sri Nityananda Prabhu, Sachinandan Gaura Hari, Krishna, Srimati Radhika, for their grace and mercy. So we'll begin with Mangalacharan. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam. And it's not in our Shri Gaudiya Giti Gucha, but we will include after our Gurudev's Pranam Mantra, at least the first half of the Pranam Mantra of Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatamritam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Śrīla Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhamritamscha Om Ajnanatirmirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayani Namine Shri Krishna Leela Katane Sudaksham Bodhaya Madhurya Gunaishta Yuktam Varam Varenyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Tam Shirasham Namami Dandinam Bhakta Shiromanincha Shri Krishna Pada Jagataika Vidhi Chaitanya Leela Amrita Sarasara Narayanam Tam Sakatam Prapadye Nama Om Vishnupadaya Gaura Preshaya Bhutale Shri Śrīmad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Namine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshaya Bhutale Śrīmate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Gaura Presthaya Bhutale Shri Śrīmad Bhakti Pragyāna Keshavayati Namine Atimadhya Charitraya Svashritanam Chapanine Jivaduke Sadartaya Srinama Premadayine Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine Shri Varshabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijñāna Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtaye Vinakarine Rupanuga Virudhapa Siddhanta Dhantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambhara Sambodhe Padam Vujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhume Sam Nirdeshta Sajana Priya Vaishnava Sarva Bhomashti Jaganathaya Te Namaha Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Eva Cha पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्रिषे नमः। हे कृष्णा करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकाकान्त राधाकान्त नमोस्तुते। कंचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। जयतं सुरतो पंगो मम मंदं मते गति मत्सर्वस्व पदं भोजो राधा मदन मोहनो दिव्यबृंदारण्यकल्पद्रुमदा श्रीमद्रत्नागार सिंहासनस्थो श्री श्री राधा शील गोविंद देव प्रेष्ठाली सेव्यमानो स्मरामि। श्रीमन्द्रसरसारम्भि वंशीवत ततस्थितः कार्षण्येयुस्वरैर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथ श्रीयेशुनः वृन्दायै तुलसीदेव्यै प्रियायै केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवत्यै नमो नमः। पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूप स्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकं। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद। चेतो दर्पणमार्जनं भवमहादावग्निर्वापनं श्रेयकैरवचन्द्रिका वितरणं विद्यावधूजीवनम् आनन्दं बुद्धिवर्धनं प्रतिपदं पूर्णामृतास्वादनं सर्वात्मा स्नपनं परं विजयते श्रीकृष्ण संकीर्तनम्। हरेर्नाम हरेर्नाम हरेर्नामेव केवलं कलो नस्त्येव 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 गतिरन्यथा। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। So we will start with Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya by Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, and that is page 32 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha.
You might want to speak over just a little so you're not in.
One second. Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Korove Dasi Vrinapekshayoti Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Sakala Sahai Baladiya Koro Nijamahe Srihari Sakala Sahane Baladiya Koro Nijamahe Srihari Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Sakali Soma Kurite Shakati Dehorato Jatha Jata Sakale Sama Kurite Shakati Dehorato Jatha Jata Tobeto Gano Hari Namo Sute Tobeto Gaiva Hari Namo Sute Bharato Hari Bharato Bharata Hari Bharata Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Kave Tero Kripa Lobhiyaye Jano Kripan Horibe Ato Kave Tero Kripa Lobhiyaye Jano Kripan Horibe Ato Shakti Buddhi Amiyoti Shakti Buddhi Amiyati Ore Atu Sato Ore Atu Sato Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedasi Vrinapekshayoti Yogyata Vichari Kichu Nahi Vigyāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja ki jai. Tadiya Tirabha Maha Mahotsava ki jai. Śrīla Satchidananda, Śrīla Bhakti Vedanta Swami Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai. Śrīla Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada ki jai. Satchidananda Śrīla Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki jai. Tadiya Avirbha Maha Mahotsava ki jai. Shri Rupan Gauriya Guru Varga ki jai. Shri Thakur Haridas ki jai. Shri Guru Parampara ki jai. Ebaro Kuruna Koro Vaishnava Gosai, page 44 by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Ebaro Karuna Koro Vaishnava Gosai. Vaishnava Thakurs ki Jai. And now, as we are observing the disappearance festivals of Srila Bhakti Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja and Srila Haridas Thakur, we will call out and pray to them in the form of Jayanilo Premadhana Karuna Prachur by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. That is page 99 in our Sri Gauriya Gita Gucha. Yeah, maybe. Want this? One second. Jai Anilo Premodhano Karuna Prabhu Vigyāna Bhārati Gosvāmī Mahārāja ki jai, Tadiya Tirbha Maha Mahotsava ki jai, Śrīla Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki jai, Tadiya Avirbha Maha Mahotsava ki jai, Shri Haridas Thakur ki jai, Tadiya Tirbha Maha Mahotsava ki jai. Now, Gauranga bolite habe, Pulaka Sharir, Hari Hari bolite Nayane Bhabe near page 86, and that is by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Please forgive the sound, someone is drilling downstairs. You can just pretend that it's cows mooing.
We are in Vrindavan after all.
Today I heard a cow moo and I turned around and it was a dog howling, but it was an old dog and it sounded like a cow. Okay, Gauranga Balite Habe, Pulaka Sharir, by Srila Narottam Das Thakur, page 86. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Gauranga Bolite Habe, Pulaka Sharir, Hari Hari bolite Nayane Bhabe
Gauranga bolite habe, Pulaka Sharira. Hari Hari bolite Nayane Bhabe Nira.
Har Kabe Nitare Chande Karuna Hari Re Samsaro Vasana Moro Kabe Tucha Ishaya Chaya Kabe Shudha Kabe Mano Kabe Hamo Shri Vrindavan Nandana Gaur Hari ki jai, Pavan Shri Vijñāna Prabhu ki jai, Shri Rupa Raghunath Ju ki jai, Shri Gosvāmī Prabhu ki jai. Oh, time is getting late already. So quickly. Okay. I think perhaps we should. Yeah, 10 minutes goes by pretty quick. Jai Radha Madhava and Hare Krishna. Oh, what page is Jai Radha Madhava? Just in case. Jai Radha Madhava Kunj Bihari with Hare Krishna. That is page 158 in our Sri Gauriya Gita Gucha, for those of you who would like to read along with the words of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Jai Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari
Jaya Gopi Chanda Vallabha Jaya Giri Varodhari Jaya Giri Varodhari
Jaya Gopi Chanda Vallabha Jaya Giri Varadhari Jaya Giri Varadhari
Oh Jaya Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana
Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana
Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana
Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana
Jamuna Tira Monochari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jaya Jamuna Tira Monochari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jai Radha Jai Kunja Vihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Vihari
Jai Gopi Chanda Vallabha Jai Giri Varodhari
Jaya Gopi Chanda Vallabha Jaya Giri Varadhari Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana Jaya Jamuna Tira Monochari Jaya Kunja Vihari Jaya Jamuna Tira Monochari Jaya Kunja Vihari
Krishna 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 Hare 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 श्रील भक्ति विज्ञान भारती गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। तदीय तिरुभाव महामहोत्सव की जय। श्री सच्चिदानंद भक्ति विनोद ठाकुर की जय। तदीय आविर्भाव महामहोत्सव की जय। श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। तदीय तिरुभाव महामहोत्सव की जय। पानुग गौरी गुरुवर्ग की जय। गौर भक्त वृंद की जय। गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल।
Thank you guys so much. Beautiful. Thank you. So we would like to begin our program today by introducing Bhaktivedanta Pasi Mahārāja. If you would like to join us and unmute yourself, that would be lovely.
Yeah.
I have to mute it up there.
Okay. Mahārāja.
Well, we're still on. Dandavat Pranam Maharaj.
Dandavat Pranams. Dandavat Pranams to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. And thank you so much, Kishori Mohana Sudevi. Jai. Beautiful. And I just got back from the program here at Mayapur. And we've got another one going fairly soon. So just going to speak briefly, and what I thought I'd speak on, something completely different than I was thinking, was actually a little bit about the program, because I heard from so many Vaishnavas there, and it just was so incredible. So let me just start. Om Jnana Timurandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshulimitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare. So offer my respectful obeisances, my heart to my beloved masters, Nitya-lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, Nitya-lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Stotra Sutta Divine Grace, Śrīla Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Gosvāmī Mahārāja, Nitya-lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Stotra Sutta Divine Grace, Śrīla Gora Govinda Gosvāmī Mahārāja, Nitya-lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Stotra Divine Grace, Śrīla Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada. To all our Rupanuga Guru Varga, to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, Hare Krishna Dandavats. So, yes, I feel that when I am there at Mahārāja's Samadhi with all these Vaishnavas, I sometimes think when I'm reading the Chaitanya Charitamrita of being there and hearing, just as so many Vaishnavas heard about Mahaprabhu after he left, how they interacted with him, even the small devotees that were maybe not significant enough in the sense of being in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, but they had some part. They played, even if it was, collecting the water from the Ganga in Śrīla Sangam or whatever it was. So many of them played a part in Mahaprabhu's Leela. And I do like hearing about all the Vaishnavas, but it's especially sometimes relishable to hear about the small little seva that somebody did to Mahaprabhu and that how their life not only changed, but how Mahaprabhu was able to perfectly understand their heart.
Mahārāja,
Yes.
please forgive me. I think your microphone is brushing against your cloth and it's making quite a lot of noise. And I think on the left.
This side?
On the other side, there's like a little microphone.
Is it here?
Yeah, it's brushing against. That's better. Yeah.
Is that better? Like that?
Yeah. Hopefully, it's just when it brushes the cloth and it's making a noise.
Yes. Okay,
Sorry about that.
you.
Sorry, Mahārāja.
No, it's good. And so today was like that. Today was like that in the sense of we had a festival for Mahārāja on his appearance day. And what I've noticed was that so many sannyasis and Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis just seem to come from all over the place and have a story about Mahārāja. And it's so fascinating because you really get this sense of the affection and caring that Mahārāja gave to these persons. And, I got the sense that Mahārāja, it wasn't a big thing for him in the sense of he was happy to serve them. But for them, it changed their life in so many different ways. And so having these festivals and being a participant in there, and then you hear their story. And so there was all these different Vaishnava sannyasis came. I'll just mention a few. Bhakti Bhushan Vaishnav Mahārāja, Bhakti Vaibhav Puri, not Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Mahārāja, but some other Vaishnava, Bhakti Vaibhav. I guess his name must have been slightly different to that. Anyway, I wrote them all down. Bhakti Ranjan Jatok Mahārāja, Bhakti Pragyan Bodhayan Mahārāja, Bhakti Bichar Vishnu Mahārāja, Bhakti Prapanya Tirtha Mahārāja, Bhakti Gaurav Jati Mahārāja, Bhakti Saurabh Mahārāja. So those, it was all these different sannyasis, as I said, coming. And one particular pastime I thought was really relishable, and that's the one I want to speak a little bit today. And that was, if I can remember it rightly, Mahārāja was speaking, and this Mahārāja was speaking, his name was Bhakti Pragyan Bodhayan Maharaj. He is a disciple of Bhakti Sar Maharaj, who's a disciple of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. So Bhakti Sar Maharaj, he was elderly at this time, and he was living in Mayapur. And Maharaj had been instructed by his Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhava Maharaj, to build the mutt. So I asked him, how many mutts were there at that time? He said there was Jogapit, and that was it. And Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Mutt was being built. Srila Bhāratī Maharaj was building that mutt. So he said the rest of it was all just jungle. There was just nothing. The roads weren't even there. And so Maharaj was saying that Srila Bhāratī Maharaj was in Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Mutt, and they were starting to build it. And as they were building it, he came to see Srila Bhāratī Maharaj. He was just a young boy at this time. And this is Bhakti Pragyan Bodhayan Maharaj, who's speaking today. I was just a young boy, but I used to go to Srila Bhāratī Maharaj. Why? Because he would solve all my problems. He says, I was just a young boy, and I was living with my Guru Maharaj. And my Guru Maharaj was living in the jungle. But basically, he was talking about Mayapur, because there was nothing there. And actually, where they live, their mutt is called Sadbhuj Gaudiya Mutt. And it's not far from Srila Bhāratī Maharaj's Samadhi. And so Srila Bhāratī Maharaj's Samadhi, as you know now, it's just, it's just concrete everywhere and so many buildings, and all the rickshaw wallahs are down there by the boat ghat. But down that area is Sadbhuj, if I've understood it properly, where he was saying, Sadbhuj Gaudiya Mutt. And of course, at that time, there was nothing. So Bhakti Sar Maharaj was there, sannyas of Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And he said to his disciple, oh, I want to build a small bhajan kutir. And so Srila Pragyan Bodhayan Maharaj, who's speaking, he said, I had no idea how to do it. I had no idea. And I was completely wondering, how am I going to do this? So one time I went to Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, and I just said to Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, oh, my Guru Maharaj wants to build a bhajan kutir. I'm thinking how best to do this. So immediately, Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, he goes down and he meets Bhakti Sar Maharaj. And he sees the situation, he sees that, and he says, okay, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. And they sort of had no really idea that Maharaj hadn't said he was going to do anything, or they just said, okay, you're going to come back tomorrow. So then Maharaj came back, and when he came back, he brought with him sand, not with him, the construction workers brought the sand, brought the cement, bought these iron bars, and he looked at Maharaj and he said, Maharaj, hold on, wait, what you're brought here is for a huge construction. This is not for a small bhajan kutir. And so Bhakti Sar Maharaj, he's then saying, Maharaj, we just want only a small bhajan kutir. He says, yes, no problem, don't worry. No need to say anything else. I'll do everything. So then Bhakti Sar Maharaj said, oh, he is a disciple of Bhakti Daita Madhava Maharaj, whose name is Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Maharaj. And he is very powerful, like his Gurudev. So I better let him do what he wants. So then day after day, Maharaj was coming and building this mutt actually it was a bhajan kutir, but it turned into a bigger construction. And he had said, right, because we wrote down what Maharaj was saying. Yes, he was saying that his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhava Maharaj, had told Srila Bhāratī Maharaj that the order of the Guru is the most important. And what is the order of the Guru? To serve all my God brothers. Now, some of the God brothers, when the Gaudiya Math, I mean, this I'm just adding my part here, I haven't finished yet, but when the Gaudiya Math split up, there was a lot of tension between different God brothers. And some of them were a bit tense, even towards Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj. And Madhav Maharaj said, Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj said that it doesn't matter if we have differences. This is what he was telling his disciples. He was telling Srila Bharatīji Maharaj. It doesn't matter if we have differences, but we don't want to spoil the relationships with the Vaishnavas. We always want to have that relationship with the Vaishnavas, and we don't want anything to spoil it. So Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj, when there was any difficulty with his God brothers, even those ones that were maybe not so favorable to him, when they were in a difficult situation, Maharaj always sent some of his disciples in some way to help him, to serve them. Because he said, this was the chance we had. That saying that I heard Srila Bharatīji Maharaj saying all the time, when the opportunity comes, take it, serve the Vaishnavas. Actually, Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj had repeated that to Srila Bharatīji Maharaj. So Srila Bharatīji Maharaj is in his own individual way, because there's two things in following the Guru. There's one, there's submission, means I completely submit myself. At the same time, we have our individuality. So Maharaj was completely submissive to Sri Guru, to his Gurudev, but at the same time, he used his individuality in the sense of when the opportunity came, he saw it and took it. And he used his individuality in that he was building this bhajan kutir for this Vaishnav, and he took it as everything. He took it as this is the instruction of my Guru. So Srila Bhakti Pragyan Bodhayan Maharaj, who was speaking this, was really making a very beautiful point. He was saying that he recognized in Srila Bharatīji Maharaj his complete faith in the Guru Varga. Because Srila Bhakti Sar Maharaj was saying that we don't have any money. And his disciple who was speaking said, we don't have any money. And Maharaj would say, don't worry. The Guru Varga will supply everything. Because if we serve our Guru Varga, then they will give everything we need. So he was noticing in Maharaj this complete conviction. And when he was speaking about it, you really got the sense of, yes, the whole Guru Parampara are over our heads and watching over us and guiding us. And when there's a time of need, just as the Vaishnavas here take the opportunity to serve the other Vaishnavas, so they're also, when in the time of need, supporting and helping and nourishing all the devotees. So I'm just looking at my notes here from the program about what else he said. Oh yes, he also said something nice. He said, no one could cheat Maharaj. He said, in India, it's famous that when you do any construction and everything, everybody will going to try to cheat you in some way. You experience it all the time here. But he said that, no, I noticed that no one could cheat Maharaj. Even though they were trying very hard, he was so intelligent. And that not only that they couldn't cheat him, what was the other thing he said? Oh, that he would always get the best material as well. He would always get the best things. He would get the best carpenters, they'd get the best masonry workers. And this is what most of them all said, what I noticed was Maharaj's character. What they seemed to really appreciate was Maharaj's character. How he was such a gentleman, but he was always so caring and thoughtful about other people. And how different sannyasis went on to speak about their like moments with Mahārāja. And this other sannyasi was speaking about how that he was in Radhakund and he met Mahārāja, and Mahārāja was giving class. And then he spoke for like 3 hours in Radhakund. And then later on, some years later, he again met him in Vrindavan, and Mahārāja was giving a class. And then in 2016, again, he met Mahārāja, and all these devotees were going to Mahārāja's classes. And that, I think, must have been in Vrindavan. And he was saying, and this is what other Vaishnavas were saying, was that Mahārāja's Vaishnavata, his quality of being a Vaishnava was so evident. And he felt that Vaishnavata in Mahārāja was attracting all these people, because Mahārāja was just a simple Vaishnava, but so many people were coming to hear from him. So one other story that I liked very much was by Paramadwaiti Mahārāja, who used to be Prahlad Prabhu, who was the servant of Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosvāmī Mahārāja for many years. And he said a really beautiful thing as well. He said that on the day Mahārāja was leaving, when we were all in Faridabad, and he said that his Guru Mahārāja had, at that time, his Guru Mahārāja, no, that's right. He was saying that he went on some work for his Guru Mahārāja. Something, because by that, yes, he went on some work for his Guru Mahārāja. And of course, Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Mahārāja, I believe, left before Srila Bharathi Mahārāja. And so what happened was that he came to see Srila Bharathi Mahārāja. He met Madhava Prabhu, and they spent a little time, and then they were about to leave. And then Mahārāja's health went down. And in that moment, they went into Mahārāja's room and spent some time with him, and then Mahārāja departed. So he felt that was him as a representative of his Guru Mahārāja, Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Mahārāja, going into the room and being present with Srila Bharathi Mahārāja as a representative of his Gurudev. And he was feeling just like Haridas Thakur was leaving at a certain time. But he, yeah?
So sorry, is it possible you can pick that microphone up and put it to your mouth?
Okay.
It's
like that.
That's better.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
Anyway, I'm going to finish now. But anyway, he was saying that just like Haridas Thakur, when he was leaving, he chose the time. So he said the same thing, that he said that he felt that Srila Bharathi Mahārāja chose his time. He brought all the devotees together, and even with Prabhuji who came there, Prahlad Prabhu, who came there, he felt that, yes, this is all arrangement by my Guru Mahārāja, that I can be there at this last moment to honor Srila Bharathi Mahārāja. So, yeah, so there were lots of little stories like that from all the different devotees that really contributed to getting a bigger picture and, yeah, a little insight into everyone's world with their connection with Srila Bharathi Mahārāja. Okay, so I'll stop here, and thank you so much for the opportunity. And Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhakti Gosvāmī Mahārāja, Sri Guru Varga, Sri Bhakti Vinod Thakur, and of course, actually different mutts are celebrating different things on different days. Here, we're celebrating Srila Bharathi Mahārāja, his disappearance, Sri Haridas Thakur, and Bhakti Vinod Thakur, and other mutts they're doing tomorrow. So we're having a festival also tomorrow. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Mahārāja, you, one of us in Sringadas in Florida, you had a personal pastime with Srila Bhakti Mahārāja that Adi Govinda Prabhu recounted to me. Can you please share this one?
You'll have to recount it to me.
I don't remember. Adi Govinda was telling me some personal interaction with Srila Bhakti Mahārāja, was showing how he was paying attention to every devotee in the mutt because he noticed that someone was distressed that no one else noticed and told
Oh,
you.
yes. Yeah, I don't want to go over my time. There's so many other speakers, but yeah, that's right. So I have to get permission to give. I think I better stop because there's other speakers, isn't it? But yes, that's right. Mahārāja did. There was one person that was in distress, and Mahārāja said about this person to me, and somehow or other were able to communicate to that person and that devotee, and it changed turned their life around. That's right. Yeah, Mahārāja knew, like all these great Vaishnavas, exactly what's going on with everybody. Yes, that was often my mistake, not understanding that they know everything and can see everything. And Mahārāja is definitely like that. So yes, thank you for reminding me.
Dandavat Pranam Mahārāja. Thank you so much for that beautiful offering and sharing so much of Mahārāja's Vaishnavata and his deep connection with the bigger Vaishnava community. I wish we could hear more from you. But due to time, we're going to move now from Sri Navadvip Dham to Sri Vrindavan Dham, to our beautiful Kirtanyas, some of my favorite, Shriman Kishoriman Prabhuji and Shrimati Sudevi Didi. Hare Krishna. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam. Hare Krishna, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Because we have a program coming up at 5 o'clock and we have to prepare for that, we only have enough, we don't really have enough.
We have enough for one person.
There. So
he'll make his offering on behalf of both of us.
Okay. Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namah Ajnanatimiraandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yatkripa Tamaham Bande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam. So today we are observing here in Vrindavan 3 amazing transcendental holy days, very powerful and special days. For us, the most prominent is the one that is closest to us, whom we have received so much transcendental knowledge and instruction and affection from, and that is Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Today we are observing his Tirobhav Mahotsava anniversary, or Disappearance Day festival. And also today we are observing the Disappearance Festival of Srila Haridas Thakur, the intimate associate of Sriman Mahaprabhu, Nam Acharya Haridas Thakur, and also the appearance anniversary of Srila Satchidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur, our everything. So for us, it is the supremely power-packed holy day. So we feel very fortunate that we're able to remember some of their glories. So from the beginning, I'm just thanking you for inviting us to be able to recall and share some of the interactions and glories of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. So with Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, we had only ever heard about him. We didn't know him, but when after our Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Mahārāja disappeared from this world, from our vision actually, when we went to Faridabad, they said, oh, Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja is going to be giving class. Do you want to go see him? And we said, sure. So we went to go see him. And who was there? It was all of the persons, almost all of them. I would say 90% of those who were intimately serving our Srila Gurudev in the last days of his manifest presence in this world were sitting in front of, at the feet of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. And also all of those persons whom we had put a lot of trust in over the years, seeing their consistency on the path of devotion. And so that was quite eye-opening for us. And Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Gosvāmī Mahārāja was so, they told us that he was so grave, that he would not speak with anyone, that he just comes out, tells some tattva siddhanta. Someone told us that he's not Rasik like our Gurudev, that he will just tell Bhagavatam and then turn around and go back to his room. But we never experienced that with him. What we experienced with Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Gosvāmī Mahārāja was almost exactly opposite to that. He was very personable. He was very affectionate. He was param rasik, extremely rasik. And all of those beautiful rasik and deep esoteric subject matters that our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj would discuss, Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Goswami Maharaj also would discuss them. And he would tell them from just his, I would say, from just a slightly different angle of vision, as if two persons were looking at the same interaction. And so one is saying, oh my God, did you see how beautiful that was? And what, yes, and what about this and that? So Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Maharaj was explaining some of the same subject matters in just a slightly different angle, in such a way that we would have a more enhanced and full vision of what they were seeing. And so it was quite beautiful. Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Goswami Maharaj explained that sometimes when describing leelas or pastimes of Krishna, the words of different pure Vaishnavas might be a little bit different. One might add something here or there. Tattva Siddhanta is solid. It is strong foundation. He said, but in the pastimes, sometimes there's a difference. He said that is because the pure Vaishnavas who are Tattva Darshi, always seeing and witnessing the sweet pastimes of Krishna and experiencing those, they may tap, I'm just going to paraphrase, they may connect with any pastime of Krishna anywhere that it is going on in any universe, on any earth planet. And so, although we know that the pastimes have very similar manifestations, you could say. In Vrindavan, we have Govardhan Leela. How Govardhan comes to Vrindavan? Some kalpas, it is Pulastya Rishi. Some kalpas, it is Hanuman. And so, how Srimati Radhika manifests, sometimes it's in Raval, sometimes from the womb of Kirtidas, sometimes in Vrishabhanukund. He said, so the pure Vaishnavas, they will witness in different places and see and receive that and share that. And so Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Goswami Maharaj was an amazing reconciler. And this is the specific, I don't want to say peculiarity, but it is this specific nature of those who are tattva-darshis, is that they can see things from so many different perspectives and reconcile very refined points. For example, Shamanani Didi, she would tell how Srila Bhakti began, how our Srila Prabhupada was instructing her to paint all of the paintings. And he instructed her to put peacock feathers on Sri Narasingha Dev and on Varaha Dev, on Matsya. In the paintings, you see Matsya avatar, the fish incarnation, with a helmet and a peacock feather. And then no one ever thinks about it, like he's a fish swimming underwater with a helmet and a peacock feather. In Kurma avatar with a helmet and a peacock feather. And so Srila Prabhupada had instructed her to paint all of these paintings of all of the avatars with peacock feathers. But in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, it directly states that only Krishna of Vrindavan has a peacock feather. So how do you reconcile something like this? And our Gurudev also was saying, absolutely only Krishna in Vrindavan, not even Dwarkadish Krishna. So here's her Diksha Guru saying one thing, giving one instruction, her Shiksha Guru saying another thing, giving another instruction, and they seem conflicting or contradictory. And now that the Diksha Guru and Shiksha Guru have both physically departed one's vision, what do you do? How do you reconcile? You go to a Tattva-darshi who understands all of these intricate points. And so she went to Srila Bhakti Bhārātī Goswami Maharaj, who explained that our Srila Prabhupada wanted to establish Keshava Dritta Meena Sharira, Keshava Dritta Kurma Sharira, Keshava Dritta Shukara Rupa, Keshava Dritta, Vamana Rupa, Keshava Dritta, Narahari Rupa, that it is Krishna himself, Keshava, who is manifesting these pastimes so that people would not misunderstand and think that there are so many different gods. But actually there's one supreme absolute truth, and that is Krishna, who is manifesting in all of these Leela avatars or pastime forms. So he was manifesting or instructing in such a way. So this is the importance of taking instruction from any pure Vaishnava who is a Tattvadarshi and knower and seer of the truth, because they can understand and reconcile all of these points. Beside the fact, as Sri Sutta Goswami is glorifying Shukadeva Goswami, Tang Sarva Bhuta Hridayam Munimanatosmi, that I see that my Gurudev is situated within the heart of every living entity, not even just within the heart of every living entity, within every particle of creation. So he sees it like that. That means that Sri Guru is, in essence, according to Shastra, Tri Kala Gya, all-knowing, or he knows all three phases of time, past, present, and future. So they're able to enter into the deeper understandings, the deeper inner hearts, thought processes of all previous Guru Vargas, like Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur would do. And he would say, this personality was thinking this, and this one was thinking this, and therefore they spoke in this way. So Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja had this amazing capacity to also reconcile very, very difficult subject matters. And he was so fixed in his understandings, sometimes someone would try to say something negative or against him, and it didn't even touch him. He actually made a comment such like, if there's a massive elephant eating grass and one of those miniature Orison cows comes to eat grass, he doesn't even take notice. In other words, there are some great, great generals on the path of devotion, and Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja is one of those. And so many small little Orison cows might come and start, try to make anything, but it doesn't even affect them. They don't even notice. His conviction in the lotus feet of his Gurudev, and not only his Gurudev, but all of his Guru Varga, was exemplary. We've seen his book, My Beloved Masters. And one thing that is so impressive about him, it's not just one thing, but one of the amazing traits of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Goswāmī Mahārāja is how many of these Vaishnavas he personally served, had a personal relationship with, and had affection for. And we see this among so many stalwart Vaishnavas, their nature of serving other Vaishnavas and how they've received all of their mercy. And so he had such an amazing relationship with so many that he was able to reveal these beautiful glorifications of so many of these stalwart disciples of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. And this particular trait, Vaishnava Seva, I feel was one of his greatest gifts. His own example of service to the Vaishnavas. He showed it every single day. After every class, even during class, he was thanking everyone who would come. That I'm indebted to each and every one of you. Now my body is old. I cannot do any other services that I used to do. The only thing that I can do now is to speak Harikatha. And if there was no one to listen, I wouldn't even be able to do that. So the fact that you have come to listen, you're engaging me in service to Krishna. So I'm indebted to each and every one of you. And he would be so genuinely humble and thankful to all of those Vaishnavas. And he would even apologize, because of my age, because of my bodily condition, I have to sit on a chair. So I'm sorry that I'm sitting above you. So soft, so gentle, so humble. But he was taking it almost like, I have to do this because of that, but really you are all, like our Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada would say to all of his disciples, Dasosmi, that I am your servant. Or like you are all my gurus. Even our Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj said, I always keep myself surrounded by so many who can check me. Otherwise, what would become of me? So this kind of humility we see in the pure Vaishnavas, and it was exemplary from Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, how he would, even in manifesting his sickness pastimes, he would be in such a state that he couldn't even get out of bed. He would be lying on his back under a mosquito net, and still he needed to distribute prasadam to the devotees. He needed to. In other words, he felt that it is my service to serve the Vaishnavas. And so he'd be lying there with his hand outside the mosquito net. The devotees would put the prasadam in his hand, and one devotee at a time would come and he would put the prasadam, or they would take it from his hand. And one thing that was quite striking, literally striking, about when he would give prasadam is that when he would give it to us, he would put it hard in the hand and he would stare you in the eyes. He would also look at everyone in the audience, like he was always looking at everyone, making sure. But he would put the prasadam very heavy in our hands and look us in the eye. And Shyamarani Didi, she asked him, like, what are you doing? Why are you doing it like that? What is your intention? He said, I'm trying to give bhakti. And this is the nature of the pure Vaishnava. Seeing our suffering, pitiful condition in this material world, they cannot help themselves. Their nature is that they are paradukha dukhi. In other words, they feel extreme difficulty, even you can say a kind of suffering, seeing the suffering of the jivas of this world. We've seen how Vasudev Datta and Prahlad Maharaj, they prayed that all of the sins of everyone in the world may come unto them so that everyone else can be free and become liberated. So they feel this. How can they not? They are the embodiments of the compassion and mercy of Krishna. If you can take that mercy and compassion and condense it into a container, that is Sri Guru. And Sri Guru manifests as the form of the compassion and mercy of Krishna. So how can they not feel for our suffering condition? That is their function. And therefore they do whatever they can. Like our Param Gurudev's Pranam Mantra, Atimartya Charitraya Swashritan Chapaline, Jiva Dukhe Sadartaya Shri Nama Prema Dayane, seeing the suffering, pitiful condition of the Badha Jivas in this world. The pure devotees desire to give that best thing. So giving Harinam, giving Bhakti, awakening Bhakti in the hearts of all jivas. And so Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja was one of these kind of stalwart, compassionate personalities. One thing, he was very, I want to just jump back. He didn't start initiating until he was almost 90 years old. These days, we don't see it like that. We see that so many rush to initiate and initiate as many as possible, as quickly as possible, and collect so many disciples. Someone just posted today from Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, who was saying that this kind of activity with the intention to just make so many disciples and increase their discipleship, so to speak, without seeing their qualification, he said, this is improper behavior. I just saw that quote today. So our Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Goswami Maharaj, he didn't want to accept this position as Guru, although his own Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj, requested him initially. And he was feeling, he actually expressed that, I don't feel that I have that qualification because I myself am not yet tasting the fruits of praying. What is the qualification for being Guru? He said, when that Lata, Bhakti Lata, has firmly wrapped itself around the lotus feet of Krishna and is manifesting so many fruits of praying that one person themselves cannot take it all. So they have so many to distribute. So that is the qualification for Guru. And he said about himself, I'm not qualified to do such a thing. So then his Guru Maharaj then requested his wonderful godbrother, his Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Goswami Maharaj's godbrother, Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Maharaj, to accept the role or the position of Acharya within his temples, within his mutt. And our Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja served him and that mutt for all of his years, up until a certain point. He still continued to do so, but there were some very strong, irreconcilable differences after Srila Bhakti Vallabha Tirtha Maharaj could no longer directly communicate. And so due to so many things, and also aparad, or mood of lack of affection toward those persons who had taken shelter at the lotus feet of Śrīla Maharaj, Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj, then he consented and began to accept some disciples. Luckily, for those who were able to come to him, he only had a very short amount of time when he started, from the time he started initiating to that point before he departed from the vision of those in this world. But he gave everything he could. And one very, very striking quality of Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj is that his gurutva was such. Gurutva means his solidity, his heaviness. When he would come into the room and sit down, it was like the entire world would sit with him. Boom. It was heavy. You didn't feel any lagutva with him. There was nothing light about him. Although there was affection, there was kindness, and there was so much giving, but he himself was saturated with tattva, siddhanta, and Krishna bhakti rasa. So heavily saturated with that. You could feel it. And when he would speak, what he spoke would also go in and sit heavy in one's heart. And I remember every time leaving his class thinking, wow, that went in and it sat here. Usually when I would listen to anyone, it might go in here and out this way. When Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj would speak, it would go in and sit. And I could go after that class and write down almost verbatim what he had spoken, because he was speaking in such a beautiful and powerful, dignified way with all reference to Shastra. And so Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj gave us so many beautiful teachings and instructions. And for me, Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj made it such that he increased my faith in the lotus feet of my Gurudev, because what he was speaking and what my Gurudev were speaking, there was no difference. Maybe any speciality, but no difference.
Someone else's
Yes.
time.
So there was no difference.
Don't slow down,
And so
Prabhu.
he
I give you my
increased my faith in the lotus feet of my Gurudev. And this is what our Param Gurudev has expressed for me and for all, is the real qualification for Shiksha Guru. And so Shiksha Guru increases one's faith in their Diksha Guru. So I just wanted to offer my Danda Pranam in the lotus feet of Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj, whose Tirobhav Mahamahotsava anniversary we are observing today, and pray to him that may even a drop of his Nishta in the lotus feet of his Gurudev and his Guru Varga and Bhakti Vinodhara, may even a drop of that and his conviction in Guru Sadhu Shastra and Sri Harinam Prabhu, maybe even a drop of that manifest in not only my heart, but in all of our hearts. Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj Ki Jai.
Thank you both so much for joining us today on a beautiful glorification. Just sorry that we couldn't hear from you for much longer. Maybe next year we can. This is getting longer each time, which is wonderful. Thank you both so much for joining us today.
No. Actually, please, Srimati Kishori Mohan Prabhu, Srimati Sudevi Didi, please you take my time, because I want to hear from you.
Actually,
Srimati Kishori Mohan.
you know what? Narsinga sending you so much affection. Thank you for giving us that. But we have our regular scheduled program that we have to prepare for. So next time, but thank you so much. And it's so nice to see you here in all Vaishnavas.
Okay, Prabhu, Nishinga Prabhu, please offer your Pushpanjali to Śrīla Maharaj. Thank you. Dandavat Pranam.
Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshul Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Guruve Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namah Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Iti Namane Shri Krishna Lila Katane Sudaksham Adaurya Madhurya Gunaschayuktam Varam Varanyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Twam Shridashanamami Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Kata Kripa Shri Murtaye Shri Mate Gaur Govinda Gosvāmī Niti Namane Shri Krishna Chaitanya Kripai Kavita Yamariyada Rakshakti Vaishnavanam Kripavalam Madhava Prishta Kami Shri Bhakti Dam Bharatim Ashrayamam Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Mate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Acharya Simharupane Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyana Kesha Iti Namane Shri Rupa Shri Sanatana Bhattaraguna Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasaraguna Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Barebacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Is sound okay? I'm using my phone. I apologize. Okay. It's an amazing day today. It's so hard on these types of days. There's two things to look at. One is you want to glorify the principle of Guru, but also because we have personal relationship with personalities like Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja, then we want to be able to tell a little bit about how they individually touched us. What is our interaction? Because it's also Srila Haridas Thakur's Tira Bhav, I just want to touch on this poem by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. He says, "He who reasons ill that say the Vaishnavas ever die, when thou art living still and sound, the Vaishnavas die to live and living try to spread the holy name around." So he wrote this back in the late 1800s, and he wrote it for Srila Haridas Thakur. But this is applicable to all our Vaishnavacharyas, that we should understand that they are never gone from us. So even though the physical proximity is not there, actually, Kishore Mohan Prabhu, he, in one of the very early darshans, maybe the first darshan, I remember him asking Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja that how can we understand relationship, that we come to a personality who seems to be very inspiring, but they don't seem to externally have very much connection or relationship with our own Gurudev. So how is there that connection? And I'm probably going to butcher this story, but if he's here, he can give some correction. But Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja quoted some verse, I think, from Padma Puran, that relationship is not based upon physical proximity, but about connection by heart, tadatmic relationship. So our Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja, he was such a unique personality because he had no sense whatsoever of any form of pratishta. And so he was always completely overflowing with just a giving and loving mood, like a mother to all. And this mood allowed him to be completely detached, but just give. I remember a personal interaction where devotees came. This was my first time meeting him, like almost privately. My first meeting with him, he completely ignored me because he had such a rooted mood on Vaishnava etiquette that when I came with Sripad Bhagavad Maharaj, he didn't want to see that a sannyasi is bringing his son. So he completely ignored me. Even though I paid obeisance, touched his feet, he just walked by, didn't interact with me at all. But then I had a darshan with a group of devotees headed by Srimati Shamrani Didi, and she was introducing many new people. Now, these two boys, his disciple Yashoda Jivan Prabhu and Achyuta Krishna Prabhu, they're staying with me. So it comes full circle. I feel like Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja really taking a proactive position in my life. But at this time, it was my first time meeting them and my first time having a meeting with him. And in this darshan, Srila Bhakti Maharaj was very firm, very grave. How Kishore Mahaprabhu was saying he always had a heaviness. He was saying that I waited 11 years for my Guru Maharaj to initiate me. So why you're so eager for initiation? You come here just for some quick thing? And then in the class, maybe that day or the next day, he was saying it's very fashionable to give initiation so quickly. But the power of that initiation is simply like blowing air into the ear. No potency is there. So he was being very heavy on this. And then later that week, he initiated all of those sincere souls after setting this example. So we should understand from Srila Param Gurudev Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Gosvāmī Mahārāja that the barometer of a Vaishnava, with 26 Vaishnava qualities is there, but the barometer, what is the Vaishnavat, the hallmark quality of the Vaishnava is Krishnaika Sharana. This is one-pointed exclusive devotion to Krishna. So Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, he exemplified this, had it in spades. So our Param Gurudev would write a little further in this article that if one sees one Vaishnava and thinks that they're not as poetic as Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, and one sees another Vaishnava and thinks, oh, they're not as grave as this other Vaishnava, then we're not truly seeing the Vaishnava. So poetry, gravity, compassion, magnanimity, these qualities, they are material qualities if we're ascribing them to someone. The Vaishnava has all 26 qualities, and they manifest under this umbrella quality, Krishnaika Sharana. So Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, even though he appeared so heavy many different times, even though he appeared with such gravity many different times, he also had all other Vaishnava qualities completely in fullness to the maximum. There's one interaction he had. Achyuta Krishna Prabhu was very shy to come on, so I'm telling his little story. He was telling me how when he was serving with Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, one time it was raining very heavily. And so as most devotees who have gone to meet with Srila Bhāratī Maharaj have found, oftentimes he's more serious. But with Achyuta Krishna Prabhu, that time Achyuta Krishna Brahmachari, then he was spending so many nice interactions, little personal exchanges. And so he had this one interaction where with the heavy, heavy rain, Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, he turns to Achyuta and he says, so, what do you think? Is it raining cats or dogs? And laughing a little bit like this. And so heavy, heavy rain, and then he's making jokes. Another time, because Achyuta Krishna Prabhu had to administer the injection for diabetes, then Srila Bhāratī Maharaj would tease that, oh, if you don't cause me pain, then I'll give you a treat, like sweet. And so like this, he had this affectionate interchange that many people maybe did not see or hear about. Yet also he was always looking out. Didn't matter where you were. You didn't have to be right next to him as a sevak. One of his disciples here in the USA, at the time he was serving our deities in Alachua, and he had the middle of the night, he had a dream that it looked like reality. And Srila Bhāratī Maharaj was in the kitchen washing dishes. And he comes, Guru Maharaj, why are you washing dishes? It's my service. What are you doing? In the middle of the night. And Srila Bhāratī Maharaj stops and he looks at him, very stern, and he says, oh, you should know that when you wash Thakurji's dishes, you should be very, very studious and meticulous, that not even one speck of dirt remains on the plate. And then gone from the dream, and he wakes up like in a panic. Whoa. And so he runs downstairs to Thakurji's kitchen and he inspects the evening washing, and he finds that one of Thakurji's plates he hadn't fully cleaned. And he's thinking, wow, Guru Maharaj is paying close attention like that to me. And I have many other interactions. I've talked to different devotees, how Srila Bhāratī Maharaj very actively coming in people's dreams. He was very much attentive to each individual devotee's needs. Like Sri Tapasvi Maharaj didn't really get to share a little bit, hint of this pastime, that he had interaction with Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, and Srila Bhāratī Maharaj had come to him that one devotee was very disturbed, they should check on this person. And then, forgive if I'm not remembering correctly, but that Sri Tapasvi Maharaj, he had run into this devotee and saw that now they were packing up to leave. they were very disturbed and realizing that, oh, this person needs to be saved. How did Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja, the only person to know? Everyone's there in the mutt, but the only person to know is Sri Tapasi Mahārāja from Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja. Thank you. So this is the quality of the Vaishnava, that he's external manifestation of Paramatma. He knows what is in the hearts of all the different Vaishnavas, and he's always very attentively helping guide them so that they can become bound in affection, bound in love to Sri Guru and Sri Krishna. And so because Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja was such an astoundingly, affectionate personality, that just like our Srila Gurudev, one of the exemplary qualities is that many, many different Vaishnavas from many, many different gurus and sanghas would come to him. In the same way, Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja is identical. That many, many Vaishnavas from many different sanghas would come to him, and they would imbibe his mood and become closer in attachment to their own Gurudev. Like Sriman Kishore Mohan Prabhu was saying earlier, that Shiksha Guru is one who brings you closer to your Diksha Guru. And this is those qualities. The Shiksha Guru must be in your line and mood, senior to you. And the third quality there is Snigdha. They must have affection for you. So amazingly, somehow or other, personalities, we can interact with so many Vaishnavas and we can find one or two of those qualities, but to find all three is very difficult. But somehow, because Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja was so overwhelmed and overflowing with compassion to all Vaishnavas, then he had affection for everyone. And so in all circumstances, any Vaishnava felt very safe and comfortable. Even Vaishnavas that I've talked to who said they didn't feel the connection like they felt with Srila Gurudev or Srila Prabhupada, they still said, but he's very senior. I can see his qualities, even though I didn't feel the connection. So he was just such a raw representation of what is Guru, what is Vaishnava. And so we're very fortunate that we can come together on the Tirubhav. This is a special day because now we can look back at the Vaishnav's life and understand all the great things they accomplished, how he built all the mutts of his Guru Maharaj, how he encouraged so many different Vaishnavas for more than half a century. Sripad Bhagavad Maharaj knows him from the 70s. Sripad Achyutananda Prabhu knows him from the 70s. So all these Prabhupada disciples who know him from that many years ago, and still they respected him from that time in the beginning all the way through. They never lost any sense of affection or respect for him because he was always the same, always consistent, always serving Sri Hari Guru and the Vaishnavas. So I'm praying that a drop of this mood can come to my heart by offering some little pushpanjali to him today. So Vanshakalpa Tribhyasha Kripa Sindhu Vadevacha Vididhanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Dhanavad. Thank you so much for the opportunity to serve Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja today.
Thank you so much, Narasimha Prabhu, for that beautiful Puspanjali and so many pastimes as well. So now we're moving back to the UK to Shriman Ananga Mohan Prabhu and Shrimati Yamuna Didi. Hare Krishna.
Dhanavad Pranams. Thank you for inviting us. Very happy to be here in the Assembly of the Vaishnavas. And thank you, Charya Chandrika Didi, for arranging the programs and coordinating with the other devotees. So I'd like to offer my obeisances unto my spiritual master, Nitya Varsha Mushtapada Siddharashri Bhaktivedanta Naya Goswami Maharaj, to the lotus feet of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bham Goswami Maharaj, to Sripad Bhaktivedanta Bhan Maharaj, and to Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Goswami Maharaj, and to all our acharyas in the Rupanagar Guru Varga. So yes, it's a very special day today, and many days like this have been coming, and especially during this period of Chaturmasya, many more days will come, and so many great acharyas will be celebrated and remembered. It's a wonderful time for intensive bhajan and sadhan, and a very nice opportunity that we can get together to glorify Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Goswami Maharaj. My interaction with him personally was very limited, but from those very few moments, like it is said in our Shastra, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hoy. So this good fortune, whatever devotion, bhakti that is present here today in front of you has been accumulation of the association of many such moments of many great Vaishnavas like this, from Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Bhāma Gosvāmī Mahārāja, Bhaktivedanta Puri Gosvāmī Mahārāja, Bhaktivedanta Tirtha Gosvāmī Mahārāja, and all of their wonderful association. However small it was very intensive, like Gurudev used to describe, like an injection. So having this one moment's darshan, and it does seem like that, because in the relative span of time, it is like a flash in the pan, as they say. So it was just a moment's association, and leaving such good impressions, heavy impressions, and impressions of a person who is very serious in what they're doing. And so it reminded me of one verse that is in the Bhagavad Gita that Krishna tells to Arjuna when he asks, what are the qualities of a person who is such absorbed in transcendence? And this verse is in chapter 2, text 54, when Arjuna asks, Arjuna Vacha, Stita Pragyana Sakabhasha Samadhi Tasya Keshava Stitadhi Kim Pravate Kim Asita Rajet Kim. And the translation is, Arjuna said, what are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak? And what is his language? How does he sit? And how does he walk? And with the permission of the devotees, I'd just like to read the short translation from Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Swami Mahārāja's purport of that verse. It's quite relevant and expands on this question. So, as there are symptoms for each and every man in terms of his particular situation, similarly, one who is Krishna conscious has particular nature, talking, walking, thinking, feeling, etc. As a rich man has his symptoms by which he is known as a rich man, as a diseased man has his symptoms by which he is known as diseased. Or as a learned man has symptoms, as a man in transcendental consciousness of Krishna has specific symptoms in various dealings. One can know his specific symptoms from the Bhagavad Gita. Most important is how the man is Krishna consciousness and how he speaks, for which speech is the most important quality of any person. It is said that a fool is undiscovered as long as he does not speak, and certainly a well-dressed fool cannot be identified unless he speaks. But as soon as he speaks, he reveals himself at once. The immediate symptoms of a Krishna conscious man is that he speaks only of Krishna and of matters relating to him. Other symptoms then automatically follow, which Sri Bhagavan, Shri Krishna, he carries on to describe in the following verses. So this is a verse that came to my mind when I think of Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja. And it describes somebody who is, as all the previous speakers have been saying, of a person who is very grave, very heavy. Kishore Mohan pointed this out, and Nishingadev Prabhu, he just spoke, he also elaborated on his qualities of somebody who is very grave, very serious, but always speaking about Krishna, always thinking about Krishna. And this is a wonderful quality of a devotee. And of course, he has all the qualities, all the 26 qualities of a devotee. And I remember often when I think of Bhāratī Mahārāja that he also had his wonderful sevaks with him. And those sevaks such as Madhav Priya Prabhu, Krishna Priya Prabhu, Krishna Kripa Prabhu, and now Siddhanti Mahārāja, who were serving him so wholeheartedly in those later years. And also Sanjay Prabhu, not to forget Tapasvi Mahārāja, also Nimi Mahārāja, Shrubandi Mahārāja, Shamarani Didi, Kishore Mohan and Sudevi, also very closely associated with him. And their good fortune is that they were able to do that. So these devotees who are special, they are his associates. and to just reminding me of one quality, that when Bhāratī Mahārāja spoke in Hindi, and the audience or Bengali, but the audience, the English-speaking audience, wouldn't understand. So he engaged Madhapriya Prabhu to translate what he had spoken. And I was always impressed with Madhapriya's eloquent and almost word-to-word translation of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja's speech. And in such fluent expression, he used to reveal what Bhāratī Mahārāja had just spoken. So I'm always inspired by those devotees who served him. And I pray that they will continue to inspire me like that by their own example. And we know how we can remember those devotees. And I remember when we tried to see Bhāratī Mahārāja once at Gopinath Bhavan, myself and Jumana Didi went in the afternoon. I think it was time that he was having his rest. But Tapasvi Maharaj, whom we hadn't seen for some time, at least since before his sannyas, he came out of the room and it seemed like some glowing effulgence was coming from him. He stood on the steps a little bit higher than us, and he looked like one ray of potency of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja, the very shining effulgent sannyasi coming out of this dark enclave of Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja's room. I remember this vision of him, and we paid our obeisances to him and acknowledged the mercy that Maharaj had given to him and awarding him sannyas. And we're always very fortunate to have his association and his memories of all the sadhus that he has served himself personally. And I remember one story he was telling us of how Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja, when they were trying to serve him, and at night when they were putting him to sleep, they would massage his feet for many hours at one time to just try to warm up his feet. He was saying, he quoted his feet as being very cold. His circulation was poor, and so he was looking for an electric blanket for Maharaj, whether that would help him, but just to help him and serve him any way that he could. So this memory sticks in my mind. And just remembering also yesterday, Srila Bhaktivedanta Gosvāmī Mahārāja was glorifying Mahārāja in a very wonderful and eloquent way to describe his life as a very strict upbringing in a Brahmana family, who's very staunch in the rules and regulations of Brahminical culture, and how he was how he accepted everybody after to accommodate to their background, their culture, and their upbringing, to embrace them or take them on in Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's family and guide them. And Srila Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj, describing Maharaj as an associate of Srimati Radhika. And this is a wonderful realization to have, that somebody is an eternal associate of Srimati Radhika is not an ordinary thing. We're very enlivened by that, hearing those glories. He has many good qualifications. He served his Guru Maharaj for so many years. And Maharaji was remembering that when he remembered that time, it seemed like it was just a moment in meeting. But now that Bhakti Deita Madhava Goswami Maharaj was no longer present, physically present in his life, that he felt it was separation, like a millennium separation, and time was going so slowly. And this is the feelings and sentiments of the gopis when they're with Krishna. It seems like just a moment, yet they're with him for many, many nights of Brahma. And yet when they're separated from him, it seems like many kalpas have passed that they have not seen him. And even we know this in tattva, but in realization, this can be very different. So our Guru Nishtha, our Guru Bhakti, is really how much separation we feel from our Gurudev, and how we process that, how we engage in service with that mood separation. And this is, of course, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the mood of Srimati Radhika, experiencing the separation from Krishna. Where Bhāratī, again, Bhaktivedanta Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja's contributions were vast in terms of the literature he wrote. He translated the Chaitanya Charitamrita into Hindi, and this hadn't been done before. This was a great contribution to the service of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Srila Bhaktivedanta Mahārāja was also describing yesterday how his name is also very sweet and meaningful. He described that the word Bhāratī was the first syllable. Bha meaning prakash, meaning manifestation, and Rati meaning deep affection and attachment to Srimati Radhika. So Bhāratī meaning one who manifests that deep attachment to Srimati Radhika. And he elaborated by saying that this was what Srila Bhaktivedanta Bhāratī Maharaj was doing. He was giving this deep attachment to Srimati Radhika to all of his followers. And that is not, that is such an amazing and wonderful gift that he's giving us selflessly, unconditionally. So all it requires is our greed and our pointedness to Sri Guru and Gauranga, that we may be able to get these gifts that Sri Guru is giving us. So Maharaj was also saying how Bhāratī Maharaj, he gave his association after Gurudev left, Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj left, his manifest pastime. He helped and support the devotees that were left behind. And he also helped to establish the Murti of Srila Gurudev at Sri Govardhan Gaudiya Math in Govardhan, and was remembering him in this way. So I'd like to offer my unlimited Dhamma pranams to him on this very auspicious day. He's eternally present with us. Although having entered Nitya Lila, he's still connected with us in the heart and the spirits and the instructions that he left behind. So we never think that a Vaishnava has left us, and Gurudev reminds us of this. He was always saying, never think that I am far away from you, I am closer to you than the air that you breathe. And we've experienced this in our practice, and continue to pray for the blessings of the Vaishnavas that we may carry on to serve their mission in some small way. And thank you very much for allowing us to speak. Vanchakalpatribhyascha kripasindhubhyacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavabhyo namo namah. So Jamuna, did you speak something?
Om Jnana-timirandasya Gyananjana-shalakaya Chakshurmilitamina Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavabhyo namo namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Sri Gaura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. First of all, I would like to offer my most humble obeisances to all of my divine masters, Diksha and Shiksha Guru, headed by Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Gosvāmī Maharaj, and to all of my Shiksha Guru, headed by Srila Bhaktivedanta Vana Gosvāmī Maharaj, as well as Srila Bhaktivedanta Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Bharat Gosvāmī Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Govindana Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Gosvāmī Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Rakshakshida Gosvāmī Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Gosvāmī Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, as well as to all our Rupa Nuga Guru Varga, to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, and especially to all the senior Vaishnavas that are on this Zoom program today. And I would just say a little word to Chandrika before I continue. Chandrika Didi, first of all, to thank her so much to have invited us to be part of this beautiful program, even though that I have no qualification to be here whatsoever, but I can feel the blessings of her Guru Maharaj, of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj, through her kind invitation. And as I know that she has some extra time after me that was maybe not completely planned. So if any of you on this platform here wants to say a few words of glorification, don't hesitate to contact her and to have this space, as I was planned to have only 15 minutes, but now I have kind of double this time. And maybe there are other devotees are much more qualified than myself and who would like to say a few words. Please come forward and arrange this with Chandrika Didi. So first, yes, okay. So I would like to say, first of all, that I had the opportunity to meet Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, as my husband has mentioned earlier. During these days, when many devotees were going to listen to the beautiful Harikatha of Srila Maharaj, we were engaged in our own service, traveling with Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj. But one year it happens that we were there in Vrindavan, a little bit before Kartik time, and then we had the opportunity to have this very extraordinary darshan of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, to hear his Harikatha and to receive his blessing. And it was a very extraordinary experience. And even though that we didn't have, or that I didn't have so much personal interaction with Srila Maharaj, but I have often witnessed in my spiritual life that there is different ways of having the darshan and the association of those personalities, because of course they are eternal and they just disappear from our external vision. But their mercy is completely there, and especially the recipient of their mercy is very prominent in the heart of their disciples. And in this way, I felt that I received so much of the mercy of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja as well, through my association with Chandrika Didi, who invited me to say a few words, and also through the association of Pujapa Srila Bhaktivedanta Tapasvi Maharaj, who have been showering always very profuse blessings upon my life over the years, and who received such close association of Srila Maharaj. And I have also been blessed by him in the way that through his association I received those very two beautiful books, Vishuddha Chaitanya Vani and My Beloved Masters. So what I would like to share with you, like Srila Bhaktivedanta Maharaj often says, that in the same way that to glorify the Ganges, we cannot until we offer the water of the Ganges to the Ganges. So if you allow me, I will share with you some quotes of Srila Maharaj that seem very significant to me, and in this way to share his beautiful Vani. So Srila Maharaj has manifested this very beautiful book, My Beloved Masters, with this very intention that was very prominent in his life, that we have heard from many of the Vaishnava who have been speaking about his glory, that the glorification of the Vaishnava is most essential for the progress of the devotees. And I remember my experience when I first went to Braj Mandal, and when I saw this parikram party with all those powerful Vaishnava with their saffron dress so effulgent. And in my heart, I really felt like this impression, oh, this is the Prema army of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So for me, it is very like conducive, this mood of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja and his presentation of all those Vaishnava as the general in the Prema army of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So in this book, Srila Maharaj has been quoting by saying, it is the duty of an army commander to lead his troops to victory. That's why we say Jai every single day when we quote the names of all those powerful generals in the Prem army. So the commander to lead his troop to victory in defeating the enemy, thereby protecting and expanding his king's empire. Shri Nityananda Prabhu, the foremost commander of Sriman Mahaprabhu's army, was so eager to serve the Lord's order that without selfish interest and at the risk of his own life, he delivered his master's message to even the most sinful person. And we have seen this in the life example of all the beautiful Acharya and in the life example of Srila Maharaj as well. An army commander peacefully tolerates all hardships for the protection of their country. They perform their duties despite any hostile condition they may encounter. In the same manner, the army of Srimad Mahaprabhu accepts all sorts of difficulty in order to fulfill his command to guard the realm of Bhakti from the attack of envious opponents. Now the question arises, said Maharaj, how can we possibly serve these beloved, incomparable commanders of our Prabhu in perpetuity once they conceal their pastime in this world and enter into the Lord's eternal pastime? This is a very important question, isn't it? So the answer is that at such time they are served by repeatedly hearing, reciting, and remembering the conceptual legacy they practice and preach. That's why days such as today are so powerful, and we can really feel the mercy of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja through this opportunity of hearing from all those very qualified Vaishnavas with such a beautiful mood in their heart. We can feel how they carry this mood of Maharaj that Maharaj has described sometimes himself. The legacy of such an acharya is this concept. It is pure love, and there can never be any shortage of it. So there can be no conflict and no contradiction. His follower, the genuine follower of such an acharya, they can never fight over this because it is unlimited, completely pure. So it is available unlimitedly. And this power we can feel through days such as these with such beautiful glorification. So Srila Maharaj then quoted verses. Vaishnavera gunagan koroya jiveratran suniyachi sadhu guru mukhe, which means singing the glories of the Vaishnava causes the conditioned soul's deliverance. This I have heard from the mouth of Sadhu and Sri Guru. Remembering Vaishnava is our prosperity, and forgetting them causes calamity. How powerful such potent words. And this is another speciality of all of our Guru Acharya. Even a single line of what they say is so potent, such a powerful potency is there. So Srila Maharaj then remembered how when Srila Jagannath Das Babaji understood that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur was such a qualified astrologer that he asked him to establish this Navadvip Panjika, this calendar by which we can always remember the appearance and disappearance day of those very powerful generals in the Prem army of Mahaprabhu. And this tradition comes from there, that whatever is on the Vaishnava calendar in terms of events related to our practice, but our previous Acharya, they always put those events as less prominent or give a priority, so to say, to the glorification of the Vaishnava, because our first connection in spiritual life and the way to receive this mercy of the Supreme Lord is through the mercy of his servitor. And then he made an interesting point, because he said that although that the Vaishnava Acharya that are glorified in such a publication may have different approaches, because they have different personality and different realization, but we should be very careful, because if a person compares the various acharyas' conduct without obtaining the necessary qualification, it only proves he has not learned the first thing about the transcendental nature of the Vaishnava. So it is very important, therefore, that we should avoid trying to compare and try to make judgments about one quote of the Shastra that says something, or even what one Acharya says, and the conduct of another Vaishnava. If we try to judge from that point of view, like it has been said, if somebody is a Sarvadarshi, yes, somebody who has a transcendental vision, he will understand that in each and every heart and each and every servitor of this Prem army have different missions that are very specific. So we can't take the speciality of one Vaishnava to compare the other Vaishnava or in any way. And I found that this was an inspiring quote. And he made another interesting point. He said that although a few of my beloved master, the incomparable commanders of Srila Prabhupada's army, acted on stage, the majority sat from behind the curtain. And this is a very important point.
Thank you so much.
One who really performs sadhu sangha will be blessed with the ability to comprehend the proper method by which to honor such Vaishnava and thereby recognize and appreciate their tremendous contribution. He said, otherwise, the devotee will fail at any attempt to reconciliation, and his condition will be like that of a young child who, upon watching a television program, sees only the actors, yes, that are on the screen, but of course he will not be interested by all this long list at the end. That's the credit of all those who have been producer, director, and all those personality who has been so important. So in this way, Mahārāja is explaining that all those different points of understanding are very important to us in our spiritual life. And then Srila Mahārāja, in his other beautiful publication, Vishuddha Chaitanya Vani, in one of the presentation, he explains what is the process to obtain the moisturized objective of the soul. Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Gosvāmī has written in his Chaitanya Charitamrita, Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan Tirena Smaran Oya Vigya Vinasan Anyase Hoya Nijavanchita Puran. By remembering Sri Guru, Vaishnava and Bhagavan, all difficulty are completely destroyed and one's ultimate desire is easily fulfilled. This is how powerful it is. In this verse, the word Smaran means to remember, but the conception of Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, is Kirtana Prabhave Smarana Hoibe. True Smaran only comes through the effect of Kirtan, and this Kirtan should always be performed with a mood of surrender, following in the footsteps of Sri Guru, Vaishnava and Bhagavan. Vigna Vinasan means that all obstacles on the path of bhakti are completely destroyed. And Nija Vanchita refers to the moisturized objective of the soul, Krishna Prem. So earlier in his other presentation, my beloved master, Srila Mahārāja also made a point, and he said about this comparison between different acharya and their speciality. He was saying that he was giving one of those points, and it's like if someone is an expert cook, and even if he mixes the different spices so nicely, but if the amount of salt is not right, the ultimate result will not be that good. So he was saying in the same way, even these different acharya, they may have different speciality, but what we should really be focusing on is their surrender. This is the main quality, the degree of surrender and loyalty to their spiritual master. And if we take this point of consideration, then it will help us to have the right appreciation without having any doubt in their own speciality. Our Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Gosvāmī Mahārāja, was using this term sometimes. He was saying, between the teachings of Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and my teachings, they are exactly the same teachings. It's the same wine in a different bottle, because each of those acharya, they have their own speciality and personality. But what matters the most is that the tattva is completely in line with the Guru Parampara. And we have seen this so much in such a prominent acharya like Srila Bhakti, Vijñāna, Bhāratī, Gosvāmī Mahārāja. And then I would like to quote another passage of Srila Mahārāja's very powerful teaching. Chandrika Didi, are we okay with the time? Is anybody who want to speak after me?
Nobody's come forward.
Okay.
I was thinking to pluck up the courage to offer some Pushpanjali for Srila Mahārāja at 20 past till 2:30.
You would like to speak, isn't it?
Just for 10 minutes. I don't know.
Oh, yes. So I will conclude on my time, and then you will have the time to offer your Pushpanjali. Yes?
Okay. You can stretch it out.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption, but just needed to sort out some technical aspects. So Mahārāja said something very beautiful about Krishna's mercy is dependent on Sneha Mahi Seva. So what does it mean, Sneha Mahi Seva? He was describing how so many people, they come to me and they say, Mahārāja, please give me your mercy, give me your blessings, so that you may attain Shuddha Bhakti, pure devotional service, and ultimately attain Prem for Sri Bhagavan. But truly speaking, was Mahārāja saying, mercy and blessing are not things for which one ought to ask. Moreover, Sri Guru, Vaishnava and Bhagavan will not bestow their mercy simply because we ask for it. Although through external vision, it is seen at times that Sri Guru and the Vaishnava extend their blessing and best wishes to others, through sweet words or by keeping their hands on their head. Such acts are not to be understood as true blessings. He's very honest about it. He's very truthful. True blessings and mercy appear on their own form from the very heart of Sri Guru, Vaishnava and Bhagavan, even without being requested. Although such blessings may not have been expressed externally through words or action, many devotees have quoted as well that sometimes approaching Srila Mahārāja, he may not have said anything, he may not externally have acknowledged them in any way, but or may even ignore them, but his blessing was truly there, like he says here. Although such blessing may not have been expressed externally through words or action, the effect and the fruit of such true blessings can be directly seen either immediately or in due course of time. And like Nrsimha Prabhu was quoting those devotees who have come to Srila Mahārāja to receive initiation, and Mahārāja was first kind of discouraging to take initiation, and he was saying, and now they live with me and they have taken up this path of bhakti very beautifully, and so this mercy is over time unfolding. So the desire to bestow mercy and blessing does not appear in the heart of Sri Guru, Vaishnava and Bhagavan without reason. The manifestation of such things is solely dependent on whether or not one has performed what? Sneha Mahi Seva, which means a service imbued with loving affection. For this reason alone, Srimad Mahaprabhu has said, Sneha Seva Pekshamatra Shri Krishna Kripara Sneha Vasa Hoya Kore Svatantra Achat. Shri Krishna's mercy is dependent only on service performed with the utmost love and affection. Because he is obliged only by affection, he acts independently. And the manifestation of Shri Krishna's mercy does not depend on caste, familial lineage, or any other material qualification, but it definitively depends on the loving and affectionate service performed by the seeker of mercy. And so many examples have been given as well of all those close servants of Srila Mahārāja who have been serving him with so much love and affection and dedication. And those same servants have also been serving our Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Gosvāmī Mahārāja, with this same care, love, and affection. So even though Shri Krishna is supremely independent, he becomes controlled by his devotees, Sneha Yukta Seva, service imbued with love and affection. And in order to fulfill their desire, he engaged himself in performing pastimes, all the while maintaining his complete independence. And then the conclusion of this quotes and teachings of Srila Mahārāja said, the true meaning of loving, affectionate service to Shri Krishna is to engage in his service according to his direct advice, moods, and innermost desire. No one else can know this subject matter better than his Anukula Shakti. And who is Anukula Shakti? Srimati Radhika, Jai Jai Shri Radhe. We celebrated her glories just a few days ago. She is the embodiment of pure love for Krishna, always absorbed in the mood of serving him, and she is thus the topmost amongst all sadhu. So that's why it is so important to learn how to serve under Anugatya. because we can only know how to serve from those who are themselves already completely realized in this process of serving in the highest realm. Through their mercy, and because they are Sarvadarshi, they will also know for each of us what is the exact instruction that will be beneficial to us. If we take general teachings and we try to apply it, that is not a process of Shri Guru. That's why it is so important to have Diksha and Shiksha Guru, to have proper guidance. And to conclude, I would like to remember that my memory is that when it was the disappearance day of Srila Namacharya, Sri Haridas Thakur, and that I knew of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Maharaj situation, I had this like pinch in my heart. I was like, oh, it is Srila Namacharya Haridas Thakur disappearance today. And I was thinking, oh no, maybe Maharaj will choose to leave today. And then just a few hours later, I got this news that this is what happened. So it's quite a very, when those acharya, they disappear, they always manifest something with a very profound message. And then I would just like to conclude with this point about Srila Haridas Thakur, saying that what is the benediction of hearing his pastime, meaning the pastime of the disappearance of Srila Haridas Thakur. And like we have heard the disappearance pastime of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Eita koilu haridesara vichai jahade shravane Krishna drida bhakti hoy chaitanyera bhakta vatsalya fiyate jani bhaktavansha purna koilo nyashi shiromani sheshakole dilature darshana sparshana Tare kore kori hoila apana nartana apane shrihaste kripoya tore baludina apana prasade magi mahotsava koile Maha Bhagavata Haridasa Parama Vidvana He Sobhagya Lagi Age Korila Prayan. I have thus described the festival of Sri Haridas Thakur's victory. By hearing it, one attains unflinching devotion to the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. Through this pastime, one can understand Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's affection for his devotees, Bhakta Vatsalya. Because although it's the crown jewel of all sannyas, he fulfilled the desires of his devotee. In accordance with Sri Haridas Thakur's wish, the Lord blessed him at this stage of his life with his darshan and touch. When Srila Haridas Thakur departed, the Lord took his body in his arm and danced. With his own lotus hand, the Lord mercifully covered Haridas' body with sand, and he personally begged for prasad for the festival to honor his passing. So without any doubt, the Lord himself have welcomed Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Maharaj. And I would like to pray today for these blessings, that we may always be inspired to receive the mercy of the Vaishnava by developing the greed to learn how to serve in the proper way, to be under their guidance, and in this way, to be always the recipient of their mercy, to always be able to call out to the prema army of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasadi Sigura Bhakta Vrinda, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramu, Ramu Ramu, Hare Hare. Any difficulty, any trouble in our life, just call out for the prema army of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to your spiritual master and through all of them, and they will really, I have no doubt that they will shower prophets, blessings upon us. Please forgive me for for my shortcomings and unqualification to say anything in glorification of Srila Maharaj, but unlimited gratitude from my heart for giving me this opportunity, and praying for your mercy and blessings, that I may always be engaged in this way. Always remember those very powerful general in the prema army of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja ki jai. Namacharya Shri Thakur ki jai. Gora Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Ki jai. Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Thank you so much, Community, and Ananda Mahaprabhu. Always after hearing you, my heart feels always filled up, always feels filled up, and I always feel very blessed to sort of have so many wonderful reminders as well of all the things I always forget. Thank you so much. So at this time, it seems as if Sri Mahārāja has arranged for me to try and offer some Pushpanjali to him, because no one's come forward despite my efforts to try and fill the space. So I will try to, with his blessings and the blessings of the Vaishnavas, try and offer something from my cold heart. So, Om Jnana Timrandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Mritanjena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So on this glorious day of Srila Mahārāja's disappearance day, I was very fortunate to receive Harinam from him via Skype. I was very unfortunate not to have darshan of him personally, but extremely fortunate to have to be given Harinam from him. And I was hearing one of my god sisters from China yesterday, and she was telling the story that that basically she was pushed into, she was pushed, and she could feel that it was from Mahārāja. She was pushed, please take Harinam, please take Harinam, and she said she wasn't ready or anything. And it reminded me of the story, which some of you may have heard before, so please forgive me for briefly telling it again. On the day of taking initiation, I was not wanting to take initiation at all. I got upset about something, and I was like, okay, I'm not going now. That's it. How can I take initiation? How can I possibly, go before him and take initiation in this mood I'm in? I was saying this while I was putting my sari on and getting ready, which was quite strange. But I was, I was really, I was not in a good way at all. And I can see now, which I couldn't see then. I was thinking about it today. I can see now that I cannot comprehend his glories at all. But I can see now that he obviously saw past all of that. This little girl having a tantrum, basically, and he showed me, without a shadow of a doubt, in those very few brief moments, the love and affection, and that Tapashi Mahārāja actually said at the time, please always remember, that the Mahārāja loves you, that he has much love and affection for you. And at the time, I couldn't comprehend that. And but I feel that this weekend, being able to hear from all the Vaishnavas, that this is Mahārāja's way of helping me to realize, that he is always with us. Like Jamunaji was just saying, that they're always present, and I felt that very much this weekend. It's helped me very much. So I'm extremely grateful to all the Vaishnavas who have come and spoken this weekend so far. So I just wanted to touch on just one of Srila Mahārāja's wondrous glories, which is in the teaching of teaching us how to glorify the Vaishnavas. And my Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Gosvāmī Mahārāja, he's always saying, he teaches us that the glories of the Vaishnavas and the glories of Guru, are non-different. The Guru and Vaishnavas are non-different, so we are always to glorify both. So Srila Mahārāja's one of his specialities was to teach us to always remember on the appearance and disappearance days, you know, the exalted Vaishnavas. And through his, I felt like it was through his own special conduct in this way, you know, through his Vani and through his own, you know, personal actions, that he's shown us this exemplary Vaishnava behavior and etiquette by serving his Guru Maharaj so amazingly, by building temples, by leading the Navadvip Dham Parikrama, the Vrindavan Dham Parikrama, by preaching all over India, and serving and looking after so many of Srila Bhakti Gosvāmī Maharaj's godbrothers in so many ways, which we read about in My Beloved Masters. So I just I felt like, because he did this, in his many younger years, it was almost as if, the My Beloved Masters was sort of like, he knew he was going to be sort of like doing that when he was, when he got older, to be able to teach all of us, the importance of remembering them. And it's not just like, not just remembering them, but reading about them and learning about their behavior, their savors, their their characters, and like Jamulaji was saying, that their Guru Nishta. So by not just remembering them because, oh, I've got to do that because otherwise, like Guru Maharaj says, it's an offense not to remember them. That's it's an offense not to remember them, but it's more that we should want to glorify them, because and read about them, and worship them in that way, so that it helps us, and it's an extremely I'm not a humble person at all in any way, for anybody who knows me, but it is a humbling thing when you start reading about their services, and you think, my gosh, it's so beautiful to have that desire to be able to want to reach that goal, to be able to have that 100% absolute Guru Nishta, and to be able to want to forever and always serve in these ways, to Guru and Vaishnavas. And there's this lovely verse. I've lost it now. Yes. Oh, no, I have lost it now. I took my finger out of the page. It's the one. It's the one that basically says. Oh, sorry, I just do. One minute, I just. Okay, sorry about that. It's the verse that where Lord Shiva Prabhu speaks to Durga and says, to glorify Lord Vishnu is wondrous, but to glorify the Vaishnavas, is much more stronger, something like that, much more powerful. So this is a very, very powerful teaching for us, to always glorify the Vaishnavas. So I don't know how to glorify Maharaj, because I didn't have a huge amount of association with him at all. So I thought what I would do is, if it's okay with everybody, is to maybe read his short biography in the back of My Beloved Masters. So I thought it'd be nice to sort of just read about his life in this way. If that's okay with everybody. So about Sri Srimad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Sri Srimad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja made his divine appearance in this world in a Bharadwaj Gotra Chakravarti Brahman family on the auspicious day of Shayana Ekadashi, 21st of July 1926, in the Sita Ramapura village of Bankura, West Bengal. The disciples of Sri Srimad Bhakti Vichāryāyava Gosvāmī Mahārāja, who resided in Sri Shramananda Gaudiya Math, Medinapur, often visited his childhood home during their regular collection of alms. Encouraged by these devotees, Srila Mahārāja regularly visited the mat for darshan of Sri Guru Gauranga Sri Sri Radha Swamasundar Dui and to hear discourses on Srimad Bhagavatam. It was there that he met Sri Srimad Bhakti Dvaita Madhava Gosvāmī Mahārāja, one of the foremost disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, during one of Srila Madhava Gosvāmī Mahārāja's many visits to Sri Shramananda Gaudiya Math. After developing a close, affectionate relationship with Srila Madhava Gosvāmī Mahārāja over the course of many years, Srila Mahārāja left his home in 1955 and fully surrendering to the service of Sri Hari, Guru and Vaishnavas, came to reside at the newly established Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math in Kolkata. That very same year, Srila Mahārāja was awarded Harinam and Diksha on Shayana Kadashi, the same day as his birthday, and was given the name Srila Narottam Das. During his residence in the Math, Srila Narottam Prabhu was given the opportunity to intimately serve many godbrothers of his Guru Mahārāja. As a result of this service, he received their affection and profuse blessings to realize the deep truths of Gaudiya Vaishnava Siddhanta. This is what Jamuniji Ji was just sharing with us, that many devotees they will go and ask for blessings, and and the Vaishnavas and Guru may give, but it is through the service that the true blessings are received. Seeing Srila Narottam Prabhu's unyielding dedication to the service of Sri Guru, Vaishnavas and Bhagavan, Srila Madhava Gosvāmī Mahārāja awarded him entry into the renounced order of life, Sannyas, in 1969, at which time he gave him the name Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Having profound confidence in Srila Mahārāja's abilities, Srila Madhava Gosvāmī Mahārāja entrusted him with many important tasks, such as managing the Mats, Brajamandal and Navadip Dham parikramas, escorting pilgrims to North and South India, arranging for pradarshini's exhibitions at various places, preaching throughout many parts of India, and overseeing the construction of most of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math's branches. Appointed him the Assistant Secretary of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math and awarded him the title Seva Vigraha, so the embodiment of Seva himself, along with a certificate that described him as Analasya, never lazy, and Sada Satarka, always alert. After the disappearance of his Paramaradra Yatma, Guru Mahārāja from the vision of this world, Srila Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja untiringly served in Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math as a secretary for approximately 25 years. Srila Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja is renowned among the Saraswat Gaudiya Vaishnava community for his contribution to the Sampradayika Seva of translating from Bengali to Hindi Srila Vrindavan Das Thakur's Sri Chaitanya Bhagavat with the commentary of Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, as well as Sri Krishnas Kaviraj Goswami's Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita with the commentaries of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Srila Prabhupada. Through the example of his flawless conduct, Srila Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja has taught all those who have been blessed with his association that non-sectarianism and glorifying and serving the Vaishnavas are the greatest assets for those who wish to advance in spiritual life, and that serving and glorifying the Vaishnavas is more important than serving and glorifying the Supreme Lord Krishna himself. That's the verse I was trying to remember. He is especially known for his encyclopedic knowledge of Gaudiya Math history and his firm faith in Vaishnava Seva. Being a well-respected and stalwart Vaishnava, his instructions and guidance are sought by not only ordinary practitioners of Bhakti Yoga, but also senior Vaishnavas. And then it goes on to say this part was obviously written when Srila Mahārāja was still in the world. Even at such an advanced age, Srila Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja continues to travel and preach for Srila Chaitanya Vāni, the supremely pure teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, without any concern or complaint regarding hardship, physical or otherwise. Out of his endless compassion, Śrīla Mahārāja blesses all sincere practitioners who seek his association by imprinting upon their hearts the impressions of associating with a genuine sadhu. So that's very beautiful. So yes, I'll leave that there. And I can see now that Nemi Mahārāja is with us, so I will conclude if that's okay. Thank you again for hearing this rascal of a person trying to glorify Mahārāja, and I pray on this day his lotus feet, not for blessings, but for the gift of being able to serve Guru and Vaishnavas in a way that will please him and please them. Thank you so much for hearing. And so we very much welcome now Shripad Nemi Mahārāja. If he would please come and join us and offer his Pushpanjali to Śrīla Mahārāja. Thank you so much, Mahārāja.
Hare Krishna.
Dandavat pranam.
Namah Vishnupadaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane. Namah Om Vishnupadaya, Radhikaya Priyatmane, Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayaniti Namane. Namah Om Vishnupadaya, Gaura Prasthaya Bhutale, Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Bhāratī Namane. Gyantimirandhasya Gyananjana Shlakaya Chaksuran Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchaka Patirabhyascha Kripasindhabhyayevacha Putitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Of my humble obeisances and lotus feet, my beloved Diksha Guru, Nichilit Bhavishti Shishima Bhaktivedanta Swami Mahārāja Śrīla Prabhupada. Lotus feet of my beloved Shikshan Sannyas Guru, Rupanugavara Shishima Bhaktivedanta Narayana Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Lotus feet of my beloved Shiksha Guru, Shri Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Mahārāja. Offer obeisances the lotus feet of all our Guru Varga and all devotees present. Hare Krishna. So today's disappearance day of Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Mahārāja. Very, very dear Vaishnava. He kind of stood in after our Gurudev left. He was our support at that time, and he gathered many devotees who would otherwise have been without shelter. So I'm so grateful to have his association. I was thinking this morning, we were singing Shri Shri Guravashtakam, and I was just following through on the verses and how they applied to Śrīla Mahārāja. How when our good fortune becomes very, very, very thick, like we just offered some fruit with very thick double cream. And you couldn't even pour it, you just had to dollop it. So yeah, Krishna dolloped blessings and mercy on us by giving us association. Of Śrīla Mahārāja. So fortunate after Gurudev had left. And then the next verse is describing how the spiritual master is dancing in the kirtan of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Well, we didn't see Śrīla Mahārāja dancing. We were in Pune and he used to walk around the block, and he would take a rest like once or twice. He had a folding aluminium armchair for him. And he was relating how one day he emptied a room of, I think there must be 50 kilo sacks of rice, just by himself. And after he'd finished telling the story, he said, so now I'm walking with a stick. But he related how his beloved Guru Mahārāja, Śrīla Bhakti Madhav Gosvāmī Mahārāja, they were at the temple of Adikeshava in Mathura. And Śrīla Madhav Gosvāmī Mahārāja, I don't know what kirtan or bhajan he was singing, but everybody was crying. And Śrīla Bhāratī Mahārāja said he didn't usually dance in kirtan, but at that time he couldn't stop himself. He was just dancing. Shivigrahara and Halanityanana. So he's, I didn't, yeah, he, especially when we were in Chandigarh, he took part in when we were offering like deep for Anukut and worshipping, must have been Śrīla Saraswati. Oh, worshipping his Guru Mahārāja also, because his Guru Mahārāja is, I can't remember, appearance or disappearance. It's on the Ekadashi during Kartik. So that was a great festive occasion. So he was engaging us. He was, they had this huge, huge plate of ghee wicks. And I mean, it was dangerous. One after another, we were offering. He offered first. I mean, it was just colossal. And there were big ghee wicks as well. I mean, it's hot. In Chaturvidha Bhagavat Prasad. So he's offering prasad to the Lord. And then he's very satisfied when the devotees take prasad. And this is a very favorite pastime of Śrīla Mahārāja. I remember, like, time to time when there'd be big feasts and so many people would come to, for example, Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. And he'd be sitting there in his chair just watching the devotees serving out prasad and watching all the bhaktas taking prasadam. It was a source of great satisfaction for him. He loved that. After Mangalarti, we'd all troop over to his room and he'd have some sweeties to give out. He loved giving out prasad, actually. He loved it. He didn't have a big room there. We were all crammed in. And he would hand out prasad and give some harikatha, beautiful harikatha also. And I remember when he was in Delhi, somehow or other, after, where did he go to? I don't remember the name, Gurgaon, or somewhere in a district in Delhi. So after he left Mayapur suddenly, one year, and he was feeling poorly, he was lying down, covered with blankets, and he was just handing out bananas to the devotees in that condition. And yeah, after Harikatha also, he was giving out prasad. And when we were in Pune at the time, I was somewhere or other, staying in the same flat as Śrīla Mahārāja. And we would take evening prasad, and then every evening he would ask Narottam Prabhu, so how many chapatis did Nemi Mahārāja take this evening? Shri Radhika Madhavaya Varpara. He was quite circumspect in his glorification of Radha and Krishna. He wasn't open like our Gurudev so much. But I heard actually, he came to Govardhan once. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. But he came to Govardhan once and he gave Harikatha to the Govardhan temple. And it was very Rasik. I heard that he would give like Rasik Harikatha more with Srila Gurudev's disciples than with any other audiences. He was very, very close to Srila Gurudev. He said, we are bandhu. And he was explaining Bandha. It's like somebody who's close to you in life and death and debt, even if you're accused of some criminal offense. Anyway, very close. The first time I met him, I was staying in Calcutta Temple. And at that time, he was giving Harikatha in English for the, how did I first meet him? Yeah, after Srila Gurudev passed away in 2010, then the next Kartik, I realized, so Srila Gurudev had emphasized so much that we have to associate with elevated devotees, Vaishnava, pure devotees. So after he passed away, I thought, okay, well, with whom am I going to associate? So I asked around, and I found there was, on one occasion, Srila Gurudev, he said, I think that, I was told, I think that Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja, he's qualified to be Acharya. And then another time, he was giving Harikatha to his devotees, and Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja came. And Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja gave Harikatha and then left. And Srila Gurudev said, he is like me. Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja is like me. You can hear from him. I never heard that Srila Gurudev actually recommended that we associate with it. I'm not saying he didn't say that, but I didn't hear that he recommended that we associate with anyone else. So having heard that, that was in Kartik, then I resolved that, okay, then I'll go next Gaur Purnima. So feeling a little adventurous, drawing a bow at adventure, I went to Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, which, I mean, I'd never had any contact with that month, with that group. And I just went uninvited, just turned up when it was before Gaur Purnima, when Srila Mahārāja was there. So I was there for about maybe 10 days, I think, before Gaur Purnima. Basically, he ignored me. Not completely, but he gave me no special attention at all, none. And then I just, why this came up. So he used to give Harikatha in the mornings. And I had some kind of recorder. And on one afternoon, he'd been asked to speak about Madhurya Ras. So he was kind of eyeing this recorder. And I could understand, later I could understand that actually he wanted me to turn the recorder off, and then he would have given some more nectar. But after that, when he went to Mayapur, so on one occasion he was sitting with a devotee, he stopped ignoring me. So on one occasion, he was sitting and giving Harikatha to a very small group of devotees. And he started talking about Srila Raghunath Gosvāmī. Oh, okay. Because Srila Gurudev had said that we're trying to be Rupanuga, means following Srila Rupa Gosvāmī. And so the ideal person to follow is Srila Raghunath Gosvāmī, because Raghunath Gosvāmī is the ideal Rupanuga. And then he mentioned Vilap Kusmanjali. So Vilap Kusmanjali, actually Srila Gurudev said that you can't really advance in Rag Bhakti unless you hear Vilap Kusmanjali from a qualified devotee, Vaishnava. So it's an important book. And there's 3 verses, particularly, I won't go into details here, but there's 3 verses in particular from Sri Vilap Kusmanjali. Srila Gurudev said that these are the articles of Sakhi Bhav. These are the ideal embodiment of the essence of the mood of the Manjaris. So Srila Mahārāja, who started talking about Vilap Kusmanjali, I was kind of impressed. So then, can you adjust the garland? So then he said, what melody does Krishna play on the flute? Only Radha's name. So time to time, he was so much emphasizing Srimati Radhika. Like, you see. Yeah, talking about the verse, Anyabilash Dashunyam, Jnana Karmadya Navritam. So he said, great, that's nice. So he said, Anukulyena means following Srimati Radhika. Radha is the ultimate anukul, the favorable, that we have to perform service to Krishna to please him, but with a favorable mood. Like the wrestlers in the wrestling arena in Mathura, they were pleasing Krishna by their wrestling, but it wasn't a favorable mood. They didn't want to please Krishna. They didn't want to enliven him. They wanted to kill him. So that's not considered to be Uttam Bhakti. Whereas Shri Yashoda Devi, chastising Krishna or putting him down, he's sucking her breast, and she puts him down to attend to the milk that's boiling over. And Krishna gets mad at her. So he's not pleased at all. But the mood is favorable. It's all for his service. So he described Anupul as Srimati Radhika. And then in the pastime where Krishna hides in the bushes during the springtime rasa dance and the gopis are coming, so he assumes the form of Narayan. Because everyone knows that if you get darshan of Narayan, then he'll give you whatever you want. So the gopis came, gopis and general gopis, the gopis apart from Srimati Radhika's group, they came and they say, oh, it's Narayan. Narayan, do you know where Krishna is? That's all they wanted. They just wanted to know where Krishna is. Then Srimati Radhika came, and just when the transcendental aroma of her transcendental form entered the nostrils of Krishna, he couldn't maintain that 4 arms, and 2 arms went into his body. So it's Paitagam. So we offer obeisances to Paitagam. That will take away the mood of awe and reverence towards Krishna. So Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja said that only those who are following Srimati Radhika could see Krishna. Only those who are following Srimati Radhika could be in that mood. And then the verse, Tunde Tundavani Rating Vitanute Tundavali Labdaye. It's a little long pastime. Lalita tells Srimati Radhika that don't chant Krishna's name. It's making you thin. It's affecting your health. I mean, these are all rasic conversations. We can't take them at face value. We have to see the moods below. Then Srimati Radhika said, no, I can't follow that instruction, because when I chant the holy name, I want millions of pounds. When I hear the holy name, I want millions of ears. And when the holy name, when Krishna's name enters the courtyard of my heart, all my senses become inert. I lose consciousness of everything else. I don't know, no jane. I don't know how much nectar there is in those 2 syllables, Krishna. And then she just fainted. She just went into internal consciousness. Lalit couldn't revive her. Krishna was attracted by her absorption, by her chanting of his name. Krishna, I don't know how much nectar there is in those 2 syllables, Krishna. And he asked Lalita what had happened. Lalita recited that verse that Srimati Radhika recited. So Rupa Gosvāmī, he manifested that verse in praise of the holy name. Everyone said, oh, we've never heard such glorification of the holy name. So Śrīla Mahārāja, he said the first person this verse comes from, Srimati Radhika herself. I'd never heard anybody else say that. Didn't hear that from my Gurudev. So then Krishna is like, Radhe, nothing. And he's like touching her Radhe, Radhe, trying to revive her. She said, oh, there's so much, so much absorption just in my name. Oh. And he said, I don't know how much nectar there is in those two syllables, Krishna. And then at Gaur Purnima time, Srila Maharaj said, so that's why Krishna came as Lord Chaitanya, to taste the nectar in those, in the holy, one of the reasons why he came. Nikunjayuno Ratikeli Site. I don't recall Srila Maharaj talking about Manjari Bhav. I'm not saying he didn't, but I don't recall particularly. It's very, very confidential. And I mean, in his mat, they're very circumspect. I know that Srila Bhakti Vallabhtirtha Gosvāmī Mahārāja, he revealed his Manjari service to some of his particular disciples, but I don't recall Srila Bhakti Maharaj talking about that. Sakshad Haritvena Samastu Shastra. So he's directly the form of Krishna, or directly the form of Krishna's mercy. And we saw in Harikatha, he lived for Harikatha actually at the end when, we came late. We came late. But when he spoke Harikatha, it changed. He was quite soft-spoken. And then when he spoke Harikatha, it flowed through him. He became like Harikatha. And his servant, he was constantly like, he wasn't chastising his servants, but he wasn't really complaining either. But he'd say, well, okay, now I've got to stop. The police are telling me to stop now. But he said, my eyes don't work so well now. My ears don't. Old age has attacked my ears. Old age has attacked my tongue. I can't taste anymore. I can't digest anymore. But I can still speak. His life, I'm not saying it was his full life mission, but at the end, his mission was to translate Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita from Bengali into Hindi. And he finished that. I don't know what year that was. Actually, that was the year that he left Gaudamandal. He left Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya in a very serious huff and went to Delhi. I heard that nobody mentioned that he was leaving. He just, he drove off in a car. They all drove off in the car. We'd come to hear Harikatha, and then Maharaj just left before Harikatha. So we didn't know what was happening. And he didn't know what was happening either. So they were driving past one building. He said, oh, we're not going there. They drove past another building. Oh, we're not going there. Finally, they arrived at the airport. He said, oh, we're flying. So they flew to Delhi. He was staying in a wealthy devotee's house there, like very, very nice house. We used to visit every day and we give Harikatha. So at that time, he had just completed all the time, and they gave him the first copy of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's beautiful. On the one hand, on the other hand, devotees knew that there wasn't really anything specific holding him in this world anymore once he'd finished that. Previously, he was building, he was the okay. Sakshad Haritvena Samastu Shastra. Yasya Prasada, Bhagavat Prasada. So this idea, this conception that we make advancement in Krishna consciousness by serving pure devotees. And he was the emblem of that. His Guru Mahārāja emphasized Vaishnava Seva above everything else, practically speaking. And he followed in that tradition. They're all in the muck. They all love to serve Vaishnavas. And he particularly loved that song, Shuddha Bhakata Charanarenam, that the Shuddha Bhakata Charanarenam Bhajanaya Anukula. Thakur Bhakti Vinod is describing the things that are favorable for bhakti. So this is the last but one song in that section in Sharanagati that the dust from the lotus feet of the pure devotee, this is very favorable for bhakti. So he's explaining that how this dust in the lotus feet, it means moods. How do we get the moods? How do we get the mercy? So he explained that sometimes people come to pure devotees and they say, oh, give me your mercy, give me your mercy. And he said, even the pure devotee may say yes, yes, yes. But he said, it doesn't work like that. It comes through seva. And when we're serving the pure devotee, then automatically pure devotee's heart melts and naturally mercy flows to us. So this is the goal. One time at the end of Kartik, somebody asked him, so, what do we do now? We're going back home. What do we do? Is Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam. But you can't do that without Vaishnava Seva. It will not be successful. So he's emphasizing so much. And his interactions with his Guru Mahārāja, he was such a faithful servant of his Guru Mahārāja. He himself told, like, he came from a very, very elevated Brahminical family. Such intense emphasis on purity. They said even when he was taking prasad, he would hold the plate in his left hand with kusha grass, so that when he took his first mouthful, then the next time his hand touched the plate, it would contaminate him unless he was holding that kind of, the kusha grass was a kind of insulation against truth. And there was no question of taking prasad that hadn't been cooked by a brahmana. He couldn't take prasad with the other devotees like that. And his Guru Mahārāja just gradually weaned him off these very, very high principles, which are actually holding him back from full association with the devotees. And one of his Guru Mahārāja sang Kabe Gauravani. So in that song, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur was saying, when will I accept the remnants from Chandalas, or from outcasts, anyway, I don't know Chandalas, from outcasts in Gaudamandal. And Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja understood that. His Guru Mahārāja was singing that for him. So they had a program at the house of somebody who was making oil. Now, according to strict Brahminical principles, you can't even step on the land belonging to somebody who makes oil. Oh, there were two separate. So he went to the program, and somewhere, maybe in that program, I don't know, in front of his Guru Mahārāja, he took some of the prasad, which had been cooked by I don't know who, and he ate the prasad in front of his Guru Mahārāja, so this Guru Mahārāja could see. His Guru Mahārāja himself once, Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja related how his Guru Mahārāja, he used to watch the devotees taking prasad at the time of parikrama. So as Srila Madhava Mahārāja was watching, and then he walked down the line. There's one particular devotee, and he said, "Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied?" So the devotee said, "I'm not complaining." He said, No, but are you satisfied?" So the devotee said, "Actually, I'm not Bengali. Most of these devotees here, they're Bengali and they like eating rice. But I come from another family. We're mostly eating roti at the time of prasad." So Srila Madhava Mahārāja gave the instruction to the cook that every day you should cook so many chapatis for this devotee. It was very sensitive and very, responsive. I'll just relate that beautiful pastime that Srila Madhava Mahārāja received a letter. He was just going to Vrindavan, and he received a letter from his godbrother in Vrindavan saying, "I need some medicine for my eyes, and that medicine is only available in Calcutta, so please bring some with you." But Param Pujya Madhava Mahārāja, he was just ready to leave. So he sent Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja to get that medicine. It was fairly early in the morning. He arrived at the shop and the man was, doing his puja. He wouldn't sell anything before he'd done his puja. He was really taking his time to do the puja. Finally, Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja got the medicine. There was no time to go back to the monk. He was going to have to meet his Guru Maharaj at the train. And there was 5, okay. Got it. He was late, actually. It was really a kind of cliffhanger. So he didn't take a rickshaw. He took a taxi, which was like very extravagant. And he arrived at the station just as the train was leaving. So he threw off his wooden sandals and he belted up the platform barefoot. And his Guru Maharaj just hanging out of the coach, waiting for him. The Indian trains, they start pretty slowly and there's all sorts of people, getting in and like that. So his Guru Maharaj was holding onto the bar and he was hanging out of the carriage, and Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja, and he put the medicine in his Guru Maharaj's hand. His Guru Maharaj laughing, said, "Oh, this is a good opportunity to serve the devotees." Such a mood there. He told another, when Srila Madhava Maharaj was amazing. I mean, he could collect funds. So he almost single-handedly, when the house of Thakur Bhaktivinoda in Puri came up for sale, almost single-handedly, he collected the funds to buy it. So then when they had the opening, he made very lavish prasad. He spent a lot of money on the prasad. And one of his godbrothers kind of commented. He said, "Why are you spending so much money on prasad? If you had saved on the prasad, you could have made 2 more rooms for devotees to stay." And Srila Madhava Maharaj said, I don't know when there'll be such an opportunity to serve the devotees. Because, for that festival, all the godbrothers came. I think my Guru Maharaj was also there. They all came. I don't know if Bhagavat Maharaj came with Srila Prabhupada. He said, Prabhupada had some pretty rough dealings with the godbrothers. And actually, he had some pretty rough dealings with Srila Madhava Maharaj as well, because he irritated Srila Madhava Maharaj. But when he got to the meeting, he was crying. He said, "Oh, these are all my godbrothers." He was just crying in love. And Bhagavat Maharaj also went. He was Bhagavat Das Brahmachari that time. And he spoke. And Madhava Maharaj was so impressed with the way that he spoke that afterwards he went to the ISKCON temple at Calcutta. And he said, "Where is Swamiji's room?" So they showed him the Swamiji's room. Parampuchapad Madhava Maharaj, he offered full dandavats on the floor to Srila Prabhupada. He was so impressed with the way, what he managed to convert these animals into something resembling a Vaishnava. It's amazing. So Srila Bhāratī Maharaj actually he was very, very affectionate to our Bhagavat Maharaj. I was a little jealous of Bhagavat Maharaj. He was affectionate to me and he'd give me garlands and all sorts of stuff. But if Bhagavat Maharaj was there, I was completely eclipsed. So Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, he was very, very affectionate. He didn't have any management to do. He wasn't like, Srila Gurudev or Srila Prabhupada. He wasn't looking after collections of devotees. He was just giving Harikatha. He was so affectionate, so sweet, so loving. I received from him affection. Overt affection. Of course, I had so much affection, Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, but I kind of had to dig to find it. It was like spiritual bitcoins. But with Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, it was just totally out in the open. He was so kind. So feeling his separation today on this blessed day of his disappearance, and I'm offering my obeisances at his lotus feet. I'm praying that he'll give me his kindness and mercy to make some more advancement in bhakti and to serve my Guru Varga and all devotees. Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Mahārāja ki jai. Vancha kalpa tarubhasya kripa sindhu. Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. And thank you to all the devotees. Thank you to Chandrika for arranging this wonderful festival. Please excuse my absence previously because we're having our own program here for Srila Maharaj. And now we have time. We've offered prasad, but we haven't offered arti. So arti will come.
Okay, Maharaj. I think one of your disciples has put up a question. I know Chandrika is next to speak, so I'll read the question to you. Maybe you could answer, I don't know, briefly or another time. So I don't know what the question says. Dear Guru Maharaj, I have a question: how to manage with not having Gyan Sangha, avoiding relationships with persons not interested in Bhakti and Krishna consciousness. What would Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja say about that? Everybody knows the second verse of Sri Pradesh or Srila Rupa Gosvāmī. And then she quotes the verse.
Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja is very clear about this. He said the sun is maintaining the lotus, but the lotus is nowhere near the sun. So his sadhu sangha doesn't just work by physical association. It works at a distance. So, associating means if you're reading books by our acharyas, then we should try and feel that they're speaking to us, that we're there in that situation. Either we're there with the author or we're there in the situation that they're describing. Bhajans, we have to enter into the moods of the bhajans. Try and be in transcendental presence at all times. This is the beginning, and it's absolutely necessary for our southern bhajan. That was Sulochana who asked that?
Sulochana did, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Chandrika, Hare Krishna Sulochana, and Char Chandrika, and all devotees. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Maharaj. Okay, so next we have dear Char Chandrika Didi. If she could Haribol Dandavat Pranam Didi.
Haribol Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam. If you would please offer your very sweet Pushpanjali to Srila Maharaj. Thank you.
Om Meghanath Mandasha Gananjana Salakaya Chakshumlitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Panchakalpadrubhyascha Kripasindhave Vacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Gove Gochandraya Vadikaya Tadalaye Krishna Krishna Bhaktaye Tat Bhaktaye Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shri Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So before I begin, I'd like to offer my humble, most respectful obeisances, time and time again, over my heart like flowers, at the dust of the lotus feet of my Gurudev, and Vishnupada Stotar Sadashishimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Gosvāmī Mahārāja. And at the same time, I offer my humble, most respectful obeisances, time and time again, the dust of the lotus feet of Nityalila Vishnupada Astotar Sadashishimad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, whose disappearance day, Tirubhav Tithi, it is today, and unto Srila Haridas Thakur, whose Tirubhav Tithi festival, his disappearance day festival, is today, and to all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis and all assembled devotees here, offer my Dandavat Pranams. So I'm not feeling so well since I got back from London. I seem to have come down with something, so I'm a little bit weak, but I'll try to offer some Pushpanjali. So today is the disappearance day of Srila Bhakti Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, and I was very fortunate to have his association after the departure of my beloved Srila Gurudev. Actually, I had met Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja. When I say met, I'd seen him a number of times when our Srila Gurudev would invite him for Srila Rupa Gosvāmī Pad's Disappearance Day Festival and other occasions like that. But it was especially after the disappearance of our Gurudev that within a few months I was fortunate enough to meet him and take his association. And he was speaking English at that time, very eloquent English actually. And yeah, he gave so much. He was like a fountain of Hari Katha, and it was hard for him to stop, or for his servants to stop him speaking. I think Indramukhi did he mention the other day, I was there in Puri at that time as well when Marge was speaking, and his servants, Narottam Prabhu, or others, was Madhava Priya Prabhu, saying, "Oh, okay, now it's time to finish," and he couldn't stop. So even he was getting up, but he was continuing. So yeah, he had such a taste for Hari Katha. He could just speak on and on and on, like non-stop. So it was so nice to hear him speak in English in the beginning, and then devotees would say, you know, oh, it was a kind of effort for him to speak in English, so they would encourage him to speak in Hindi, and then we'd get translation from Madhava Priya Prabhu, who gave excellent translation. He would give very elaborate translation and meanings to what Marge was saying, so always eternally grateful, indebted to him for that. Anyway, just to say something about Srila Maharaj. So he said himself that the appearance and disappearance of Vaishnavas from the vision of this world are most auspicious, actually more auspicious than the appearance of Bhagavan himself. And why is that? Because Bhagavan is situated on such a high platform that it's impossible for us to approach him and associate with him in our materially conditioned state. We can, however, approach his devotees who are his manifestations. So due to their unlimited mercy of the Vaishnavas, they descend to the platform in which we currently stand, so in order that we can relate with them, and in this way, you know, associate with them and purify our consciousness. And by this, we may one day directly associate with Bhagavan and serve him. So by the Vaishnavas, every word and actions, they're teaching us how to serve Radha and Krishna. So he was certainly teaching us this, you know, in his every gesture, in his every word of Hari Katha, and his whole life's example, he was teaching this. So during his residence in the Mat, from 1955, Narottam Prabhu, who he was known then as, was given the opportunity to intimately associate and serve many godbrothers of his Guru Maharaj. That means disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And as a result of this service, he received their love and affection and profuse blessings to realize the deep truths of Gaudiya Vedanta Siddhanta. So seeing his complete dedication to the service of Hari, Guru and Vaishnavas, then his Guru Maharaj awarded him sannyas in 1969, and he gave him the name Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Maharaj. So we heard from Ananga Prabhu who was reminding us of what your Guru Maharaj, Shripad Ban Maharaj, was saying about the meaning of this title. So Ba means perpetual manifestation of the Rati, or the deep loving attachment to Srimati Radhika. And Bhakti Vijñāna, of course we know Bhakti devotion, and Vijñāna means realization in that devotion. So that means he could manifest Bhakti within our hearts. He could manifest all the different levels of Bhakti, the topmost Uttama Bhakti, and even up to Prem, Sneha, Man, Rag, Anurag, Bhav, Mahabhav. Like this, he could manifest complete Bhakti, Prem, and Rati for Srimati Radhika. So he was entrusted by his Guru Maharaj with managing Brajmandal Parikrama, Navadvip Dham Parikramas, and he had the responsibility of arranging the campsites and tents for all the pilgrims. So all day he would be busy and making so many arrangements, and at night he would stay awake like the whole night, guarding all the pilgrims, and those their belongings, and in case any thieves would come to steal anything. So he would walk around the campsite chanting Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam. So in this way, Maharaj would feel himself most fortunate, thinking that during the day all these devotees are doing parikrama of the holy Dham, and at night I'm doing parikrama of them whilst chanting Harinam. So he had such a service mood throughout his whole life in devotion. So his Guru Maharaj, he gave him so many responsibilities in service. Like he ordered him to escort pilgrims to North and South India, and he would preach throughout many parts of India on the order of his Guru Maharaj. And also he would make arrangements for doing these like exhibitions at many places, and overseeing the construction of many of the branches of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. So Srila Bhakti Dayat Madhav Goswami Maharaj, he appointed him as secretary of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math and awarded him the title Seva Vigraha. That means the embodiment or personification of Seva. And he also, and I think you mentioned also, he gave him this certificate describing him as Analashya and Sadat Sataka, which means that he was never lazy and always alert. So many people, they have an insatiable greed to eat varieties of tasty food, but actually Maharaj pointed out that one can eat food or any of the sense objects through the five senses, like our eyes, we want to see so much beauty in this world, or our nose, smell very fragrant things, our tongue, we want to taste most tasty foodstuffs, or ears, we want to hear beautiful music, skin, we want to feel such touch, nice touch. So, but on the other hand, Maharaj, he had only one type of greed, and that was an insatiable greed to serve Hari, Guru and Vaishnavas. So once Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Mahārāja told that Srila Bhakti Madhav Goswami Mahārāja, he told his Guru Mahārāja that Mahārāja, he does so much seva that I see that he never sleeps. And I think if he goes on doing like this, then he'll become sick. So then Srila Bhakti Madhav Goswami Mahārāja said, oh, but no one can stop him serving. His life is to serve the Vaishnavas. So Mahārāja, he understood and imbibed the subtleties of the mood of true service. He explained himself that only a person who understands the moods and desires of the Savior or the object of service and renders a service that is desired with a mood to please can truly be called a sevak. So Mahārāja knew all these subtleties in seva, and he performed a kantika bhakti, which means one-pointed service, and snehamayi seva, which is service imbued with affection. And this attracted the mercy of Shri Guru and Vaishnavas. So after receiving this mercy, he was able to perform service throughout his entire life. He was constantly serving. And he had this greed to serve any opportunity. And Naomi Mahārāja was mentioning how he was running on the platform of the railway station to give his Guru Mahārāja some medicine that is needed. So he was thinking, oh, I'm so fortunate to get this opportunity to serve. So in this way, Mahārāja was truly Seva Vigraha. So once Mahārāja said that the Supreme Lord, he's the knower of all languages, not only of humans, but of the demigods, the birds, the insects. But the question is, whose words will Bhagavan sincerely hear and pay full attention to? And then he gave examples of Advaitacharya, Gajendra, and Draupadi, how their prayers were completely heard and received by Bhagavan. But then he said, how is it that our prayers never seem to reach the ears of Krishna? Why doesn't Krishna ever seem to listen to our prayers? So then he said, once I observed that a Bengali devotee used to serve a cow named Saraswati, who was residing in Shri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math in Hyderabad. So he was serving this cow daily with great love and affection. And this cow obeyed his every instruction. So seeing this, one local devotee asked Mahārāja, oh, how is it that this cow is able to follow whatever instructions are given to her in Bengali? Is she from Bengal? So Mahārāja said, oh, the cows, they know all languages, Bengali, Hindi, English, Tamil, all languages. But she obeys only those instructions by those who serve her lovingly. So if you were to say something, even in Bengali, she wouldn't respond at all because you haven't served her. So he was giving this example that it's only when one really serves Krishna or Guru and Vaishnavas with love and affection that they will respond. otherwise not. So yeah, he said whether someone be a human, animal, or bird, even if he's serving, then Krishna will respond only to those who render loving devotional service to him, or those who have a deep, sincere desire to render service. So he doesn't hear the prayers of anyone else. So I was also thinking the same principle applies to those who serve Guru and Vaishnavas with love and affection. So I remember that there was one time when I was in Chandigarh, and Mahāraja's servant, Narottam Prabhu, he became very sick at that time. He had typhoid or something like that. And Mahārāja was so worried about him. He was really, you could see, he was really thinking about Narottam Prabhu, and he kept saying something in Bengali, and he was saying, "Oh, my Sevak Narottam, my Sevak Narottam," and he was really concerned for him. So at that time, Narottam Prabhu, he had to go to hospital, and Mahārāja, he was so concerned that he accompanied him to the hospital just so that he would make sure that he got proper treatment. So seeing this, I thought, oh, now I can understand how fortunate Narottam Prabhu and other sevaks like him are. Why? Because they have purchased Mahārāja by their loving service. So if we simply perform loving devotional service like this, then we don't have to worry even if we're performing that service perfectly. Maybe there are mistakes in our service, but the main thing is, what is the mood of service? How lovingly are we performing that service? Then accordingly, we will feel the reciprocation by Guru, Vaishnavas, and Krishna. So Mahārāja taught us how to serve Vaishnavas and Krishna, and he encouraged in so many ways to serve in whichever capacity we had. So he said that a person's real position is determined by one's consciousness during the acts of service, not by the service itself. And Gurudev taught us the same thing, that we can be externally performing so many different types of service, but what is our mood in serving? If our desire is just for name and fame, then this isn't really service at all. And it may give the opposite result to Bhakti. But on the other hand, if we are sincerely trying to perform service with a mood to please Hari, Guru, and Vaishnavas, then their heart will melt and mercy will flow from their heart towards ours. So Mahārāja, he would always say that we should take shelter of a living Vaishnava. So he said it's not possible to understand the transcendental essence of any Vaishnava's teachings just by reading his books. He said, who will confirm that we've really understood and realized the essence of the mood and the siddhanta, the conclusions of the truths of the books that we're reading? A child of the 6th or 7th grade, he may read books of a PhD student, but it's impossible for him to comprehend anything without being admitted into higher education and accepting the guidance of an advanced teacher. He will be unable to recognize his own misconceptions. So reading is easy, but on our own, we won't grasp the deep meanings of the Shastra. And in fact, this will be impossible without the guidance of a living guru. So we were very fortunate to have his guidance after the departure of our Gurudev. And he gave us so many deep imports of the Shastra. His Harigata and Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srimad Bhagavatam, and so many other Shastras. He would illuminate so many jewels from those scriptures, and he would give so many profound examples as well. So Mahārāja said also, you cannot chant Harinam without Sadhu Sangha. So you could be chanting Namaparad or Namabas at best, but not Sudanam. So it's only by Shrestha Sadhu Sangha, that means the topmost Vaishnava Sangha, is chanting of Sudha Harinam possible. And he said, this is because it's essential to possess a greed to attain Hari Bhakti. And where will that greed come from? That greed will only awaken after one witnesses the exemplary activities of an Uttam Mahābhagavat Vaishnava. So one can't possibly develop greed for an object without first having seen it. And so we are very fortunate to have witnessed the pure devotional activities of such a Mahābhagavat Vaishnava like Śrīla Mahārāja. And like I said before, he taught us in every way how to perform sadhana, which included Harinam, chanting sincerely, and also to serve Vaishnavas. He really gave that example. I just wanted to finish with one thing that about sincerity. Gurudev told me personally a few times, be sincere. But I always wondered, what is the true meaning of sincerity? So Mahārāja once gave the meaning. He said, sincerity means to not have any deceit in the heart. If one wants to become a sincere, If one wants to become a sincere follower of Krishna Bhakti, one must completely give up all kinds of hypocrisy, and one should feel, I am what I am. So he said, Vamandev, he's the younger brother of Indra, and Indra seemed to serve him in so many ways. But how was he serving him? Actually, he thought that by serving him, my position in heaven will be secure, it be made permanent. So this is insincerity, and anyone who desires Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha must be considered highly ignorant and insincere. So Mahārāja said we must be free from all selfish desires and contaminations. Sincerity means to only hanker for that service of Bhagavan and the attainment of the spiritual world. So on this day, I pray to become very sincere, as my Guru Maharaj instructed me. And Śrīla Maharaj gave the example of what is true sincerity. And I pray to always be close to Maharaj, always being under his shelter and taking his guidance, and serving and pleasing him, of course, my Guru Maharaj and all Vaishnavas. So I'll end there. Please forgive me if I've said anything wrong, made any mistakes. I'm not so well today, so somehow Maharaj gave me the strength to say a little something. Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhaveva patitanam pavanabhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Śrīla Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja ki jai. Guru Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you so much, Chirachandra. So sorry to hear that you're not feeling very well. I hope you have everything there with you, to make yourself feel better. Just give me a shout if you need anything. I'll run it over in the car or whatever, lemons or whatever. So make you feel better. Just let me know. But thank you so much for your beautiful Pushpanjali offering and for still, agreeing to come and speak, even though you're not feeling very well. And say lots of love to you, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thanks, Divya. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. And now we go to America to hear from our dear Bhagavat Mahārāja, who has very kindly agreed to come and speak and to offer his Pushpanjali to Śrīla Maharaj. Bhagavat Mahārāja, Dandavat Pranam to you.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly, Maharaj, yes.
Okay. Oops. So, first I want to offer my humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of my Diksha Shiksha Guru Nityalila Pravishtom Vishnupada Satara Sata Sri Simad Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and to my Shiksha and Sannyas Guru Nityalila Pravishtom Vishnupada Satara Sata Sri Simad Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Gosvāmī Mahārāja. And I offer my most humble obeisances at the lotus feet of my last Shiksha Guru, Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Asatara Sata Sri Simad Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. My Dandavat Pranams to him at his lotus feet on this important day. So I was fortunate enough to know Srila Bharathi Maharaj way back in the 70s when he lived at Puri Mutt. I was friends with Ananga Mohan, who I think his name now is I don't remember. He took sannyas, so he has a different name. And he lives in Vrindavan now. He's the head of the mutt in Vrindavan. Anyway, I had a relationship with Ananga Mohan. Ananga Mohan used to go to the Puri temple and get prasad for me because I was not allowed to go in the Puri temple and get prasad. I was a foreigner. So he would go and get the prasadam for me. And I would take prasadam, take the Jagannath Mahaprasadam, and sometimes I would see Srila Bharathi Maharaj during that period. I didn't know him very intimately at that time, but I would see him, offer my obeisances, and we had some relationship. After Srila Narayan Maharaj left, I was very depressed. And I was thinking, what am I going to do? I had waited so many years for some help after Srila Prabhupada left in 1977, and then Srila Gurudev came into my life. And now he was gone. So where will I find shelter? I was very depressed, very unhappy, very upset. So Budhara Prabhu called me from England. I was in India. Was I in India? I don't know. Maybe I was in England at the time and he called me. So he said to me, I had this dream. And in this dream, a Gaudiya sannyasi came to me and said, tell Bhagavat Maharaj that he should come to me and I will take care of him. So then he told me that he ignored the dream the first night. So the next night he had the dream again, and the Gaudiya sannyasi complained to him, what is the matter with you? I told you, tell Bhagavat Maharaj to come to me and I will take care of him. So he said he didn't recognize this sannyasi. So I sent him a picture of Bharatīji Maharaj, Srila Bharatīji Maharaj, because I was thinking of Srila Bharatīji Maharaj sometimes. And Budhara Prabhu said, yes, this is the Gaudiya sannyasi who told me that you should go and see him. So then I came to see Srila Bharatīji Maharaj and took shelter of him, accepted him as my Shiksha Guru. He was very kind, very wonderful. There are so many wonderful stories about Srila Bharatīji Maharaj when he was in the service of his Gurudev many years ago as a young man. He was highly educated. And he was very talented at writing. He had good hand, good penmanship, and he could write very nicely. So when Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Gosvāmī Mahārāja wanted to do a court program where he was going to go to the court and he was going to fight with that time Tirtha Maharaj. Tirtha Maharaj had taken control of the birthplace of Mahaprabhu, and they were planning to tear down all of the fruit groves. There was many fruit groves that Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj grew there for the pleasure of Saraswati, Srila Saraswati Thakur. So he challenged them in the court. Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj challenged them in the court, and he had to write out this long deposition to whatever it was that he had to present in the court. So Srila Bhakti Daitya Madhav Maharaj told Srila Bharatīji Maharaj, you go there and you assist Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Gosvāmī Maharaj in writing out this presentation to the court. And so he did. Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Maharaj dictated everything, and Srila Bharatīji Maharaj then wrote the whole thing down. He told me the story personally. He said he wrote everything down. After writing all these things down, then they presented it to the court. And they made a settlement. Tirtha Maharaj won the court case to keep control of the birthplace of Mahaprabhu. But in the settlement, they signed an agreement that they will never tear down the fruit trees and the fruit groves. So Srila Bharatīji Maharaj said that he told Srila Bhaktivedanta Kesava Maharaj, I'm sorry you lost the case. He said, no, I did not lose. I knew he would retain control of the mutt. But now I have it in writing that he will not take down the fruit groves. If he ever tries to take them down again, I can go with this document and I can prove that he promised not to take them down. So he had this intimate service with Srila Bhaktivedanta Kesava Maharaj, very nice service. Then, besides serving the senior Vaishnavas, I mean, there's so many stories. I could go on for 2 hours. How he served Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj one time when he was in Vrindavan, I think, or Bengal. He was doing some festival for the opening of the temple, and Srila Bhakti Daityamana Maharaj sent Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bharati Maharaj there to help Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj. So he arrived there, and Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj said, okay, we need to cook a feast and serve all the Vaishnavas prasadam. So Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bharati Maharaj offered obeisances. He said, but Srila Puri Maharaj, there is no cooking utensils. There is no eating utensils. There is nothing here. How will we execute this service for you? So Srila Puri Maharaj told Bhakti Vijñāna Bharati Maharaj, I want you to go see this person. He was some kind of magistrate or, how do you say, administrator in the local government. He said, you go and see him, and bring him some prasadam and tell him that we need these items, cooking utensils and everything. So Srila Bharatīji Maharaj went there. He met with the man, he gave him some prasadam and he talked with him. And then he told the man what he needed, and the man said, oh, no problem, come with me. He brought him around the back of the office. There was a big go down. Go down means like a place where you store things, a storage unit, big storage unit. And he opened up the doors, and there was stacks and stacks of pots and pans and cooking utensils and plates and cups and bowls and eating utensil. Everything was there. He said, you take whatever you want, use it, and bring it back. So then Srila Bharatīji Maharaj gathered everything together. He got a lorry, a truck, and they brought all the things to Puri Maharaj's temple there, and they cooked a big feast, and they served all the Vaishnavas nicely. So he served the disciples of Srila Saraswati Thakur very nicely, very intimately, very friendly, very sweet. But he also had very much devotion and love for the disciples of his Guru Maharaj, his god brothers and god sisters, and those people that were under his care and protection. He was given the responsibility to construct most of the temples for Srila Bhakti Daityamana Maharaj. Now, he supervised the construction of the different buildings. And when he was constructing one of the buildings, they made a chain where they were throwing the cement bags from one person to another. And he was standing there supervising this. And he saw that one of the boys was not paying attention and that the bag was about to hit him and he could get injured. So Srila Bharatīji Mahārāja put his body in the way and accepted the blow from the cement bag on his body. And his whole life he suffered from sciatica in his back because of this blow. But he accepted it. He told me, I accept this in the service of the Vaishnavas. This was his mood. This was his mood. And with all due respect to Chara Chandrika, I was present that time Narottam went to the hospital. The story is a little bit different. Actually, Maharaj was not capable of going to the hospital. And he was very, very upset because he's at that time was very elderly. And he was not able to accompany him. And he was upset also because there was some conflict in everyone's scheduling, so that one of the servants, usually Damodar Maharaj or Tapasvi Maharaj or one of the others, were there with him along with Narottam. Nobody was there, and then Narottam had to go to the hospital, and the devotees from the local mutt took him to the hospital. So it was his time for rest. He had to rest, he had to sleep. He wouldn't go to sleep. So I sat with him. There's this veranda, this overhang that between the residential building and the temple building, they have a roof which covers the walkway from the residential building to the temple building. So it's like a big open area. And he sat there. That's where the cars would pull up to the residential area and people would unload and bring their things up to the residence. So he sat there. He would not leave. I had to sit with him because I didn't want him to sit there alone. So the two of us sat there together for almost 2 hours. I kept trying to convince him to go back to the room to go to sleep. He said, I can't sleep. Narottam, my Narottam, he's in the hospital. I can't sleep. You please, I have to wait here until I get news of Narottam. I have to wait here. I can't go to sleep. So he sat there nearly 2 hours. We waited a long time. And then the car came without Narottam. And they told him that Narottam had to stay in the hospital. He had a very bad fever and he had many other difficulties, and they had to observe him and give him medicine, and so that he couldn't come. So then I escorted Maharaj back to the room. And that time he was saying, where is Damodar Maharaj? Why is he not here? So I said, I'll call him. I had a phone with a very loud speaker. So I called Damodar Maharaj and put him on speakerphone. And Srila Bharatīji Maharaj and he had a conversation in Hindi for a while. And then Damodar Maharaj told me after the conversation that he was coming soon, and and that Tapasvi Maharaj was coming and everything would be fine. So now there was nobody. He didn't have Narottam, he didn't have Tapasvi. I took charge of him. I laid him down in the bed. I said, look, you have to lay down now. You're way past your sleeping time. You please lay down and you rest. And he said, okay. So then he laid down. And then I closed the door and I had to sit in front of the door because people were coming and they wanted to go and see him. And I had to stop everybody from coming to see him. You know, they would come and they would shout, "No, he knows me. I'm so-and-so." Come to see him. Nobody is going in there. He's resting now, and that's final. And I think I might have been the only person who could do that because I, you know, can scare people when I want to. So I kept everybody from going in the room. And then later when he woke up, you know, I made some arrangements to help him and take care of him. And it was a chance for me to do a little intimate service. On a couple of occasions when I escorted him back to the room on different days, I got opportunity to massage his feet. And it was very special mercy that he would give me to give opportunity to do this massage. After a few days, Narottam came back, everything was fine. And Damodar Maharaj came, and then his usual group of servants was there, and he was happy. I remember a story that Srila Bharatīji Maharaj told me about the meeting of Srila Saraswati Thakur was, I think it was Madan Mohan Malavya. So after Saraswati Thakur passed, Srila Bharatīji Maharaj had the opportunity to meet Madan Mohan Malavya. And he had related the story to Srila Bharatīji Maharaj about the meeting that he had with Srila Saraswati Thakur. He was Madan Mohan Malavya was one of the giant intellectuals of India. So he told Srila Bharatīji Maharaj that Srila Saraswati Thakur asked me, okay, so there's going to be a flood. The whole world is going to be flooded, and you can only carry one book with you. What book are you going to carry? So Madan Mohan Malavya said, Bhagavad Gita. And he quoted some verses from the Brihad Naradiya Purana that the Gita is the only scripture. And Srila Saraswati Thakur said, no. Go higher. So then he said, Srimad Bhagavatam. And he quoted the verses how Srimad Bhagavatam is the ripened fruit of all the Vedas. And yeah. No, Saraswati Thakur said, no. So then Madan Mohan Malavya said, then I don't know what book we should carry. He said, Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. This is the most, everything is there. Everything is in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. And I remember when I first met Srila Bharatīji Maharaj in my later life, when I had taken sannyas and I was older, I asked him, so what, when you preach, do you lecture from Bhagavad Gita? He said, no, I don't lecture from Bhagavad Gita. He said, it's too easy to misinterpret Gita this way and that way. He said, I lecture from Rupa and Sanatan Shiksha in Chaitanya Charitamrita. So anyway, he's telling this story about Madan Mohan Malavya telling him about this. He said, even though Madan Mohan Malavya was telling me directly how Srila Saraswati Thakur explained to him that Chaitanya Charitamrita was the best, I didn't completely realize or understand that yet. He said, over the course of the years, hearing Hari Katha from Srila Bhakti Daitya Madhav Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj and Srila Śrīla Maharaj on Chaitanya Charitamrita, hearing from these sadhus, then I started to realize even more the depths of Chaitanya Charitamrita. He said, and then later on, by the order of my Guru Maharaj, I translated Chaitanya Charitamrita into Hindi from Bengali. He said, and then going over all the verses, I actually had some photographs of him sitting with his I forget the name of this devotee, but he was sitting with him and they were doing the translation work. And Siddhanti Maharaj's friend, that other devotee, I can't remember his name. Anyway, I have photographs of him doing the work, the translating work. He said, doing this translating work and going over each verse, word for word, Bengali to Hindi, and understanding the deep meaning of each word in Chaitanya Charitamrita, then I fully realized how Chaitanya Charitamrita was superior to all other scriptures. And this reminds me of Srila Prabhupada's quote in Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, first chapter, 6th verse in the purport. Prabhupada tells, hearing and explaining the revealed scriptures is more important than reading. Only by hearing and explaining the revealed scriptures can one assimilate the knowledge of the revealed scriptures, only by hearing and explaining. So this is very key, that he heard from Madan Mohan Malavya, secondhand the story. Then he heard from the pure devotees, the sadhus. Then under the order of the sadhu, Pariprashnena Sevaya, he inquired for service and he received the service of translation work. And then explaining, doing the translation work and explaining Chaitanya Charitamrita into Hindi and lecturing on it to the public in the Hindi language. This was the full assimilation of the knowledge of Chaitanya Charitamrita. So hearing this story from him about his gradual ascension to the realization of the superiority of Chaitanya Charitamrita over all other scripture, I could understand how he was completely in harmony with my Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. That this was evidence of what my Guru Maharaj had taught me in his own words in the purports of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, like this, I had so many wonderful opportunities to hear him. I used to go, Nemi Maharaj and I would go up to Chandigarh for Kartik, where Srila Bharatīṛ Maharaj was giving Gajendra Leela. He used to read Gajendra Leela during Kartik, which is very interesting because it's all about complete surrender. And so he was emphasizing this, that you want, what is your takeaway from doing Kartik Brat? Your takeaway is complete surrender. You must surrender completely at the lotus feet of Guru and Krishna. You have to give up everything, all attachment, because this is what Gajendra, ultimately what Gajendra does is he, grabs a lotus flower, puts it up in the air and recites this prayer. Okay, I'm yours. I can't defeat the crocodile. I can't get out of the water. I have no other shelter. It's only you now. You have to save me. He remembers this ancient prayer and he gets blessed. And so the blessing of the Lord is there with complete surrender. And Srila Bharatīṛ Maharaj wanted to give this katha during Kartik to emphasize this point, that this surrender is the pathway to getting the mercy of Guru and Sadhu and Shastra and Krishna, of Guru and Krishna. You get the mercy of Guru and Krishna by this surrender. Complete surrender. no attachment, no connection. So it was beautiful katha, listening to the katha of Srila Bharatīji Maharaj again and again. For 3 Kartiks, I would hear this Gajendra Leela katha. Sometimes he was very merciful. He didn't feel well. So he would order either me or Nemi Maharaj to give the lecture then. So he would speak something. But what we spoke was insignificant to what he could speak. We were just very fortunate to be given opportunity to say some words. And that was his mercy on us and his blessing. So we took up the association of Srila Bharatīji Maharaj. And in his association, sometimes I would sit with him. I remembered reading something where Damodar Maharaj was advising the Western devotees that English was Bharatīji Maharaj's 3rd language. That his first 2 languages were Bengali and Hindi, and that English was his 3rd language, and that in his old age, sometimes he couldn't remember the words. And he would complain to Damodar Maharaj, I'm getting headache. I'm getting headache from trying to remember the words. So I would sit with him when he would do darshan. And on 1 or 2 occasions, I would see that he started straining for the word. He would go, trying to get that word. Then I would put my hand on his hand and I'd say, Maharaj, I think maybe you're a little tired now. We should go back to the room. And he would look at me and he would nod his head. Okay. And he would appreciate that I was sensitive to his needs and that it was tiring for his brain. So then I would help him up and I would escort him to his room where he would lie down and relax. On many occasions, I got opportunity to get prasadam from his lotus hands. He was very kind and very merciful, and sometimes he would call for me. I would be in the room upstairs, and he would go, where's Bhagavad Maharaj? Call Bhagavad Maharaj. Then I would come down. He'd say, I wanted to give you this garland, and he would take off this garland and he would give me a garland. He was very kind to me because I'm so fallen, so he gave me so much mercy. I was very fortunate. And I remember one time I went to the market and I was coming home from the market. And Srila Bharatīji Maharaj was coming. And I wanted to tell this other story. This story is about, I told him, he was talking about Srila Saraswati Thakur's temple, birthplace in Puri. So I told him, I have a picture, a photograph of the room that he was born in. In 1979, we took the photograph and I have it on my computer. So he said, oh, please, I want a copy of this photograph. So I went to the camera shop in the photo shop in Chandigarh, and I had them blow it up, because it was I made it into high res. So I had them blow it up into a big picture, and I got a gold frame, and I brought it to him, and I gave it to him. There's a picture of me giving him the picture to him, and he appreciated it very much. And at that time, he told me a beautiful story, real quick story, and then we'll end here. He said that they had already drawn up all the plans for the construction of the temple, where the temple was going to be, where the guest house was going to be. Everything was all drawn. But when they tore down the room of Srila Saraswati Thakur, where he was born, the birth room, they had to tear it down to put the building on. He said this fragrance emanated from the earth. He said it was a divine aroma that permeated the whole property. And then they realized that the temple should be there. The temple should be there. So if you go there now, you'll see where the temple is located. And you look at the temple, there's the dance hall, the mandap in front, that's covered dance hall in front, Natak mandap. And then the temple is there, and there's Jagannath, Baldev, and Subhadra. Like if you're facing it, they're on your far left. And the center is Radha Govinda. And then on the far right is the Murti of Srila Saraswati Thakur. And that Murti of Srila Saraswati Thakur and that part of the temple is sitting on the birthplace of Srila Saraswati Thakur, right on that. Now he told me this story, and I was one time Srila Bhadaya Maharaj and I were lecturing together someplace, and I told the story, and he told me, he said that Bharathī Maharaj gave him some of that earth, and he has it in a container, and you can still smell the fragrance today, so many years later. So, okay. This was my opportunity to speak few words in glorification of my dear Shiksha Guru, Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Gosvāmī Mahārāja, who helped me in my hour of need for my spiritual development. My Dandavat Pranama at his lotus feet. Srila Bhārati Gosvāmī Mahārāja ki jai.
Thank you so much, Bhagavat Maharaj. Absolutely beautiful stories. As always, really, really beautiful to hear so many stories. And I don't know if you heard any of the stories yesterday of any of the Chinese devotees. I don't know if you heard any of the stories yesterday, some of the beautiful stories the Chinese devotees were sharing.
I was traveling yesterday. That's why I didn't speak yesterday. I was in the car coming from South Florida to North Florida.
Okay.
I couldn't speak yesterday, and I couldn't watch.
No, well, they were sharing extremely beautiful, very, very, very sincere stories, and so you can see them on Facebook. But I spoke to Nandanandan Prabhu and said that maybe we could try and arrange another Zoom meeting in a few weeks or something when everybody's like free, and they could speak longer, because obviously they were only having like 10-15 minutes to speak each. So if you wanted to, you could also come and join on that day as well and speak for 2 hours. That would be wonderful. Just for my own benefit.
Well, be in contact with me. Dara, what is her? Damayanti?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Maharaj, thank you so much. Thank you. And speaking of Damayanti Didi, she is speaking next, actually. So hopefully.
Lucky for me.
Damayanti Didi, I can see you there.
Hare Krishna, Didi.
Hare Krishna,
Didi. Maharaji. I'm so grateful, to hear your Harikatha, because I feel like, you just me brought to those times when we were all together there in Chandigarh, and I had this wonderful opportunity to witness that loving exchange, between you and Srila Maharaji. It was really something beyond love.
Damayanti Didi, is it possible that you can show with your camera, or is that not possible?
I have a camera, but it's not really good, but I will try.
Okay, Didi, thank you so much. Pranams. Nice to see you.
I want to say to you, express my gratitude, Chandrika Devi, that you gave me this wonderful opportunity to speak something about Guruji. And even though I'm really not qualified at all to speak anything about such prominent Vaishnavas, and especially speak something after Srila Bhaktivedanta Bhagavat Maharaj and Srila Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj and all respected devotees, because I'm so insignificant, Anyways, English is not my native language, so I could struggle a little, so please forgive me for all my mistakes. I made some notes, and I will try to go quickly through all those notes, what I wanted to say about Guruji. And some stories, came to my mind, and one story was told by Srila Bhakti Kinkar Damodar Maharaj. He was at that time, he was a sevak of Guruji. And he said one story, one really beautiful story, when they were together in Jagannath Puri with Guruji. And once Guruji, he wanted to perform Jagannath temple full parikram around Jagannath Mandir. And at that time, the road was really rocky and terrible. And he was, Guruji, he was on a wheelchair. And Mahāraja, Damodara Mahāraja, he told that he decided to push on himself the wheelchair, so he was literally like holding all Guruji weight, and Guruji, he's actually so big and heavy. So he said that he was really struggling and he was sweating so much like never before, but he did it. And all way through, he was like actually literally like holding Guruji, and pushing forward that wheelchair. And once he completed that parikram, Guruji, he was expressing again and again his gratitude for assisting him in this Jagannath Seva. And Mahāraja, he told that our Guruji, he was stroking his shoulder all day and saying again and again, thank you, thank you. And I think that this really shows how much Guruji, he is simple, really so much grateful even for really tiny service, so simple, so humble, first of all. And I also, it reminds me the story which I heard yesterday from Nandanandan Prabhu, when he rendered some service by massaging his feet, and after that Guruji told thank you so much for this seva. And I think that it's also it shows how much he is grateful. And he used to say that humans, they are not grateful. He used to say that we are not grateful, but he was showing by his own conduct how much he is grateful for any service, for any assistance in his own seva, first of all. And it's incomparable, his conduct. And what else I wanted to say that, how many times, he used to emphasize every time, especially during Kartik month, he used to emphasize that we should perform parikram only under the guidance of Shuddha Vaishnavas. He used to emphasize so much, and he used to say that if we do perform parikram without guidance of prominent Vaishnavas, guidance of Shuddha Vaishnavas, he said that it falls under the category of karma and just physical activities, physical exercises. He used to emphasize like that. Yes, and so many devotees actually who used to come to Chandigarh, like our beloved Shripad Bhaktivedanta Bhagavat Maharaj, my beloved Guru Maharaj, Śrīla Bhaktivedanta Nemi Maharaj, they all were with our Guruji, and they used to stay during parikram, and their mind were not disturbed at all, you know, by that fact. And everyone could feel how much he was pleased with our decision that we decided to stay there with him, because he used to say that that Krishna, he is not elsewhere. He is only in the heart of his pure devotee. He used to say like that. He used to always emphasize that Krishna, he resides in the heart of his pure devotees. He is in that place wherever someone is glorifying him or seeing the glory of Krishna, like that. Also, some beautiful story I heard, I think, from Nandanandan Prabhu or some Chinese devotees, that that once Nandanandan Prabhu, actually, he approached Guruji after his Harikatha, and he started expressing that Chinese devotees, they liked his Harikatha so much and it was so beautiful. And do you know what he replied? Guruji, he said that, I don't care whether someone likes or dislikes my Harikatha. He said that my only desire is to serve my Guru Varga and to follow the order of my Gurudev. And actually, this is like, you know, it just proves how much he is dedicated to his Guruji. He's so submissive, and first of all, it also shows us how much he's not actually striving for name and fame, you know, to please someone. He used to say that I'm not a yes man, you know, I'm not striving to please someone. So he's delivering Harikatha only for one sake, you know, to please his Guru Varga and follow their instructions and their order. What else I wanted to say is that he used to give this beautiful comparison, you know, about non-gross relationship between guru and disciple. And he used to give a beautiful example, like lotus and sun, lily and moon, peacock and clouds, even though they are far away from each other, like 1,000 and millions of miles, but still they are so much connected, and they feel so much connected, but in a heart. So he used to emphasize that we should always establish and build a relationship on a very subtle level, not gross level, like I used to, you know, to the gross level of relationship, when I can see someone, you know, have just a physical interaction. And he used to emphasize about that we should strive to this kind of very elevated, you know, kind of relationship between the disciple and guru. And I can see, you know, how much some devotees, so, you know, how much they are connected, even though they have never seen Guruji in life, you know. It's a miracle, actually. It's a miracle for me, really, because I had this opportunity, and still I'm thinking that, oh, I wish to stay more and longer with him, you know. And this is really something incredible. And one more thing that I would like to speak about, his dedication to Guru Varga and to Vaishnava Seva and all God brothers of our Param Gurudev, of Guruji, Gurudeva Shishimat Bhaktivedanta Madhava Gosvāmī Mahārāja, and how much he used to follow instructions of his Gurudeva by rendering all that innumerable services. And I had the feeling, you know, by reading the books and listening Harikatha of Guruji, that I had the feeling like Guruji used to say more of his time with god brothers of his Gurudeva, much more, time and rendering service, and this is, it indicates how much faith he has in Guruji words and his instructions, actually, because I always prefer to render some personal service, to Gurudev, to feel that direct connection and like that, but he was absolutely opposite, and I think that his conduct and his behavior is absolutely it's actually spotless, first of all, and secondly, it's a genuine example for what we should striving for, And what else? And he was, he was so much caring to all devotees, and so much concerned whether we have a non-spicy prasadam. Do we have where to stay? Because I just was reflecting on some story. It also happened in Chandigarh in 2013. We were there with Guruji, and after Kartik, he's supposed to go to Pune for house programs. And after that month, after the Kartik month was gone, completed, and I asked some sevakas of Guruji, is it allowed to go there for Western devotees? And I received a negative reply. So I was really so much broken, so much disappointed, because I had 1 more month left before I had to departure to my country. And I was thinking, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I don't want to go to Vrindavan or elsewhere. I don't want to go. I just want to stay with Guruji, and that's it. And I approached my Guru Maharaj and Srila Bhaktivedanta Neme Maharaj, and I started to weeping and complaining what to do, how to resolve that. And he asked Madhava Priya Prabhu on my behalf whether she can go or not. But again, they said that the reason is that Maharaji, Srila Maharaj, Guruji, he will be so much concerned about devotees. Like, he will ask every single day, do they have where to stay, where they live, what do they eat, and etc. So I don't know. Anyways, he didn't go to Pune after that, but he went to Delhi. And my Guru Maharaj and I and some other devotees, we decided that we will follow Guruji to Delhi, even though he will stay there only for 2 days, And we went there, and somehow or other, it happened that someone called to Guru Maharaj and told, like, Srila Maharaj, he's going to Faridabad instead of Pune. So if you want, you can go there also. We thought, okay, yeah, we will go there. And we went there, and he's supposed to stay there only 5 days. And somehow it happened that he were staying there almost 2 weeks, And when I reflecting on this story, and I also remember how Charuchandrika Didi mentioned that Krishna, he doesn't hear our prayers. And I can really understand that Guruji, thank you, Didi. Guruji, he always, such pure Vaishnavas, Shuddha Vaishnavas, they always reciprocate on our prayers. First of all, sincere prayers, because so many devotees, they wanted to stay with him, and he changed, his schedule, and he went to Faridabad. And actually, there was one really wonderful devotee, Vipin Bihari Prabhu. He's an Indian devotee, and he even organized one dharamshala for all Western devotees. So we all together, we were staying in that dharamshala, and we could like easily go for programs in the morning, in the evening, for all darshans. It was something really beyond this material existence. It was so wonderful, you know, all those memories, how Guruji, he would manage everything, you know, because first of all, he was always striving to serve to all devotees. And I remember how he used to sit just outside of his room and watching devotees, and he used to do this because he said that I want to have a darshan of all Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. He used to say like that. And also once in 2015, and it was his Vyasa Puja, he said that, do you think I'm so foolish that I took that higher position by sitting on the Vyasasana and accepting all your services, by accepting your puja and so on. He said that actually the only reason that I want to serve you by accepting your seva. Otherwise, if I won't accept your seva, you will be so disappointed, you will be so sad. So I just accepting your services because I want to please you and serve you, and all of you, you're my gurus. He used to say that all of you, you're my gurus, and I have the only chance to serve you by delivering Harikatha. And it was really something so heart melting, so heart melting. And so please forgive my offenses or some of my mistakes. And please, I'm asking all of you, pray for me and bestow your blessings upon me, so I could follow my Guruji, my Shiksha Guruji, Shishimad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, throughout my life, you know, and follow his instructions and serve his vanis, his teachings first of all. Jai Gurudev. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhuyaiva cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavabhyo namo namaha.
Thank you so much, Damayanti Didi, for your beautiful glorification of Śrīla Mahārāja. And your English was quite impeccable, actually. Thank you so much.
I couldn't hear something wrong.
Your English was very good.
Thank you, Didi. I hope that you could hardly something and understand at least something.
Every word was fine. Honestly, it was very, very sweet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now we move to America, and very grateful to that Chitananda Prabhu has agreed to come and speak some Pushpanjali for Śrīla Mahārāja. So Chitananda Prabhu, sir, over to you.
You have to unmute. Okay.
Dandava pranams. Thank you so much.
Listening to all these descriptions of the different Vaishnavas increases our faith. We all love to hope against hope that we can reach ruchi and asakti and bhava and prema. But I've made it my, try to make it my seva to increase devotees' faith. Adosra, the whole thing from prema, it starts with Adosradha from that verse of Rupa Goswāmī. And Bhāratī, yes, Bhāratī Mahārāja told me once, and this was in 1970, when I was staying at Bhakti Dait Madha Mahārāja's Mat in Met. So calculate how old would he have been? Not good. Yasodhanandan is the math mind. And we were young. So I was 19, 20 in 1970. And he's the one that told me, because he was the manager of Madha Mahārāja's construction projects, where they built. And going back to also what Bhagavat Maharaj was just telling about after Bhaktisiddhanta's disappearance, all during Bhaktisiddhanta's yatra, his time, Bhakti Vilas Tirtha Maharaj, I met him also. He was Bhaktisiddhanta's one-man GBC. He really handled everything. And Prabhupada told me all about the things that he did and the things he didn't want to tell me about, but he would tell me. Prabhupada would speak to me sometimes in Bengali when he didn't want anybody around to know what we were talking about. But secretly, clandestinely, he was arranging to put the Yoga Pita and all the property in a trust under his control. And so when Bhaktisiddhanta passed on from this world, other godbrothers all wanted to construct guest houses because they were all had groups that were following them and would come by the thousands for Navadvip and Mayapur Parikrama. And during the year also on Gaur Purnima and many other holidays to receive them. And Tirtha Maharaj more or less said, no, this is my land. Get off my land. Oh boy. So that was a thing. So it was Bhāratī Maharaj who told me that the higher you build a building, the deeper you have to dig the foundation. So Ado Sraddha is our foundation. It's not that, okay, I believe, and now let's go on to Baba. No, you have to constantly be digging deeper Sraddha, and then Sadhu Sangha Bhajana Kriya. And also, while you're going up and up, that's going higher, and the Sraddha is getting deeper, stronger foundations. Bhāratī Maharaj was, I'll say, the fourth language he knew was Sanskrit. He knew the Panini grammar. He was a full Pandit. Another time he gave, and so we would travel together. We were, people like to say, we were buddies, and we would travel. He would take me when we go between Mayapur and Calcutta, the Chaitanya. Oh, by the way, I'm wearing my, can you see this event that happened in June? And is Nishinga Miami on? Yeah, I'm an extra medium, so this is a little tight. But this event I spoke at, so I'm wearing that for today also. So we would travel, and Bhāratī Maharaj would always bring something for the devotees in Mayapur, and then in Mayapur around the fields there would be all kinds of some fruits and vegetables that we'd bring back to Calcutta. So the devotees always say, Bhāratī Maharaj never comes empty-handed. So he also gave me an example. One thing he said, I said to him, we were walking on Mayapur Road, I said, you know, they want to build a bridge from Krishnanagar to Mayapur. And he said, I hope they don't. So why? He said, then all the gundas and rascals will build all kinds of shops here and spoil the atmosphere with their businesses, and there will be, and I don't know, I haven't been there back, but he gave me the example. If there's muddy water and you throw a whole handful of water into the river, you won't see any change. But if there's pure water, you put a pinch of dust and you'll see the cloud. So this, if it reminds me, I worked in a bank for about 16 years in the investment department, retail. And once I came across a fake counterfeit $20 bill. And this was obvious. I mean, it was like mint chewing gum wrapper, you could tell. But they put it in between real bills, you know, to flip it, and that's how they cheat. So I turned it into security at the bank. And I asked them, I said, do you security people, do you study all the different kinds of counterfeit money? They said, no, we only study real money. All the different notes and all the different ages and conditions that they're in. Then when there's a fake, we can tell right away. So I remembered those teachings. And also, so I spoke this earlier, but I'm going to say it all over again and again. So I was sent to, yes, I was sent by Śrīla Prabhupada. When I say Prabhupada, I mean A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He also is known as Swami Mahārāja. I'll explain. How much time do I have?
You have an hour.
2 hours. Oh, fine.
No, 1 hour.
So,
1 hour. 1 hour.
The way the titles, 1 hour. So the titles are Bhakti, Vedanta, and then there were the 10 Dasanami Sampradaya names beginning with Saraswati, Tirtha, Bodhi, Aranya, Bhāratī, Giri, Ashram, so on. And then 108 names of Krishna also given there, and then other titles. So it would be Bhakti, and then a description of your seva, Bhakti Saranga, Bhakti Vaibhav, Bhakti, and then one of the Dasana, 108 Vaishnava names. One of the names would be Bhaktivedanta Gosvāmī Mahārāja. Another would be Bhaktivedanta Narayana, and Prabhupada's name was Bhaktivedanta Swami Mahārāja. That's how the titles are constructed. I'll tell it again. The whole Bhaktivedanta name, which appealed to me because I was a Mayavadi, and in the Mayavadi books, they don't tell you, but they just say Vedanta is the highest knowledge of liberation, but they don't say what it is. So I knew I'd have to search and strive to find someone to teach me Vedanta. But this goes again back to the quarrels of the Yogapith and Bhakti Pragyan Keshav came to Śrīla Mahārāja. Śrīla Mahārāja took sannyas from Bhakti Pragyan Keshav, but they discussed, Śrīla Mahārāja said, let's stop the court cases to acquire entrance into the Yogapith, let him go and start our own mutt. So Keshav Mahārāja said, I want to start a army of missionaries, all named sannyas names, Bhaktisiddhanta Narayan, Bhaktisiddhanta Swami Mahārāja, Bhaktisiddhanta. But Śrīla Mahārāja said, that is the title of our Gurudev, so let's think of something else. And they said Bhaktivedanta, which is very important in India at that time, because the Mayavadi Ramakrishna mission was calling themselves the Vedanta Society. And they were teaching social service. They were teaching socialism and secular human services in the dress of sannyasis. And on Friday, it was they eat chicken and smoke cigarettes. So it was Bhaktisiddhanta's passion that we have to present the proper sannyas, because we really don't have any. Nahang vipranacha narapatirna pi vaishana sutra. We're not part of that yet. So from the time of Mahaprabhu himself, to be at least get respect and command respect for, because there's going to be dancing and emotions showing, which sannyasis of the Mayavad. And this red cloth, the red cloth comes from Buddhists. Buddhists want to, that's nirvan, and that they mean that they want to burn down the whole universe in fire. So they wear red, and Shankaracharya took that up also to burn. But we say, Sangsara Dhavanalalidalaka, we want to, the Guru comes like a cloud to put out the fire of the material. That's the difference between two sannyasis, sannyas orders. So Vedanta came, this title Vedanta, when I first came to 26 2nd Avenue, a totally confused Mayavadi, doing some yoga and some jazz flute playing, and completely confused. And I saw in the window was the card, A.C. Bhakti Vedanta. Here's Vedanta. And that title got there all because of a discussion that happened years before over a completely different subject. So I knew about now. Every couple of months, though, Bhāratī Mahārāja was gone. I said, "Where's Bhāratī Mahārāja?" He's in his room, heart. When he was a little boy, I guess he was into construction even from then, but a big, heavy bag of cement fell on his chest, and he had a heart condition his whole life, and yet he lived to 92. So every couple of months, though, he'd be in his room, totally resting. So I'll say, I said this in another thing, but I'll tell the story again. In Madhav Mahārāja's mutt, there was this goofy old man, Bengali man in Calcutta, and his family had thrown him out. He really couldn't go home, so he would come, take prasadam, and sleep in the hall of Madhav Mahārāja's Calcutta Matan. It's this Chatterjee Road. What is it? Satish Chatterjee Road. And one day he wanted to serve the Vaishnavas, so he invited me and Bhāratī Mahārāja to come to his house, I guess when his family was out. And we're walking and on, and you know, age, you know, so we did the Kotodur. How far are you? Finally, we get to his house, and he sits us down at the table, and he gives Bhāratī Mahārāja this faded garland, and me a faded garland. Bhāratī Mahārāja is looking at me like, what is? And then he served us some food from the bazaar, but he wanted to serve. You know the story in, I think, San Francisco, Rath Yatra. Prabhupada was sitting on the Rath Yatra, and a Hell's Angel biker walks up and offers Prabhupada a Coca-Cola and a hot dog. And some devotee pushed him away, and Prabhupada said, no, he wants to serve. Because he didn't know that. So we see the service, and that's the whole story of our Rukmini wanting to take the dry rice. Not that she was taking it away, that it was unfit, but she wanted the bhakti from that offering of Dvija. So then later, days later also, in the afternoon, Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj would be speaking. We had an hour or so lecture by Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj on Chaitanya Bhagavat. And we were all sitting around, and the goofy old man was sitting in the back. I was sitting next to Bharathi Maharaj, and Puri Maharaj was speaking with the richest Madhura, Madhura, Madhura voice from Chaitanya Bhagavat. So we're looking at him, and Bharathi Maharaj gives me an elbow. I said, what? He was pointing with his thumb. I said, what? Look, I had turned to the back, and the goofy old man is weeping all over his face, listening to the Chaitanya Bhagavat Katha. So I said, okay, he's made it. He has got some taste. He's happy. I was asked to speak about Madhav Mahārāja. I'll tell the whole story again because it's so yummy. Bharathi Maharaj told me that people asked Bhaktisiddhanta, why don't you send Madhav Mahārāja to the West? And Saraswati Thakur said, well, who will maintain the expenses of the mutt? So Madhav Mahārāja was the biggest collector of donations. Madhav Mahārāja, Bhakti Saranga Maharaj, and our Prabhupada, when he was Abhay Charanaravinda Das Adhikari, Prabhupada told me they would go 3 at a time and go and see gentlemen for donations. And Madhav Mahārāja would probably explode on them. If they didn't give, then Prabhupada said, Śrīla Maharaj would then speak very nicely. And then they would give donations. Dakshina. So when I first met Madhav Mahārāja, and he was very tall. And I always say he looked like our picture of Madhvacharya. It's huge. And he never blinked. A symptom of a demigod. I'm going to go. Remind me to come back to this because also I knew Krishna Das Babaji, and everyone from various times and places. He never slept. One time in Śrīla Maharaj, I was sleeping on the floor in the evening. Babaji Maharaj was up on the table chanting, listen to this, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. That's how fast. And I'm sure he chanted 64 rounds, probably 2 lakhs, but he didn't rush it. So he was sitting up chanting. I fell asleep. In the morning, I get up 4 or 5 or 6, and he was there sitting up chanting Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. He never slept. So Mahārāja never blinked. So I was sent from Śrīla Maharaj with a letter of introduction, because everything was handled very formally. I think the letter was written by Bhakti Sundar Govinda Maharaj to receive me at his mutt, and I handed him the CID India government had given me a 1-year renewal permit to stay in India. And Mahārāja must have been looking at where it says color of eyes, color of hair, height, because he looked at me and said, I'm longer than you. He said, like that. He said, do you take rice or roti? That meant you're welcome. You're here. I accept. He says, I like you. I don't know what was to like. But now the chapter I'm going to call The Master at Work. I was passing by his door, and I see 4 Bengali fine dressed ladies walking into his room. Sannyasi cannot sit alone with any women. So he saw me pass by, sit here. And it was like, hey, kid, sit here, and I'll show you how it's done. So these ladies were the wives of the grain kings of Bengal. There was the dal lady first, then the sugar lady, chini, and then rice, chawal, and atta, whole wheat flour, atta. I'm going to call that atta. Everybody should learn that word because I got to say it a lot. And the others, so 4 ladies. And the dal lady was the spokesman. Mahārāja parikrama hobe to amar charjan kichu chawal chini bat dakina dibo. We've come to offer grains. Koto lagbe. How much do you need? Koto prayojan. How much grains and rice and sugar do you need for the parikrama coming up? There will be thousands. Mahārāja looks at the dal lady. 10 mond. A mond is 200 pounds. He's asking her for 5,000 pounds of dal. And she chokes. My husband won't permit that much. How much can you give? 5 months. 1,000 pounds. Now he doesn't say anything again. He just looks to the sugar lady. She goes, 5 months. And now the rice lady just looks. 5 months. Then he turns to the atta lady, and she says, 6 months. 6 months. Well, I'm giving more than now. The competition in seva. See? And he looks back to he doesn't hold off then. He's not giving up on them. Now he looks back to the sugar lady, 6 months. And he looks back to the rice lady, 6 months. And then the dal lady, she held out at 5 months now. But then he said, okay, and with my blessings, go ahead. So he raised about 8,000 to 10,000 pounds of food with a look. So that's how it's done. Yeah, okay. So I went on the Navadvip Parikrama when I was at Mahārāja's mutt. Oh, so many things happened. He also would have, aside from Janmashtami and Gaur Purnima, he would also, in I think in January, he would have his own annual festival with a huge procession through Calcutta, and then invite, this is how I met so many of the living sannyasi disciples. He would invite them to speak for 3 to 5 days, every evening for hours on Krishna Katha, which was attended by thousands in his mutt. And they would be all, I remember they were all lined up, so many there, and then go back to their mutts. Sri Maharaj sent me there because he became very ill. So he sent me to Madhu Maharaj mutt, and I asked Madhu Maharaj, should I ask Sri Maharaj to attend? And he says, yes, drag him down. And so I mentioned it to Bhakti Sundar Govinda Maharaj, and he came that year. So maybe I helped. On the parikrama, I walked next to Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj because I thought he's so old. Maybe if he gets weak or something, I can be right there. But he lived to over 102. I think sometimes he would have helped me sometimes. We had to go, one day we go out to the Nrsimha temple, which might have been there since the Satya Yuga. And it was hot, and the 1/2 a mile, the fields had just been plowed up, so they were full of rough clods, and it was hard on your feet. And so we come to that small stone temple. In the front of the temple is just a flat rock stone platform. And I remember I walked across and I walked back. I almost had blisters on my feet. It was just hot in the sun. And we were all surrounding a few thousand people. And then Madhu Maharaj arrives. He steps up on that platform and starts kirtan and starts to dance. And I yell out, Joe, water. And somebody handed me a bottle, and I ran over and poured it on his feet. He would have burned his feet. And then right away, 2 brahmacharis came with buckets and they washed the platform. Later that night, a brahmachari comes up with a bucket of hot water for my feet. He said, Guru Maharaj, Guru Maharaj has sent this to you. He loved to be the host of to be the guest host, the guest master of the society. So I gave him cold water and he gave me hot water for our feet. That is there. What time? Okay.
35 minutes.
What?
35 minutes, Prabhu.
35 minutes more?
Yes, please.
Good. Yes. Ooh. Bhāratī Maharaj encouraged me to study and read these 6 philosophies. Well, that's Patanjali is Ashtanga Yoga, which I know and is defeated by Krishna in the 6th chapter. Yogi Namapi Sarveshan Madgate Nantaratmana Sradavan Bhajate Yaman Samayutta Tamamata. After describing the entire Ashtanga Yoga process to Arjuna, Krishna says, the highest yogi is my devotee. So I didn't need to go through that. Vedanta of Vyasa is in those 6 there, and so that I'm ongoing studying, and we know the fruit of Vedanta is Bhagavatam. But then there's Kannada and Kapila, and they are full of intricacies, and they are full of, to arrive at people use it. Maybe it was their intention, maybe not, but people use that for atheism. This Kapila Muni is the atheist, not the son of Devahuti. This is an atheist speculative philosopher, and his subject was Sankhya, to enumerate everything. And this is going on all the time right up till today. You can try to establish atheism by using numerical formulas, a blizzard of formulas. How can you say the world was created without a superior intelligence? Well, here comes the numbers. 3.5 trillion billion years ago and 17,000 million light years away, there was a combination. You don't know how we're going to tell. And here's the formula. I don't understand. You haven't seen. So the same numerical idea, a method of trying to impose, because we think if we hear something elaborate, it must be so. No. Figures can lie and liars can figure. We would say that in the bank. So, and then on the other side, Kannada is atomic and subatomic movement, and that is quantum mechanics of knowing the speed of this is all methods of mass distraction. We're going to study all kinds of numerical formulas, and we're going to divert you to, yeah, but everything is composed of material elements and anumatis and and sub. You know, wait a minute, step back and look. What do they say? The forest for the trees. Yes, but how come a mango seed makes a mango tree, which makes mango fruit, which makes mango seeds? And what is the, well, because of the chemical? No, because it is Krishna's arrangement. That's why. Because there is an intelligent, and Sadaputa's book on Life Comes from Life describes this very nicely. I'm still trying to find, I speak to some of the Hridayananda Swami and Brahmatirtha here. He had a formula, Sadaputa had a formula to defeat the formula PhDs, that the most complex, I don't know how I got to this subject, you know. I picked this up from Bhakti Raksha Śrīla Maharaj. He would speak vertically from here to Goloka, but then he'd also speak horizontally and go off on many side things. And then he would ask me, now, how did I arrive at this subject? He said, oh, you would start it with, oh, yeah. So I think I picked that up because I go this way. Where was I? Yeah, Sadaputta had a formula that the most complex element is a liquid crystal, which has 37 elements in it, molecules and atoms and what he knows. But the simplest living, those are non-living liquid crystals. People think they're alive because they change their shape by pressure and temperature, and it looks like they're moving, but they're not. They're just they're not alive. They just react to conditions. And they have 30 or so many, is the most complex number of elements in them. The simplest living organism has like 3 to the 64th power number of elements in it. Where'd they come from? They come because of the presence of a jiva, of the presence of consciousness. One is conscious, so, and he said they've also made simpler arrangements where you plant a seed and you weigh the seed. Now, 10 years later, weigh the tree. Where did all that come from? It's only in this pot of soil this much, but the tree weighs hundreds of pounds. So it can produce, and that is, I always love to come back to this because in the beginning, Prabhupada brought his Srimad Bhagavatams with that cover from Goloka, Vaikuntha, and then that dark, the Mahatattva with Mahavishnu, Garbhodakshay Vishnu, Kirudakshay Vishnu. We would ask him to explain that. Janma Karma Prabhupada would recite this verse on one lecture in 66. I heard it. Janma Karma Chame Divyam Evam Yoveti Tatvata Tyakva Dehang Punar Janma Naiti Marmeti Sakshana. Those who know the transcendental nature of my birth and activities never take birth again. Now, what do you think his lecture was about? Krishna being born in Mathura, Vrindavan? No, he spoke about how Krishna, in his angsas and body angsas, enter into this material prakriti, and what are their activities? Because that's where we come from. Everyone, you know, we are beloved of Charitamrita Adi Lila chapter 4, but Hanonita, Hanonitai binevhai Radha Krishna Paitinai. All right. Don't forget, and maybe read it first. Go to the chapter 5, Nityananda. From verse 40 on is all Balaram Tattva and his expansions, because Krishna is all love. Balaram, Nityananda, is God Almighty. And he is the one that prepares everything to support Krishna's Ananda and produces it. He is Sandini, he is Sattva. He is the Sat in the Satchidananda. There's a song like that, but I'm terrible. Who put the Sat in the Satchidananda? It can be me. You can sing that. Bhagavat Maharaj, I'm sure you're laughing. So, who put the Sat in the Sat? Balaram did. I'd like to shake his hand. So, Balaram, so the expansions, coming down to Shankarshan. Shankarshan, remind me of the Anatirikta Drishya. Not with the desire, with the Icha Shakti, with the desire to give a chance for the jivas, the Buddha jivas, to be liberated. Why aren't they liberated? Because verse 45 and then verse 65 of Adi Leela chapter 5, the Nityananda Balaram explain, they're full of elaborate descriptions. I mean, it makes the, so yeah. The god of, there was a cult for centuries called Marcionites in Christianity. And Marcion Muni, he said, I think I'm going to present that the God of the Old Testament is a different God than Jesus. And I think he was right. What is the description of Jehovah? He is born in the dark. And then he creates the sun and the moon and the planets and the animals, and then finally man. That's Brahma. That's a demigod. Later in Deuteronomy, it says, we worship the Lord who sends the rain. That's Indra. But Jesus comes to bring, so they're gods who impose karma reactions. You know, to become a Brahma, you have to practice Varnashram Dharma for 100 births, and then you are qualified to become a Brahma. And Brahma sometimes puts obstacles there. Back to Adi 5. So in verse 45, it says, this Shankarshan, Vaikuntha expansion, is the shelter of the living entities. He then, with the desire to, they're in his body, just like the demons enter into the body. They're not in Leela. They're conserved within him. He is the shelter. Then he expands it himself as Mahavishnu, and he provides the element of matter. We cannot create matter. Science cannot create matter. The story is the scientist holds up some mud, says, hey, God, we can make our own universe. And God says, put that down. You make your own mud. We cannot create mud, but Vishnu, Mahavishnu, is the ingredient form. And he is the seed-giving part. The jivas are like seeds and matter. Mahavishnu creates the seeds and the eggs for this birth. Prabhupada explained, Angani yasya sakalendriya vritimanti. Krishna and all the Vishnu tattvas, they have interchangeable senses that can do the function of every other sense. So he can impregnate and create both male and female, and then in verse 65, Mahavishnu gazes over the material Mahatattva, and that's how the jivas are impregnated into the eggs, which he also creates, because he is both male and female. People argue, why do you call God he? Yeah, well, he's a he that can do all the functions of every. We can maybe get the LGBT community to understand Vishnu, and you'll be very happy, because he's gender everything. Oh, am I in trouble? So this all came to me. I'm saying all this because I want to have a conference just like we had the Bhakti Vinod conference yesterday of Sundar Gopal. Also, I was waiting for him, but it wasn't his point yesterday to discuss this superstition that's going on. And I know the motive behind it, that we fell from Vaikuntha, because people ask me, did you come from Vaikuntha down to help Prabhupada? I said, no, I was a stupid fool in complete ignorance, intoxication, and suffering. And Prabhupada saved me, okay? That's not my Leela. But I'll go into that so much more. So then it came to me that, because for years, Prabhupada's answer was, you're in illusion now, you cannot understand how we felt. And finally he blurted out, we are eternally fallen. There are three words for eternity. We have three kinds of eternity. Ananta, that we can understand, forevermore. Nitya, constantly. But anadi is a little difficult to understand, no beginning. Well, it must have started somewhere. No, it didn't start anyway. It's always been. We have always been nitya bhatta, consistently. Nitya also is used because it doesn't mean that we can't be liberated. Okay. When it came to me reading Brahma Samhita, interesting thing about that verse, Venun Kwanantam, Prabhupada told me, we were in Delhi somewhere, and I had Brahma Samhita. Prabhupada said, read something. So I read the Venun Kwanantam, a description of Krishna's form. We start Nam, Rup, Guna, Lila, in that way. So Venun Kwanantam is the description of Krishna's form. And Prabhupada stopped and said, yes, Krishna is not like the Greek gods or the Roman gods, who are composite ideas of what beauty or love or war is. Krishna is eternally described as eternally, not the description by poets. Now, he said, read what my Guru Maharaj writes in the purport. Krishna's beauty is not a composite of poetic ideas of same. He said, see, this is parampara preaching. I have not memorized all the purports of my Guru Maharaj, but we know it is coming through by parampara preaching. This is parampara preaching. How much more? Time?
22 minutes, Prabhu.
Very good. So it occurred to me that when I was reading Brahma Samhita in the first chapters, this vision, and I described this in my book also, he glances, I didn't describe this the last time, anatirikta drishya. What does that mean? This is sort of a double negative in Sanskrit, it's very clever. When Krishna is teasing Rukmini, he says, you know, I'm not really a kshatriya, I'm a cowherd boy. I don't belong on this throne. My devotees sacrifice everything for me, so I'm going to do that too. I'm going to take sannyas and live in the woods. And Rukmini faints that my husband will leave me. And Krishna says, oh boy, now I'm in trouble. So he manifests 4 arms, then 2 arms, reclaiming my time. 2 arms to pick her up, and 2 arms to fix her hair and jewels. And now he's going to, it's his turn, she's going to get even. You say you're indifferent, but you don't look too indifferent when we created the Mahatattva. Anati, not too much, rikta, void, drishya, vision. You didn't look too indifferent when you gazed upon me to create this material, the material world. And so they're the same Lakshmi Narayan, the same Krishna, only now expanded into Mahavishnu and Ramadevi. They're the same. So she's reminding him of when we are or were in that situation and that love. So that gaze is full of loving passion. In America, we have an expression. When an older man, a wise man, talks to a foolish young man, He says, I remember when you were just a glint in your daddy's eye. When a husband looks to his wife in love. So, and that makes creation. That's how babies are made. Similarly, this gaze, he gazes over, and that gaze becomes a beam of light, which is Shambhu. And that light, and then it occurred to me, I put it together. That beam of light is the delivery of the jivas into the material substance. See? It is not dependent on, it is all symbolic of which Bhaktisiddhanta said. I repeat this last time, but I love to tell this. Bhaktisiddhanta writes, the only language that can be used is that it is intercourse. So, sorry, but that is where, and that's where all the other intercourse, everything else is a shadow of that original Anatirikta creation. Any questions? No questions? One time Prabhupada every time Prabhupada would give a lecture, he would ask for questions, and we didn't have any questions. He said, what, you know everything? Put some question. Then another time he gave such a complete lecture. And any question? There were no questions. He looked at me and said, how can there be any question?
Hare Krishna.
Yes.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, Dandavat Pranam. This is Amrish here from Vrindavan, Amrish and Lavanga.
Yes. He's the one that invited me. Is Chaya Didi on, or Chudamani Patel, Chaya Patel, is she on?
I don't know, but I'm his wife, Lavang Manjari, is on.
I have a question.
She paid for my bicycle. Can you see?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So
thank you so much for.
She sent me some dakshina for the bicycle. There it is. I brought it out for you to see. Okay.
Oh, okay. I just felt inspired to ask you, Prabhu. You were on the parikrama of our Param Guru Maharaj's mutt. We hear a lot from our Guru Maharaj about the many services that he rendered during parikrama. I wonder if you want to speak something more about you seeing him in action while serving on the parikrama, and what kind of service you had while being on that parikrama, other than just being a pilgrim. So just a...
Not really much, but not on the parikrama particularly, but he also showed me, he took me to the bazaar, to Bagh Bazar Mutt. And I want to say this again. You've all heard the story that Bhaktisiddhanta said, and he wasn't kidding. He was going to do it. Tear out the marble, sell the marble of Bagh Bazar, and print books with the money. Turns out, and I think it was Bhaktivedanta Madhav Maharaj who told me, Bhaktisiddhanta built the temple with inferior cement, knowing that someday it could be taken out without breaking the marble to sell for books. He had that planned all along. But in the Bagh Bazar Mutt, they sold these songs of the Vaishnavacharyas in small paperback books. And then I noticed that all the singing, all the kirtan brahmacharis and sannyasis had 2 or 3 of the big chunky looking books. I don't have anything like it. You know, they would look like this. You know. Okay. But they were bound big, thick, but only 5 this big, and I said they look like cupcakes. So they were sold. It was Sharanagati and Kalyan Kalpataru and other books of all the songs. And Bhāratī Maharaj said, we're going to go to Bagh Bazar and buy these, and you can have your set. Because he held up his one. He said, it's a small book, but all Vedic knowledge is in here. Oh. So then we went to the bazaar and to the book binders, and they take off the covers and then put them together in binding books. So I got my set of the songbook. So he showed me what to do. I said, how do I get one of those? He said, come with me. We went there. But even then, Mahārāja Maharaj was most of the time preaching in Assam.
Okay.
And Bhaktivallabha Tirtha Maharaj was in charge there. And one year he had chicken pox. And that's very dangerous for someone. He was in his 50s, and that's very, very serious. And I went in and he said, stay back, you know. But he says, I have chicken pox. I need to eat rich foods. I said, ghee? He said, no, butter. So I would bring him clay pots of that white buffalo butter. And a few days. So he got better. Nothing particularly about Bhāratī Maharaj on Parikrama, because he might have been arranging back at he may not have walked the whole Parikrama. He may have stayed back to arrange the buildings. And there, because there were thousands of people in his group only.
Also, we heard from another God brother that you stayed in Chaitanya Gaudiya Math and actually learned Bengali from a teacher called Gopal Babu. Is that right? Was there any rule of?
Well, I started reading school books at Śrīla Maharaj's book. First thing Śrīla Maharaj told me was go to Yogapith and get a copy of Chaitanya Bhagavat and Chaitanya Charitamrita. Two big books. Did that. Did I tell you about the two chairs also? He said, you will also need two chairs.
Yes.
I said, I don't need two chairs. I can sit on the bed. The chairs are not for you. If any gentlemen come, you must receive them properly. So he also told me to get, so I started to get school books and what they would call the Bengali English teacher were the school books. And the best way to learn a language is to be in a place where nobody else speaks English. You learn very quickly. And I think in the first year, I could understand what people were saying. It took me another year to answer and to speak back at them. And I started slowly putting together sentences and then paragraphs and then more and more. And now I'm forgetting it all. But I spoke to the Bangladesh Zoom program last month, and I was able to speak for about an hour, and then I just ran out of Bengali.
Wow.
But I was able to carry it. But if I were to, it would come back quickly, but there are not many Bengalis here in Alachua, Florida.
Prabhu, could you tell us if, what were the kind of services that you rendered while being in our Param Gurudev's mutt as the resident of the mutt?
Maybe it was Gopal, but he was a great kirtan brahmachari. And there are brahmacharis who were 75 years old, who never took sannyas. See, who could speak Bhagavatam for 2 Bhaktisiddhanta's standing rule was when you preach Bhagavatam and evening programs, 2 hours lecture. And there were brahmacharis who could do that. So one brahmachari took me to, and he was in his 50s though, but a great kirtan, great mridanga player also. Took me to North Calcutta to have mridangas made. And when I was in the mutt, I'd have get boxes and ship kartals and mridangas to America. So that was one service. Then one day, there was Pagal Bijoy. Pagal Bijoy, Pagal means crazy. He wasn't really crazy, but he had, when he was young, he had yellow fever or scarlet fever, which left him with a high fever, left him with some brain problem. But he could preach. He would be like that. Like that all the time. And he turns like that. But he could preach, so he wasn't spiritually mad. And one day he comes to my room because Mahārāja Maharaj was in Assam and the mutt had very little money. Govardhan Puja comes up the next week. And Pagal Bijoy comes to my room. He says, you must pay for the Govardhan Puja. You are American. you must pay. So I got scared. I said, all right. I gathered together about 100 rupees, which was more money before the devaluation. So I paid, and so I paid for that year's Govardhan Anakut.
Did you, just a small question, did you converse with our Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Gosvāmī Maharaj in English or Bengali?
Both.
Both, okay. I have one question which may not be pertinent to the subject at hand, but I just want on an individual, level to know what is the transition you experienced after being in Gaudiya Math for whatever time that you were when Prabhupada sent you and coming back to ISKCON. What is the difference in culture that you experienced?
I never joined ISKCON. I became a disciple of my Guru Mahārāja, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami.
Okay.
Papa once said, there are sons of the father and sons of the mother. Sons of the father continue with the message as little as I can. Bhaktivilas Tirtha Maharaj, that's son of the mother, the properties and the estate and the material assets that the Guru can create.
Sure.
Prabhupada told me from the beginning, he said, yeah, Tirtha Maharaj saw that Bhaktisiddhanta was going to become a very big personality in the spiritual world of India, and so there will be property and disciples and money and so on. Now Bhaktisiddhanta said, I don't care if he's skimming money or this or that. He is managing. If I had to get a manager, it would cost 10 times, and sannyasis would come to complain about him. And Bhaktisiddhanta said, look, if you complain anymore, I will declare him my successor tomorrow. So he's managing. And Prabhupada also said, and Bhaktisiddhanta loved him for managing all of these problems that would come up. He would fix them.
I remember my Guru Maharaj saying when about the institution that he said for him, the institution Chaitanya Gaudiya Math stood for the precept of his own Guru Maharaj. And
I'm going to tell this is coming up now, and I'll close with this. Yes. Because I thought it would come on yesterday on Bhaktivinoda Thakur. So today, Bhaktivinoda Thakur had a dream that he was flying in the sky, and down below on earth was Yamaraj, Brahma, and Narad Muni, and they were arguing over Apichet Sudaracharo, that even if someone is a devotee who is Ananya Bhak, who is right, one-minded to Krishna, if he is guilty of abominable activities, he should be considered saintly. In the next verse, they were arguing was Kshipar Bhavati Dharmama. Very quickly, they become righteous. So first Yamaraj says, you mean just because someone is a devotee, if he commits abominable things, I cannot take him? And Narad Muni then says to Brahma, but what does it mean they should be considered saintly? Because the next verse says, they become saintly. I thought we're already, Brahma, Bhaktivinoda Thakur comes in their presence and says, here's the answer. Those who consider the Ananya Bhakt devotees as being righteous, they quickly become righteous. See? So Prabhupada sometimes would condemn the behavior of Bhaktivilas Tirtha, and sometimes also understand. Sometimes somebody asked him, where is Bhaktivilas now? And he looked back and he said, no service to Gurudev is unrewarded. So, and there are many examples, others will know, that Prabhupada tolerated so many mischievous things if it came to some seva. I only know about 2 people that Prabhupada rejected, and he didn't really, they were really dangerous personalities. And he didn't even reject them in such a way. He said, you don't need a guru. You can go anywhere you want and preach all what you are saying. So it's like, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. That's how he, because if you say get out, then you've got a bad enemy outside. It comes again to Bhagavad Gita, chapter 12, verses 8 through 12, 13. There's so many concessions. Surrender to me. If you can't do that, do Vaidhi Bhakti. If you can't do that, do karma yoga. If you can't do that, do auspicious things. If you can't do that, be a Jnani. Think of me something. So Jiva Gosvāmī, that's going to come up, I think. Jiva Gosvāmī had disciples who could not accept Parakiya Bhava. So he made a suggestion. Speaking of that, I'm going to finish it with the story I say all the time because it's so yummy. Bhakti Raksha Śrīla Mahārāja's mat, property, and temple were registered in the name of the deities, Radha Krishna deities. And some troublemaker politician came to him and said, a couple cannot jointly own property. And Śrīla Mahārāja says, they're not married. Even a rascal atheist politician knows that Radha Krishna are God, and now he's being taught Parakiya Bhava. But that is so yummy.
Prabhu, there's two questions if possible. One from myself, if I can just ask very briefly, and one from Shamarani Didi in France. So my question very briefly is, you began speaking about Shraddha, and I would like to know from your experience with Śrīla Mahārāja, what was it from his actions that gave you the most Shraddha that we can imbibe into our practices?
There was one that lasted for the rest of my life. Yes, that's the standard. You can. Here's the finale. Here's the finale of Śrīla Mahārāja, which we all have to go on meditating on forever. The absolute truth is that circle which has the circumference is nowhere and the center is everywhere.
That's beautiful. So
circumference nowhere, that appeals to Mayavadis, yeah. But the center is everywhere. Yes, wherever there's Nam, there's Purna. Nama Chintamani Krishna's Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha, Nitya Siddha Purna Mukta Purna. Wherever there's Nam, there's the complete Krishna, and Vrindavan Leela is wherever it is. Here. Okay, I'm going to break time. One day, here's Manjari Bhava. One day, Śrīla Mahārāja's Japamala broke. So we had to restring it. So arts and crafts time. You string all the beads on one thread, and then 3 times more thread, and then you take your needle and thread the thread, pull that through a little bit, and then start pulling all the 108 beads around, and it will draw out another thread each time you get around. That's not clear, I'll tell it another time. But you have to have a few. That's how you can get a perfect number of threads in there to make them firm. So Haricharan Prabhu and another brahmachari were in Śrīla Mahārāja's downstairs, and me, and we start pulling the beads through, and every time you pull it through, so you got 1 thread, now you got 2 threads, and then it pulls through until it gets firm. So I had the idea. So the 108 beads are the 108 sakis, and we're outside the Ras Leela, serving them by pulling these in bead form. So there's Ras Leela going on, the Sakis are dancing, and we are serving and assisting them in getting around.
Yeah.
If that's clear at all. So yeah, that's a high point. But they're all high points. I mean, anything he said, anything Prabhupada said was the high point.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Premanandi, Hari Hari Hari.
Prabhu, have you got just 2 moments for Shamarani Didi's question?
Yes.
It's a very quick question. I grew up listening to your kirtans, and one day Harisori, he spoke about, I'm not sure if it was you or Yashodanandan Swami, who was sent by Srila Prabhupada to Bhakti Gosvāmī Mahārāja to learn all the Vaishnava songs. And then I know that it's you who brought the first, book into the West. So was it you that learned all the songs with Bhakti Dadev Mahārāja?
From his brahmacharis and from more from Madhav in Madhav Maharaj's mat, and also Ban Maharaj, Krishna Das Babaji would come through all the time. And there was a Yajavar Maharaj who had a super voice. I always say he didn't need a microphone. He had a super voice. And I also noticed everybody was singing with their own voice. You don't imitate someone. So I found my own voice. And if you know the meanings of the words, it helps to make it pleasing to hear. Otherwise, you're just mouthing syllables. So it was from all of them. It wasn't particularly from Śrīla Maharaj, but from all the brahmacharis. And I knew that in the West, all they had was Mahamantra and Panchatattva. So they were really hankering for more songs and music because they were writing their own songs that were very strange, and rock and roll. And the bottom line, they weren't very good composers. George Harrison is a world-class composer and musician. My Sweet Lord is not rock and roll. It's a great melody, and it's not dua. It's not, rock and roll. It's popular, it's contemporary music, but it's not, if you take, it's not rasa bas. If you take some rock and roll rhythm and melody, I saw this. There was a rock and roll kirtan in New York Central Park. There were about 500 people in front, and the rock and roll was chanting rock and roll Hare Krishna, but nobody was joining. So then the leader stopped the band. He goes to the front of the stage and he goes, everybody, Hare Krishna, just clapping. Hare Krishna. 500 people start chanting Hare Krishna. They join in. Then he goes back to his drums. He starts the band again and everybody stopped.
Thank you, Prabhu.
So you don't have to, it also implies that, you have to be a musician to chant. You have to be a great voice singer or something. So that's intimidating. It doesn't invite them in. Any way you say, somebody once didn't sing too well, and he said, I apologize. I said, don't apologize for chanting Hare Krishna. That's your voice. Famous story of Śrīla Maharaj and Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj. At the end of his life, Bhakti Siddhanta said, sing Sri Rupa Manjari Pada. And Puri Maharaj had a great voice, and Bhakti Siddhanta said, no, I want Śrīla Maharaj to sing, who had a very thin voice. But he said, I want him to sing. These are great moments teaching.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us today. Dandavat Pranam.
Go Premanandi Hari
Hari. So grateful to hear you. Hare Krishna.
Okay, so from America, we go to Slovenia, and we will be hearing from Madan Gopal Prabhu, who has also gratefully agreed to join us as well. So please offer your Pushpanjali to Śrīla Maharaj. Dandavat Pranam, Prabhu.
Jnana-timirandasya jnananjana shalakaya chakshur unmilitam jena tasmai Shri Gurave namaha. Namayo Vishnu Padaya Shri Gaura Priyamurtaye Shrimate Bhakti Vallabha Tirtha Gosvāmī Namine Vancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bhaivacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. At first I paid my unlimited Shashtanga Dandavat Pranams unto the lotus feet of my most revered Gurudev, Nitya Prishta Om Vishnupat Paramahamsa Ashtatrasha Shīla Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosvāmī Mahārāja, and pray for his causeless mercy. Also, I pay my innumerable Shashtanga Dandavat Pranams to Nitya Prishta Param Puja Pacha Srimad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja, and pray for his causeless mercy. So I'm very happy to be present in this assembly. I was requested by Chandrika Mataji. It is her compassion, because I heard many times from my Gurudev, Guru Vaishnav Bhagavan Tiner Smarane Hoy Bigna Binashan, Bonaya Se Hoy Nijo Banchita Puran. If one remembers, means merely by remembering Guru, bona fide Guru, pure devotee, Vaishnava, and Supreme Lord, then all obstacles in his devotion can be removed by their grace, and all devotional desires can be fulfilled very easily, anayase hoy. Or our Gurudev also said, ochirate hoy, means very quickly. So I feel very fortunate to be present here and being encouraged to remember Srila Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. I think I might have seen him first time in 1999 in Gaur Purnim, Mayapur, perhaps, but that time I don't remember clearly, but I conjecture because he was present in every Navadip Parikrama, but that was also my first time in India. So I think I saw, but I don't remember very clearly. But I remember very clearly, it was in 1999, same year, but Brajamandal Parikrama in Govardhan Dham. There I saw him speaking with my Gurudev and also some other sannyasis in the room. I was outside, but I still remember seeing that very tall figure of Srila Bhāratī Gosvāmī Mahārāja. It is usually Indians, they are not very tall, but he was very tall. He was tallest among them. So, and also very white color hair, chaturmasa, and beard, very white, like Narad Goswami we hear. So shining and very beautiful figure. So I noticed him. So I was attracted by his form at first. Then I saw him in other parikramas, but I never spoke with him. But it was in 2004 in our Batinda Mat in Punjab. He was also there, and because I was in one house, devotee's house, so we were some few of us there. So our Kartik program starts very early, and so I woke up very early so that I could first occupy the bathroom and I could be present on the program. So it happened that from that house I came to our mat, and Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja was always first there, sitting on that chair, and he used to chant these ashtakas. I remember that Shara Goswami Ashtaka, then Dashavatar Stotram also, and Namashtaka and Brinda Devi Ashtaka, and also that very long Vaishnava Bandhana. We all know the short one, Vrindavana Vasijata, but there is a long one where all the names of all personal associates of Mahaprabhu were there. So he used to chant that, and I was the second to come to the hall. So I sat there and I was waiting and hearing. So then after some days like this, he was staying in the room together with Śrīla, our Acharya Mahārāja. So once I went to pay Dandavat after Arati to them. So Śrīla Bhāratī Mahārāja started to ask about me to Śrīla Acharya Mahārāja. Who is he? Then Acharya Mahārāja would speak something. Then Bhāratī Mahārāja, he's coming very early in the morning. I see him, very good. I see him. So like this. That time also I did not speak. But it was during the prasad time that we were in the line, and Bhāratī Mahārāja used to supervise how the prasad distribution is going on. So he was going from like checking and like this. So he came to us also, and he looked at me and said, there is a chili inside, very careful and smiling. Then I understood that he speaks English. Before I did not know. So then I met him like there in the temple. Then I told Mahārāja, I did not know you speak English. Then we spoke something a little, and then I told Mahārāja, I did not know you speak English, but your English is very nice. So it is my request. Our Gurudev was coming to Western countries. Now due to some heart problem, he's not coming. So will you please come? Then he said, no, now I'm very old man. I'm very old man. Now my path leads only to the grave. And he was smiling. Then I understood that really he is not having any such plan. So I did not push. But we were having very nice interactions. He was joking about these chili things. So like this. And also in this same Batinda Math, that same Kartik, one my god brother, he told me that Śrīla Bhāratī Mahārāja would wake up very early and would take bath and do Sunday everything. So I thought I will do some service for him. I will bring hot water for bathing. And he said, I brought very early to him. I said, Mahārāja, I brought you water. Then Bhāratī Mahārāja very strongly, he told, I know who is bringing my water. I know. I have his address. I have his phone number. I have everything about him. You are not bringing my water. He's bringing. Means Krishna, you can be only instrument, but without the will of Krishna, no one can do anything. So that my god brother told me that he totally dismantled that his false ego of pride. I'm doing something for Mahārāja. So he dismantled that idea and he said, no, I know who is bringing this water. I know. I have his address. And because Bhāratī Mahārāja is a realized soul, he has direct contact with Krishna. So that devotee, he said, I was fully awakened. Then all my false ego was gone by Mahārāja's grace. Then I still did that seva, but with totally different mood. So then he was speaking Harikatha also during that on the stage. Śrīla Bhāratī Mahārāja's Harikatha very strong, very precise, and with scriptural evidence. And I always remember that verse, Nasadayati mam jogo, that verse from Bhagavatam, where it is said, one cannot attain Supreme Lord by by yoga, by gyan, by anything, only by devotion. He used to quote this verse almost every Harikatha. Whenever I hear that verse, I remember Bhāratī Mahārāja. So then I met him next year, Brajamandal Parikrama. He used to speak Harikatha, Upadeshamrita and Shikastak and all this. So I was hearing. Then in 2006, also, I met in Bombay. He came. Our Madhusudan Maharaj organized that Kartik Vrata. So he came and they were staying in one, my Gurudev and Bhāratī Maharaj, they were staying in one like a very tall building, one room, 2 separate rooms. So there I spoke with Maharaj and I asked him one question and he said, yes, they are Sahajiyas. And I said, I want to, about some devotees. So then I told him I want to, no, he said to me, I know you will go to do Govardhan Parikrama. Then I said, Maharaj, how you know? Then I said, I heard from some other source. And then he gave some advice. So really after Bombay, I went there to Govardhan. So like that, then it was in 2007, he was staying in Chandigarh those days for Kartik to give Harikatha. So our Gurudev also was on the way to Pathankot. We went with him and we stopped in Chandigarh. So it happened that Gurudev became very sick doing the pastime of illness there in that month. So we also stayed for a long time. So that time, I got more opportunity to associate with Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja in his room and also outside when he used to take sun in the morning, showing his back. He taught me, you have to serve the sun with your back. Fire has to be in front. You have to serve him from front. But sun, you have to show your back. In that way, he will be served. So every morning, he used to take the sun and he would do some question answers with us. And also in the afternoon, we went with him in that park behind our mat. So we used to walk and till the first bench, then we would sit down and he would answer our questions. And then again, we would walk and till the next bench, again, he would sit down, again, we would ask like this, maybe 4 or 5 times stopping before we reach back. So that time I was more personally with him and he answered so many of my questions and he encouraged and removed doubts and everything. And also it happened also, I remember in Chandigarh, he was sometimes sitting and chanting on chair. So I would just sit like in front of him and without him speaking anything, I felt that my mind is automatically going down. No need to speak, nothing. Just in his presence, such influence, that's spiritual. So everything, and you are feeling fully peaceful and satisfied in association without speaking. So there, my Gurudev played the pastime of severe illness, so it looked like he might disappear. So he was taken to hospital, and I spoke with Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja, and I told him that maybe Gurudev will disappear, I don't know. So he said, with such great souls, it depends on the desire of Krishna. It is not like by karma or something or disease or like this. It is totally dependent on the will of Krishna. And then he told me his own. He said, in my case personal, I can also tell you. In 2006, I became very sick. And he even resigned from his post as a general secretary in the mat due to deteriorated health. And he told me I was in Puri and I was very sick. And I actually prayed to Jagannath, Jagannath, I want to go to you. I don't want to remain in this world. I want to go to you. Then Bhāratī Mahārāja told me, but Jagannath did not agree with my proposal. So I had to remain, and then he regained his health and he said, now here I am. Still I have to do my duty. I have to preach. So he was speaking Harikatha. So it is today we are observing the disappearance day. So it is not by any like this disease or anything. It is totally Krishna's desire. When they want to call them back, they will go by Krishna's desire. If he will want to stay them here, then they will stay like this. So it is not ordinary event when pure devotees, they disappear. So there also Bhāratī Mahārāja in his room spoke Harikatha on my birthday. I requested him for blessing. And in some other places also I said, Mahārāja, you please bless me. Then in a little, I cannot explain what kind of mood, but very affectionate, he said, yes, I'm blessing you. It is my duty to do so. It is the duty of sadhus to bless. So yes, I'm blessing with fully from the heart. He was very happy. Somehow he was very happy. I don't know. I'm most fallen person, but somehow Mahārāja, out of his causeless mercy, was very happy always to see me and very affectionate. So in this way, I could meet him mostly during Kartiks and Navadip Parikrama in India. And then also in 2012, he was in Puri, and then he came to our Kolkata mat. And at that time, some disciples of Śrīla Narayan Gosvāmī Mahārāja started to come to hear from him and ask him questions like this. So there were darshans, and Śrīla Bhāratī Mahārāja was at that time more acquainted with me. So he wanted me to repeat what they were saying, what they were asking, because he could not understand, or they were speaking very more silently, maybe due to shyness or something. But I was more familiar with Bhāratī Mahārāja and he with me from before. So he wanted me to repeat to him. I think you have heard some of those videos on YouTube or those audios. So I had to repeat. And also Bhāratī Mahārāja used to look at me when giving reply to those questions. And sometimes I had to explain also after what he was saying, or more elaborate like this. I got this sort of seva by Mahārāja's grace for 1 month. And then in Mayapur also. Then that same year in Purushottam Brata, he spoke that Brahmastava down in the hall, and very precisely he was explaining, and his style was, first he will say one verse, and next day another verse, and like this. But he would speak on the next day briefly what he spoke on previous day verse. So like the more it went, all verses he would go so that we would not miss the topic. So very precisely he was explaining everything, and very strong Harikatha. And also during these darshans, he was very precise. Sometimes he would ask me something and I would reply, and it was not like wrong, but he wanted to add some detail or to go more in detail, and he would do it in a very, very, like, it is like some kind of catastrophe, but outwardly looking very strong. But always I felt very happy because it was out of love, really out of love. I was never hurt. So very, very nice, and he helped me so much I can never repay. So And I used to remind him during Kartiks that Maharaj, today is the disappearance day of Śrīla A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Will you please say something about him? Then he said, yes, I will say. And he did in Harikatha. He used to explain, and he said, I met him many times. Also, I have many photos with him. But gradually, all his disciples, when they met me, they wanted to take this photo, that photo. Yes, that photo. So, but they took away from me. So I met many of his disciples and I asked them, what is the definition of devotion? And he said they could not say. So then one day I came to Bhāratī Maharaj and I told him, Maharaj, I memorized those two verses, definition of devotion. Then he said, you tell. Then I said, and Maharaj was very happy and he explained little that Sarva Padavi Nirmuktam, Tat Paratana Nirmalam, Hrishikena Hrishikesha Sevanam, Bhakti Ruchate, and Anyabilasita Shunyam, Jnana Karma Dhyanavritam, Anukulina Krishna Nushilam, Bhakti Uttamam. So he was very happy and he explained that this is sadhana and that is prema bhakti. Then there are so many incidents. Already I told before also, one day it happened in our Chandigarh Math. I was little disturbed because of prasad, because we had some separate arrangements. So I was disturbed and little hungry and like this. So, but anyway, I went to hear Bhāratī Maharaj with disturbed mind, and I was not fully attentive hearing. And he spoke in Hindi. That time I could not understand much yet. So, but I was hearing. Then all of a sudden I came out from my mind, and automatically my attention was fully on the sound of his Harikatha, and I was fully like awakened, and some bliss was coming from within me, and all problems vanished, everything. I was in some transcendental bliss and fully attentive. And from left side, where Radha deities are there, I get to know from Krishna, like a message, that why you got this experience, because Srila Bhāratī Maharaj is speaking for my satisfaction, not for any other desire. He's speaking for my satisfaction. So, and because you are hearing him, I am very much satisfied with you. That is why I gave you this. So I understood Bhāratī Maharaj, a pure devotee. Krishna is letting me know, and he's happy if I hear him. Krishna letting me know, sorry to say, but that happened in Chandigarh Math, and so many other things. So many questions he answered and was very affectionate. So we are observing his disappearance festival today. Whatever a pure devotee does is for the eternal benefit of all. Maharaj said, now I did all my service to my Gurudev. So then he played this pastime of sickness, and fixing his mind on Radha Krishna, he departed from this world. And his seva before was very much in our mat. He was architect by profession. So he was in construction of all our mats, Chaitanya Guru mat. And he used to do South Indian Parikrama. He used to lead North Indian Parikrama. Then because of some accident, he could not do anymore. But so much service he did. Our Gurudev was very respectful to him and always consulting also with him. So I saw them together many times, their affectionate dealings, also fighting for management, but out of love. Some difference there, but it was out of love. So I'm feeling very fortunate to meet and to receive the grace of Srila Bhāratī Maharaj by the grace of my Gurudev. So also I'm very grateful to you all here to encourage me to remember him. So on today's disappearance day, I bow down to Srila Maharaj. I'm remembering his Samadhi in Mayapur Dham and praying to forgive if any offenses I committed at his lotus feet, knowingly or unknowingly. And I pray for his causeless mercy, for pure devotion to Krishna and his devotees. Thank you all. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhu bhayavacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo.
Thank you so much, Madanka Prabhu, for sharing and revealing such high things that you know, for such a soul as I can't comprehend, but I will remember them. I will remember them to know that, you know, that to hear Sadhu Sangha is to hear, but you know, to hear Sadhu Sangha is extremely important. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know, is Srila Bhakti Prasoon Madhusudan Prabhu Maharaj with us? Maharaj, are you here? He's coming from India, Srila Bhakti Prasoon Madhusudan Maharaj. I don't know if he's here or not. Maharaj, are you here? I can't see his name, but there's phone numbers, names without names on, spiritual names. It doesn't look like he's here as yet. And
Dear Didi, I think that he's not here yet.
Yeah.
I will try to contact someone, you know, in his association and try to figure out where is he.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know that Damayanti Didi, she arranged, so I don't know if she has his contact details as well. But thank you so much for doing that. That's wonderful.
Yes, my pleasure.
Thank you. Bhagavat Maharaj, would you like to speak for a while longer while you're still with us until we can locate Madhusudan Maharaj? Bhagavat Maharaj, are you there? Okay, would anybody else like to speak for a little while, or we could do some kirtan or something? Madam Gopal Prabhu, would you like to speak some more?
Yes. So, I already told many times, but it was very sweet pastime. In 2010, Kartik, our Gurudev went to Ludhiana. It is in Punjab. So Srila Bhāratī Mahārāja his plan was to stay in Chandigarh for Harikatha like every year. But our Gurudev requested him to come there to that house in Ludhiana to speak Harikatha. So Bhāratī Mahārāja came. So they were in opposite room. So there I remember how Bhāratī Mahārāja used to explain to me some songs which we are singing during Kartik now, like Radha Kunde Sumilana, Bikaradi Vibhushana, Bhamyot Kanta Mugdha Babulila. He would ask and explain, and like this, all those kirtans of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Bharathi Maharaj was very fond of these Kartik Brata kirtans. He said, this is our life. We are waiting for Kartik to come. This is our life. These Shikastaka kirtans and Lila kirtans. So I can sing one. You said that if kirtan is there, so to please Maharaj, I can sing this one. Radha Kunde Sumilana. Radha Kunde Sumilana, Bikaradi Vibhushana, Bhamyot Kanta Mugdha Babo Lila, Sambhoga Narmadiriti Dola Kela Bong Shikriti Modhupa Surja Puja Kela Jala Kela Banya Shana Chala Sukti Banyatana Bahulila Nande Duijone Parijana Suvestito Radha Krishna Susevito Madhyanaka Lete Smari Mone Madhyanaka Lete Smari Mone. So he was very fond of Kirtan, of Bhaktivinoda Thakur and Narottam Thakur. When he was in his room and Kirtan was going outside, he did not want to, like, he was always hearing that Kirtan and he would follow in his own room. And I could see how he was relishing this Kirtan, how he was very satisfied. And he used to explain the meaning. And there also it happened this, I told before, that I used to buy some sweets for my birthday to distribute to devotees. So there also I did, and I brought them to my Gurudev to offer to him first. But then that lady of that house, she asked me, from where you got this? I said, from there. But do you know, maybe there is something mixed inside. Maybe it is not pure ghee, maybe some sesame oil or some mustard oil or something, and it is prohibited for Kartik. So then I said, yes, I did not think about this, I don't know. Then I asked Gurudev, Gurudev, this happened, now I don't know what to do. Then Gurudev smiled and he said, anyhow, I'm not taking sweets, but you can ask Bhāratī Mahārāja. So what to do? Then I went from Gurudev's room, just opposite to his room, Bhāratī Mahārāja was there. And I told him, Maharaj, Gurudev sent me, this happened. Then Bhāratī Mahārāja was nodding like this. And he said, yes, it could be possible. We don't know. Nowadays, they are mixing things, so we cannot say. For this type of sweet, we cannot say. So, but this type of sweet it has long durability. It will stay for a long time. So you don't worry. You keep it. We will take it after Kartik. For now, you should buy Kaju Barfi. There, it is sure there is no any thing inside that is purely made of cashew, Kaju, Indian cashew, purely. So he was expert in sweets also. Already I knew from Chandigarh that he told me about many sweets, how they are preparing. He was very expert in this. And he told me, you know, Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, he liked sweets very much, but he never got any problem, any digestion problem, even in his old age. You know why? Then I said, no, Maharaj, I don't know. Then he said, because Srila Puri Maharaj was not eating sweets because he was very greedy to taste sweets. But he saw it is prasad, Krishna's prasad. Directly he saw. So in that consciousness, he was honoring prasad as a prasad, not as a sweet to enjoy it. So that is why he would not get any problem. Then I understood. And he told me, Nrishinga Dev is very angry, isn't he? Then I said, yes, very angry. He said, no, not angry. That is his affection. He is trying to benefit those demons and all, to protect them from that evil mindedness and everything. So in this way, Bhāratī Mahārāja always used to reply very quickly, no thinking. And expertly he would reply, and he had a very sharp memory. He used to remember many incidents from past, and he would give many examples to support his Harikatha, so that we could easily understand it. And also, one time it happened in Mayapur when, yes, he came.
Mahārāja is here.
Okay.
We can invite you another time, and we want to speak for hours.
Yes, I could.
Thank you so much for sharing again. And
he should continue. He should complete his. He should complete.
Okay.
Okay, just very shortly, I will tell. We were in Mayapur, so that time the devotees from Śrīla Gosvāmī Mahārāja's Sangha used to ask questions. So I had to assist there as a medium. So, but one day in 4:30, Mahārāja used to speak from 4 to 4:30, sharp, not more than that. So then one female disciple, she came like 4:35, and she was very eager to ask Mahārāja. Then I told her, now, and Mahārāja was chanting Mala outside on the chair. So I told her, I'm sorry you are a little late. Now Mahārāja is not in the mood to answer questions, so you please come tomorrow or something. But she was very, very eager and like this. Then I looked at Mahārāja and I asked her, what is your question? So she told me, this is my question. And I looked at Mahārāja and he gave like indication with face, you tell her. So by Mahārāja's grace, I felt empowered. I start to explain to her that question, answer to that question, and Mahārāja would support like this. Very nice, and she was very happy, and everything was done. So like this also he could make arrangement. So now Mahārāja will speak. He's my senior god brother. He got so much association and grace of Śrīla Bhāratī Mahārāja. So I also want to hear from him. Hari Bol.
Jai Radhe Shyam to everyone. Jai Radhe Shyam. Oh, it's very beautiful arrangement. We can remember Vaishnavas. We can think about them and know which thing is attracting in this world, which thing is, clashing our boundaries, our everything, every action. That thing is now rescuing us, means this material internet system, which is very dangerous, and same time this is very useful for remembering Vaishnavas. So first of all, I pay my obeisances to my most revered Gurudev and Śrīla Bhakti Gosvāmī Mahārāja and Śrī Thakur Haridas, Namacharya Haridas Thakur, and also Anant Dev. So there's many tithis, many auspicious points, many auspicious time is came together. So my English is not good, but it's okay. This is a chance to speak about Vaishnava. Om Agyantimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभैव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो महावदन्याय कृष्णप्रेमप्रदाय कृष्णाय कृष्णचैतन्य नामिने गौरत्युषे तप्त कंचन गौरंगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्तुते। तप्त कंचन गौरंगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्तुते। भक्त्या विहीन अपराध लक्ष्य क्षिप्तश्च कामादि तरंग मध्ये कृपामयी त्वां शरणं प्रपन्ना वृंदे नमस्ते चरणारविंद। श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम राम। गुरु गौरंग राधा गोकुलानंद देव की जय। श्री गिरिराज गोवर्धन की जय। नामाचार्य हरिदास ठाकुर की जय। जय अनंत चतुर्दशी की जय। अनंत भगवान की जय। जय शिला ठाकुर भक्ति विनोद महाराज जी की जय। तदीय विर्भाव तिथि पूजा महामहोत्सव की जय। जय शिल भक्ति विज्ञान भारती गोस्वामी महाराज की जय। तदीय तिरुभाव तिथि पूजा महामहोत्सव की जय। समागत भक्त वृंद की जय। गौर प्रेमानंद। You can feel how my sound is the cause of unrest of my throat. It's okay. Where from I should start? The glory of Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj is also like my most revered Gurudeva's glories. But what can I say? Unfortunately, I came in much since long time ago, but unfortunately I didn't have much association with Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, because I was in Chandigarh much, and that time when I came in 1986, Srila Maharaj was not used to come in Punjab Prachar and other teaching tours. He was staying in Calcutta only and Jagannath Puri only. And fortunately, our Damodar Maharaj, he got much association of Srila Maharaj, Bhakti Goswami Maharaj. So, but I know from childhood how Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj was not much loving child, but slightly is giving smile, and just his smile was also like a killing smile. If you have many questions and he just given you a smile, then you can immediately feel, oh, your questions is vanished. All questions are finished. So like that he was. This is his small glory. Very tiny I am speaking. Once I was very much eager to get realization of Supreme Lord Krishna and Radharani and our what is our Paramas topmost. I want to realize that. So I went to Maharaj in Jalandhar. I requested him, Maharaj. I came in much just 3 years ago, and I don't want to waste my time, some other duties, other works. what I should do. How can I uplift myself? How can I get realization? My mind is dirty. What should I do? Then Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, he told me, have you read Chaitanya Shikshamrit? I told no. Then he asked, have you read Jaiv Dharma? No. Okay. First, should read these two grantha. Then after that, you should read that Chaitanya Charitamrit, then Chaitanya Bhagavad. So this is enough to understand that philosophy and our Vaishnavas highly means Vaishnavas target the benefits, the target of our Gaudiya Sampradaya. Then you can understand. Same time I went to Gurudev and I requested him same question. Then Gurudev told, like similar books. But he also, I requested him, Maharaj, I love too much Radha Nam. I like to sing Radha Nam. Then Gurudev laughed. Then I told him, I love Radha Rani, Radha Nam. Then he laughs. You know, you didn't see even Maya Devi. When you will see Maya, then even after her, you don't want to see anything. You will go there only. Then I astonished, what is this? Then he told, Maya Devi is also so beautiful. When you will see Maya Devi, then you will forget everything. So Radharani is most, is higher than everything. All Maya, all Yoga Maya, everything. She is higher than everything. So he is laughing. You have no experience of Maya. That's why you are saying you are loving Radha. Then I understand. It means I have no qualification to chant even Radha Nam. But after some time, Gurudev asked some places, sing glory of Radharani and other things. Come to the point. Means I went to Mahārāja, Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, and he told me same things what Srila Gurudev ordered. Means they are in Siddhanta, they are same. And I saw Maharaj never compromise on his, what is that, Siddhanta, on his just Vaishnava etiquettes, you can say, like that, which he decided, I will do this and that, he will do that only. Nobody can change him. Nobody can change him. From childhood, he was like this. I heard some Leela from from some Vaishnavas. In childhood, when he got Yaggopavit, he was born in Brahmin family. So there, in childhood, in the age of 7 and 8, they are giving this thread and other things also. So their Kul Guru, they are very learned, a scholar. So they came, and his father told, when he will hold your hand like this, and he will ask you something. he will tell you, can you will do this and that, then you should say, yes, Badham, Badham, like this. Badham, Badham, yes, I will do, I will do. So he was asking, you should do your mother, father service. Yes, Badham, Badham. Then you will be do in, you will be, you study and you will follow your teachers, Badham, Badham, like that. When he asked, you will not sleep in the daytime, in daytime, means night time is okay, but in daytime, morning time, daytime, you will not sleep, then there he should say Badham, Badham, but he just stopped. Then he's asking, say. Then his father came and he asked, hey, why not saying, say Badham, Badham? Then he asked, how can I say Badham, Badham? If I will become old and maybe I will ill, then I should need some rest for my body. Then how can I say Badham, Badham? If I will say yes, I will do, then I should do. Means like this was he committed for his words. He is pure brahmachari. No one in his life, no one, what is that? Not a single dot, no one shown his life. Some management system was, some problem is there. That is no need to think about that. But in his personal life, no one seen anything dot on his life. So from that childhood, when he was in this kind of faith on his words, then you can imagine when he is in full conscious and full knowledge, then how can he just forget his words, forget his vows, forget his that vrata. So he was very strong personality in this world. And some people, maybe they couldn't understand him. I also myself, the cause of my Gurudeva's loving relation with me, the cause of that I was also sometime disturbed to see their Leela. Because Gurudev was, when Gurudev was doing Dandot Pranam, like after Vancha Kalpataru Kripasan, so Bhārati Gosvāmī Mahārāja also, everyone was doing. It's okay. But sometime I saw Gurudev is doing Dandot Pranam and Bhārati Mahārāja is not doing. Sometime I saw that. So for that reason, some, some what kind of dirty things came in my mind, whom I was thinking he is my master, he is my teacher, he is my path shower, who is showing path, he is my path shower. So that time, sometime it came in my mind, what is this? How we should act with our senior God brothers if Maharaj is doing like this. So this kind of, dirt came in my mind. But when I saw his personal life, oh Gurudev, and inside my, I always apologize and I ask him, Maharaj, please forgive me, like that. So he forgiven me. He says, okay, no problem. That is happening. Where is love much more than other, then there is this kind of things is happening. He told some shloka not like shloka. This is Chaitanya Charitamrita verse. Premir Adhikya, something like that. Is Premir Adhikya means it means whereas you have love much more than others, there this kind of illusions is happening. So this kind of illusion was me also. So when I saw his life, his style, every day, without any, any break, every day he's awakening 3 o'clock morning. And after, what is that? Mouthwash, hand wash, he's sitting on his bed and he's doing Harinam. Servants are sleeping. He never called them. Hey, just wake up. He never told them. They are waking when they wake up. It's okay. He is doing Harinam. When I saw this, then I think, oh, how they can act like this. If any Vaishnava is doing whole day Harinam, without any break, Harinam or Harikatha. Just 2 things. If any Vaishnava is doing like that, how they can do that things that I when I seen personally in his lifestyle, I just removed that all malice, all kind of this dirt from my mind to, in Ganga, Mayapur. I just thrown out. Then I understand, oh, this is some kind of Leela of Radharani. Radharani sometime praising Krishna. Oh, Krishna, you are very beautiful. And now Krishna want to say like that same thing. Yeah, you are very beautiful. Then Radharani is saying, no, I'm not so much beautiful because you are moon. Huh? You are moon without any dirt, clean moon. Then Krishna have no words to praise Radharani. So from Radharani's gopis, one gopi is going to Krishna's what is that group, and that is Vishakha. She is going to opposite of Radharani's group, means Krishna's group, and now she is teaching to Krishna. Hey, say, yes, I am moon, but you are my light. You are my light. You are moonlight. Without light, how moon will become? How moon will, show? It will look like Amavasya, like what is that? Dark moon. Yeah? It will look like dark moon. Like moon is there, but without light. So like this. So it looks like opposite of Radharani. Means Vishakha is there, but both side, means Radharani side and Krishna side, they are praising each other. Means if they will defeat, means Radharani group, if this group is praised Krishna and Krishna have no answer to that praise, then Krishna will be defeated. Understand? And Radharani will be, one. So in this sense, you can imagine who is winning, that is, they are losing. Means winning means they are praising, they are glorifying Krishna. So if they are glorifying and also they are defeating, it means who is defeating, he is finally winning, but here they are, means Radharani group is winning, but finally they are defeating, means they are unglorifying themselves. So in that sense, sometimes this is happening. So Śrīla Mahārāja's Leela, and then I understood, and it was like last time he was in Mayapur, and after that he left hut. He came outside. Then I went to him. I requested him, Maharaj, please come here. You should stay only this place and give initiation from here. Then he is happy and he is saying, yes, I am always with you. Also, Damodar Maharaj was there. I am always with you. You don't worry. Then also he given his blessings on us. Don't worry. I am with both of you. Like that, he was very loving, inside very loving nature, but outside he's never shown, yeah, I'm loving, not like this. He never touched the females and he not embraced the females like that. His character was very much pure and very much strong character. So I should also trying to follow my Gurudeva and Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, their character. Sometime in my life, if happen anything wrong, I apologize from my core of heart. This is the unfortunate is every soul have that unfortunate in their life. That's why they are in this world. Otherwise, all are mukta. So today I am paying my uncountable obeisances to lotus feet of Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, who is very much beloved of Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Dayit Madhav Goswami Maharaj. O Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, please forgive me and don't forget me. I am your servant of the servant of the servant. And please take me from this world and keep me in my Gurudeva's lotus, under my Gurudeva's lotus feet, who is serving in the mood of Palyadasi under the Radharani's guidance. Please take me there and just take me there and keep me there. This is my request in your lotus feet. And one thing more I remember. In the last moments when he was just passing away from this world, in that last moments, very last moments, I was there. His unconscious body was transcendental consciousness. In transcendental consciousness, this was very, very beautiful lila. Means he has no physical consciousness, but his mouth was doing like Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. This he was doing. And my this goosebump, what is this? My hair was standing like this. Goosebump, I forgot this. So it was happened like that. And we were doing kirtan, and this was his last lila on this same day, means this Treyodashi Tithi, means Haridas, Sri Bhakti Vinod Thakur's Abhirbhav. He left his body, Haridas Thakur's, Bhakti Vinod Thakur's appearance day, and his samadhi, he entered in samadhi the day, next day means Anant Chaturdashi. Today is two celebrations, two tithis came together. So tomorrow, when he entered in samadhi, it was very beautiful experience in my life. When we taken his Singhasan to have darshan of our Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math and Samadhi, Param Gurudeva's Samadhi and Gurudeva's Samadhi, like that. When we taken him on Singhasana, that time was too much hot, means everyone's feet was burning. So I requested to Madhapriya Prabhu, please take him in Chaitanya Math. So there he will be pleased, he will be happy. His last traveling by Chaitanya Math, and everyone will be pleased. Everyone, every Gaudiya Math, they will be get this opportunity to serve him. Please take him. Then he told, you see, Siddhanti Maharaj and our Madhapriya Prabhu, they told, you see how much hot everyone's feet is burning. How we can tolerate? This is very difficult. Maharaj, please take back him in the samadhi. So we just offer pranam. We went Param Gurudeva's samadhi, then Thakurji, front of Thakurji, Radha, Madan Mohan, and then we came out and we went where that samadhi ceremony will be held. So when I saw what was very much, chamatkar, is like a magic. We seen that practical thing when we were giving bath on his body. Then some cloud, it's not whole cloud out there. Some cloud came from where we don't know. Some clouds came, and when he entered in samadhi, and first dust when they put on his body, oh Krishna, where from storm came, so much storm, so much storm, and so much rain. Everyone just everyone was just taken shower in that rain. It was very rare things happen. I seen only with Gurudev, and now when after that I seen Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, it was very much means even now it is not coming to it's not understanding how it's happened. Then I myself and Damodar was sitting outside of the samadhi, means on the road or another side. I told him, when I saw that cloud is there, I told him, see, now they will cry. And I say cry, it is happened. They are like that, they are crying. And so much rain. So this was shown that one Vaishnava, when they left their body, maybe there's some kind of bhuchal, some kind of earthquake can come, some type of storm, maybe that is, what is that? Andhi. Andhi means forcefully air. What is that? I forgot that. That can come. So many things can happen when the Vaishnava, they left their body and they detach their feet from the material world. When they just went out from the world, then this is happening in this world, material world. So this was his last Leela. And today is Ananta Chaturdashi. Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Avirbhav, Haridas Thakur Tirobhav, so many tithis are together. So we should remember also Haridas Thakur, what he shown. There is a Kavi Karnapur written in Gaur Ganodesh Deepika. He was not Brahma like Ishwar Tattva. He was Brahma, some Rishi's son like that. And he is also came with Prahlad Maharaj. So how two people, how to two personalities come together in one place. This is one kind of, question is arriving many people's heart. So that how this can happen? So this can happen in two ways. One, our body is very huge body, very big body. In this body, not only two, millions cell are there in this our body. In that every individual cell, there is soul also there. So every individual cell is alive. So life, which is life cell, alive cell, they are individual souls. So if there is 8 trillion cells are in this body and different kind of jiva in our body, then why not Prahlad also can come in one body? So this is the point. So then another question is arriving. Why not Prahlad can come in another body? Why not he taken another body? Why he came in the Brahma's body like that? Maybe some people can ask. So there is also answer. If Brahma, when he was getting, in the form of Haridas Thakur, when he was getting that punishment from the Muslims, the cause of his chanting Harinam, then he get that mood. Oh, small Prahlad. Oh, how Prahlad was feeling, how Prahlad was chanting Krishna Nam. He remembering Prahlad Maharaj. In this remembrance of Prahlad Maharaj, the mood of Prahlad Maharaj, he got that mood and the feelings and actions like Prahlad. So cause of that, those have seen, he's not he. He's like Prahlad. When they seen in Haridas body, Prahlad, like Prahlad, then they write, oh, there is Prahlad. In that sense, something is happened in Gaudiya Parampara. In Gaudiya Parampara, when a special avatar, special incarnation of like some gopi, there is some Sakha also there. How this cannot possible? One Sakhi, another is Sakha. They are together. How this can happen? This is in two types. One, they can stay. Another, sometimes a mood has came. The mood of Sakha, they are acting like Sakha. So in that sense, our Gaudiya Vaishnava write, oh, this is that Sakha. Understand? In this sense, some doubts can clear. And can I ask to all of you, if anybody have any question? So I am very like to speak. I'm very like to give answer on the questions. So if you have any question, then that is very good to ask. Otherwise, there is another Leela also there. Haridas Thakur, when he was doing Harinam, so you know that all Leelas you heard many times. But one thing, that mood of Haridas Thakur, I should left my body in the laps of Mahaprabhu. This was mood of Haridas Thakur. And when I requested this mood from Gurudev, Gurudev was very much like, he is doing like this. You see, shrink his head, and he's seen me like I'm speaking very bad thing. I am speaking like offensive word. So I was writing one kirtan. That kirtan was, Gurudev तुम्हारे चरणों में ये दास अधम है अनपढ़ा, मेरी ओर देखो मैं कैसे कहूँ, खुद की नजर में हूँ गिरा. Oh my most revered Gurudev, please rescue me. Please take me in your shelter. How can I say to you, look at me? How I can say, glance on me? Because myself also cannot see myself. I'm fallen from my eyes. Understand this, I have not special word to speak English. So I've fallen from my own eyes. How can I say to you, look at me, I'm your servant? How can I say? Sadhana bhakti कुछ ना किया, फिर भी कितना मुझे प्यार दिया. मैं प्यार के काबिल था भी नहीं, फिर भी ना मेरा त्याग किया. I didn't done any kind of sadhan, bhakti. I have no qualification to get your causeless mercy. For causeless mercy also needs some qualifications. I have not that even qualification. So, but even I did many things wrong. And the cause of my illness, I did what wrong? You never seen that. You loves me. You loves me too much. You loves me too much. That loving nature, that loving mood, I'm remembering. Oh my Gurudev, please take me. This is this kind of, there is one small, something big and small song I was written 2004. So for Gurudev. In the last word there I written that Haridas Thakur's mood. I requested कि अंतिम क्षण की है एक आशा, गोदी में तुम्हारे जाए पड़ो, निज कर कमलों से हे गुरुदेव, मेरे तन का तुम संस्कार करो. Oh my most revered Gurudev, my last wish only one, that is I should left my body in your hands. This is my last wish. Oh my Gurudev, please should give me fire by your own hands. This is my last wish. When I requested this, Gurudev, before that Gurudev was, in his eyes was tears. I was chanting, I was singing this song without rhythm. Close my eyes. When I opened my eyes, and this last line, when he heard, he did like this, means what he is saying. Means he was disappointed. My small son, he is asking, he should die in my hands. So this was mood of our Haridas Thakur. And Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he fulfilled his desire. His Leela. He was doing kirtan, and in that kirtan, and that's this same day, it's happened in Jagannath Puri. In this kirtan, he was dancing, Mahaprabhu dancing. Suddenly, Haridas Thakur when he will fall down, immediately Mahaprabhu taken him his own laps. And he was seeing the beautiful face of Mahaprabhu, and he is chanting Gaur Sundar, He Gaur Sundar. Remembering his name, he left his body. This is the most auspicious day And also today's Bhakti, we are offering my Dandot Pranam to Haridas Thakur. Please, you are most merciful, and you are Acharya of Nam Acharya. You are Acharya of Nam, Harinam. So please give something to me also. By that, can I also do something, some name of Lord? Only this can happen by your causeless mercy. I have no qualification to get your causeless mercy, but you can do anything. So please bless me. Also, I can do something for pleasing of you. And today is Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Avirbhav Tithi. I think 180th. So it's okay. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in his life, oh Baba, so many things was happened. So many things was happened. I have no word to say anything about Bhaktivinoda Thakur. When he came, this world was catched by Mahamaya, means Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's parampara, and the Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's channel was totally disturbed. Why this was disturbed? The cause of Parikiya Bhav, the cause of Parikiya Mood. The people in India, especially in India, they started so much bad things, so many bad things. And I can't explain that how they was doing. So maybe you can search in Baul Diksha, maybe something, Baul initiation. So then you can imagine how much disturbed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's this pure bhakti path. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur came, and he done very much, hard job for us. And Bhaktivinoda Thakur, his grace, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, they written many granthas, and the cause of grantha, our Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur is saying that this Bhakti Vinod Dhara never will finish. Cause of that grantha, cause of scripture, this parampara Bhakti Vinod Dhara cannot be stopped. Now it will be stay for all time, cause we make many grantha. So cause of grantha, this grantha is our property. So if we will read that grantha, then Bhakti Vinod Thakur will be pleased. So maybe someone is asked something, you can
Yes,
ask. Yeah.
Yes, Maharaj. Damayanti Didi is asking. Damayanti Didi, would you like to ask the question, or shall I ask for you?
You can show that question.
Okay. She's asking, Maharajji, did Srila Maharajji ever give you some special instructions which can be shared with all of us? And moreover, if you could share with us what was the relationship between Madan Mohan Das Adhikari Prabhu and Srila Maharaj?
Madan Mohan Das Adhikari.
I don't know. I don't know this Prabhu.
Radha Mohan Das Adhikari.
That's what she says. Madan Mohan Das Adhikari Prabhu and Srila Maharaj.
Madan Mohan Das Adhikari, I don't know. My father's name was Radha Mohan Das Adhikari. So
excuse me, Maharaji, I was mistyped. I'm sorry. Yes, I meant your father. I mistyped. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So see, my father and Srila Bhārati Gosvāmī Maharaj, I don't know their relationship, but they were not, I think, how can I express that? Bhārati Maharaj himself, he told, in this material world, he told, his word was like this: इस जगत में हमारा एक ही मित्र है, एक ही बंधु है. In this world, I have only one friend, one real friend, that is Ram Bhajan Pandey, means Radha Mohan Das Adhikari. So can imagine a sannyasi and highly elevated, highly, what can I say? Means who came from another world. If he say, I have only one friend in this world, he's saying like this. Many are there, but my core of hearts friend is only one, Sri Radha Mohan Prabhu. So he was loving this much. And I saw my father, he is very much loving to Bhakti Maharaj also, very much. Anything, if he want to know, it means anything is happening, in household life is happening, many things. But if anything's happen, my father was used to remember Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj, used to ask from him only. Means even I cannot say what things he asks. Means everything. Means every relationship, everything where he is feeling confusion. My father was asking from directly Bharati Maharaj. From Gurudev, sometimes he is hesitating to ask, but from Bharati Maharaj, he is asking. And father was used to send many things, means to Srila Bharati Maharaj service, like some dresses, some, what is that? Incense sticks, that agarbatti, and some pranami, some clothes, like that. Even when Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj was not coming, not used to come to Punjab and preaching tours, that time also father was sending for him specially some oil, some soap, some like this, daily uses things. So, and I have not a word to express that. How can I say? Everything he was asking from Srila Maharaj. He was like one father's son, but they are not one father's son, one mother's son. But they are like one. Once Srila Bharati Maharaj, when he was in Jalandhar, my father was on bed. He retired on bed. Then Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj came to have darshan of Shri Radha Madhav Bhagwan Thakurji. Then everyone was there, that group, that committee, they are standing on the front of the door for welcoming to the Maharaj. But Maharaj, they're doing Kirtan, Hare Krishna, like that, Vaishnava Thakur, they're doing. They will offer their flowers. But suddenly what he done, he's saying, hey, first of all, we should go to have darshan of Vaishnava. Then they are saying, Maharaj, we can come after that. They are welcoming. Then he said, no, first darshan Vaishnava, then Bhagwan. We are not going direct to have darshan of Bhagwan. So he went to my father's, he given his own darshan to father. And father was start cry, like how many years two friends came together, and suddenly that came, tears in both of friends. Like Bharati Maharaj also was, is not crying, just some drops came in the eyes. And father was crying, he is saying like that, my soul came, my pran means what is that? us. So Sri Bharati Goswami Maharaj offered Dandot Pranam to him. He is on bed retired. He also offered. Then Bharati Maharaj, he given fruits, he given pranami to Shri Radha Mohan Prabhu. You can imagine one highly elevated, highly one guru, his guru is doing that lila, guru lila. One guru is offering pranam, giving pranami, giving fruits. A Vaishnava who is Grihastha. So we should remember this thing. They done this in this world. We cannot think this is Grihastha. If that Grihastha Bhakta, if he submitted himself from wholehearted, from whole their life, then should not think they are ordinary. So this kind of, teaching our Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj shown. After that, my father, Srila Radha Mohan Prabhu, he also offers some, he's saying he cannot speak. He's saying his grandson was there, and his own, my elder brother. He said, give something. Then they given some pranami. He is giving to Srila Bharati Maharaj. Maharaj is taking, and some fruit they given. So this kind of relationship with my father, I am very fortunate, but same time most unfortunate in this world. No one is unfortunate than me, because I am very much fortunate. I got the laps of my Param Gurudev, Srila Puri Goswami Maharaj, Srila Madhusudan Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Sarang Goswami Maharaj. So many Prabhupada disciples, they loves me the cause of my father, cause of my father's Vaishnavata, and the cause of my father's humbleness. They all are loves me. Maximum, they just taken me like this. They taken me in their laps like this. I think time is over. So like that. But unfortunately, I am very fortunate to have the association, the darshan of everyone, but not remember everything because of my naughty nature in childhood, very much naughty nature. So everything is not in my mind and not in heart. But still, I'm requesting to my father, Sri Radha Mohan Dasadhikari Prabhu, you are very much beloved of Bharati Goswami Maharaj, my Gurudev, most revered Sri Bhakti Vallabh Tirth Goswami Maharaj, Param Gurudev, and others. Once my father had accident and he admitted in hospital. Gurudev was in Jalandhar in Punjab, in that place, my native place. Then when he heard that Radha Mohan Prabhu had accident, he went to see him in the hospital. You can imagine how their relationship. Gurudev taken some prasad, some food for him, and my father cannot take himself. He just he want to take himself. Give me, I will. And he said no. Then Gurudev taken that food and giving to father. Father's mouth is giving father like that. There is one picture also. So this is very beautiful relationship with Sri Radha Mohan Prabhu, our Bharati Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, and also Param Gurudev. Bharati Goswami Maharaj got initiation and second initiation, both initiation in one day. And my father also, both initiation the same, 1 day. Means in 1 day Harinam and same day is Diksha. Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj is 1 day Harinam and same day Diksha. So this is very means rare case is happened with Param Gurudeva's Leela. It's okay. So many things are there. We cannot finish very short time. Yes. Anything else?
Does anybody have a question for the last 5 minutes of Mahārāja's speech here? Anybody like to ask something? Mahārāja, there was another question that Damayanti asked in the beginning, actually, was did Śrīla Mahārāja ever give you some special instructions which can be shared with us all? Did Śrīla Mahārāja ever give you some special instructions which can be shared with us?
That already about Jaiva Dharma and Chaitanya Shikshamrit, then Chaitanya Charitamrita, and in the last Chaitanya Bhagavat. He told like that. And also he given instructions directly to me. You know, the friend's son is there in that sense. He's saying, you see, you are our Pandeyji's son, is my father's son. You are our Pandey's son. Always remember this. Always remember this. He is very pure soul. Should try to be like him. So that is his instruction. So this is his standing order for me. I am trying to do like this.
Thank you
If
so much.
one thing more, anybody can ask if they have doubt what I told. If they get some kind of confusion and doubt is there, they can ask.
It seems like everybody's
And
okay.
no one is raising their hand. Okay. Okay. Jai Radhesham. Dandot Pranam. Jai Giriraj.
Thank you so much.
Nityalila Pushtam Vishnupad. Param Pujyapad Sri Srimad Bhakti Vijñāna Bhārati Gosvāmī Mahārāja ki Jai Tadiye Tirobhav Titi Puja Maha Mahotsav ki Jai Nityalila Pushtam Vishnupad Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur ji ki Jai Tadiye Avribhav Titi Puja Maha Mahotsav ki Jai Jai Shri Namacharya Jagat Guru Srila Haridas Thakur ji Maharaj ki Jai Tadiye Tirobhav Titi Puja Maha Mahotsav ki Jai जय श्री अनंत भगवान की जय, अनंत चतुर्दशी की जय, श्री बलराम भगवान की जय, जय हरिनाम प्रभु की जय, जय परमाराध्यतम पतित पावन परम करुणामय विष्णुपाद 108 श्री श्रीमद् भक्ति वल्लभ तीर्थ गोस्वामी श्री गुरुदेव महाराज की जय, समागत भक्त वृंद की जय, परम पूजनीय गुरुवर्ग वृंद की जय, समागत बहुत प्रेमानंदे. Thank you for calling me in this service. I am doing every day Jaiva Dharma. So many new things is coming in front of me. And it's very beautiful. Sometimes very, very much beautiful. You know, Harikatha is getting form front of me. Getting form front of me means I'm not saying anything, it's coming. So, but I'm speaking in Hindi. So that is, now I understanding what was his instructions for everyone. So it's okay. Jai Radhesha. Who is speaking next?
Well, we're just waiting to hear from Rupa Manjari Didi. She's in India, but she says that the connection, the electricity's gone down where she is. She's connected by phone. So are you here, Didi? Rupa Manjari Didi, are you here? Hopefully she managed to connect. Oh, here she is. Didi, can you unmute yourself? The phone is saying it's muted.
You can unmute that.
I'll try. Oh yeah, all I can do is ask to unmute, it says. Let's try. It's just saying.
Who is moderate, they can unmute that.
Here she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Didi. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam. I am so sorry. And Dandavat Pranam Maharaj. I'm not in India. I'm actually in America, and there's no power.
Yes. Sorry, my mistake. Sorry, Didi. You are.
It's okay. It's kind of funny. Yeah, we have no electricity, so I'm using my phone. Maharaj, did you have more you wanted to say? Because I'm really embarrassed. I can't see anyone.
That's okay. I think Mahārāja was actually asking who was on the next call. I think Mahārāja concluded. Mahārāja, did you have more to say?
What is that? What you are asking?
Didi was asking if you had finished, or if you had more to say, or.
I have many things to say, but it will not finish. Means the whole life. It's okay. Just if you have any question, you can ask. No.
Okay.
Oh, unfortunately, I didn't get to hear yours, but I'll watch later.
I'm saying if you have any question, you can ask. That is good. You can see in our Veda, from Veda to our Shastra, every scriptures, in every scriptures is not like that. This is order, should follow, not like this. Order, why I should follow. This kind of conversation is everywhere, from Veda to every scriptures, to Gita. Last is Gita. So you can see everywhere is questions. If you can ask, then this is very good to say. Anybody can ask. Otherwise, I have unlimited thoughts, unlimited prayers. We can think. Yeah. One thing came. Yes, very good. Yeah. Today I got one question from WhatsApp. They ask, some people they are trying to establish themselves. Try to understand. They establish themselves after doing so many bad things, characterless things. They are established for themselves. They are using Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Kirtan in very bad way. They are saying Bhaktivinoda Thakur also was like them. I am saying one conditional souls and one fallen soul who is preacher, who is preaching. I don't know who was that, who is this, but this morning, these questions came to me. My one friend, Dayamay Das, he told me this. So they are saying कि गोपीनाथ मम निवेदन सुन, गोपीनाथ आमी तो कामेर दास, गोपीनाथ गुचाओ संसार ज्वाला. This kinds of prayers is indicating that Bhaktivinoda Thakur has done many bad things. The cause of his, this kind of activity, he is requesting Gopinath Mam Nivedan. See, this kind of people in this world who cannot understand Bhaktivinoda Thakur, they are for only their establishment. I am Guru. What I did, that is also Bhaktivinoda Thakur, his life also happened like that. This kind of people, I want to kill them. But I'm giving them answer. I'm giving them answer. For them, I'm saying, see, if I done wrong, I'm taking, punishment myself. And I'm requesting to everyone, if I done anything wrong, you should beat me, you should punish me, but I cannot, establish some kirtans on me. This is happen in every, Vaishnava's life. This is normal things. This is not, we cannot say like that. What was that situation when this Bhaktivinoda Thakur is writing this kind of kirtan? What was that situation? Gurudev once he told in Bhatinda, he's saying, when Bhaktivinoda Thakur appeared in this world, before that, the cause of Parkiya Bhav, the misunderstanding of Parkiya Bhav, people, they couldn't understand pure devotion. The cause of that, everyone in Bengal especially, those are saying Nitai Chaitanya, Nitai Chaitanya, Nitai, 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 Gaur, Gaur, Gaur. Those are doing this kind of kirtan. They all have very bad character. Very much bad character. Even I am feeling shy to say like that things, what they were doing. When I heard this, my body was burning. And after that, Bhaktivinoda Thakur came. He written many books, many grantha. Prabhupada, he, he started to publish daily newspaper. Then Saptahika is weekly newspaper, then monthly newspaper, then 3 month, then 4 month, like that. They are making, means they establish printing press and they start to preach like huge way. Then that people, those were innocent, and they were the cause of innocent nature. Those enter in their groups, means these group. What that group? This Aul, Baul, Nada, Bhaja, Jatkusai, like that. This kind of groups where when they hear, when they read that, oh, this is pure path. That is not pure path of Mahaprabhu. This is not pure path of what is that? Nityananda. When they read that, after reading, they were start crying. What we should do now? We lost everything. We lost our faith. We lost our everything. Where we should go now? Who will rescue us? Who will accept us? So in that sense, when then Bhaktivinoda Thakur seen them, then he is, stepped down on their platform and he read their mind set. He read fallen soul's mindset. Then he written so many kirtans, so many poems in the sense of prarthana, sense of prayers. How you can pray to the Supreme Lord. This was his mood. He was not fallen soul. He written, "Oh Gopinath, I am lusty, most lustiest person in this world." He not write for himself. He written for themselves. That peoples. Those people is catched by some kind of groups. They rescue from there. Understand? In that sense, Bhaktivinoda Thakur was written. Like, sometime when you are teaching your son and mother is saying to her husband, see, hey, come here. She's teaching to his son, hey, come here. Go to Papa. Say, Papa, Papa. Papa, please, please, Papa, forgive me. In India, they are saying, hey, go and bow down your head on father's feet. Do like this. Mother is doing. Mother is saying to her husband, Papa. Understand? And she is offering her head on his feet for teaching to the son. The relationship of husband or wife, there is not mother and father relationship. But understand, they are not each other's mother, father. But they are saying, and father, sometime when he is teaching, he is saying, hey, go to mother and tell, oh, my mother, oh, please, mother. He is saying mother, 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 but she is not his mother. She is wife of that husband. But the teaching, forgiving teaching, is need to come down, needs to step down and stay from that child's, platform, and then you can request. In that sense, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has written that, please, if anybody is making this nuisance for their establishment, for their, showing what I did, that was a leela. This is one kind of leela. If anybody is doing like this, saying like this, they are fallen soul and they should be punished by Vaishnava. If nobody have power to punish, send to me, I will punish. Tell to me who is doing like this, I will punish them. This is my Nityananda and Baldeva's grace. So this is one thing that came. Okay. If you have any question, please, you can ask. No problem. Everyone is silent.
Haribol?
Yes.
Didi, you guys hear me?
Yeah.
No, Maharaj, I just wanted to, because I'm supposed to glorify Srila Bhāratī Maharaj, if I just have like a few minutes left, since it's my duty, since I came. You can just give me a couple minutes, I'll just say something very quickly.
Yeah. I'm going out.
Dandavat pranam, everyone. I'm so sorry. My name is Rupa Manjari Dasi. Please let me offer my obeisances to my Diksha Guru, His Divine Grace, Shri Srimad Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Maharaj, and to my Harinam Guru, His Divine Grace, Shri Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj, and to my Param Gurudev, His Divine Grace, Shri Srimad Bhakti Daita Madhav Maharaj, to my mother's Guru Maharaj, Shri Srimad Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, to the person by whose power I've been raised in the West with Gauriya Vaishnavism, which is Shri Srimad A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and to all my other Shiksha Gurus.